Hey guys! This is part 5 of What If Naruto Was an Ōtsutsuki. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 13. Guarding the gates of Konoha is a job that many would deem as incredibly important to the security of the village. Checking those who enter as well as those who exit, reporting any suspicious people or activity that they see would be considered part of the job that someone guarding the gates would perform. Not a very hard job, but one that is quite important for Konoha's security. But for the two current gate guards, it was a job they had done so much that they just stopped caring. "I spy with my little eye something the color white," the first guard said to the other. The second guard then reached over and slapped the first guard over the back of the head. "Ow, what the hell was that for?" he said, rubbing the back of his head. The second guard simply rolled his eyes at the antics of the first. He didn't hit him that hard. One would think that if they were taking their job seriously, then the second guard would have reprimanded his comrade of distracting them both from their jobs. This didn't happen, because either of them was taking their jobs very seriously. "Aitana, you idiot! Everyone knows you don't say a color, you say the first letter of the thing you're thinking of," the second guard told Aitana, the first guard. Aitana was dressed in the standard gray armor that almost all shinobi wore, along with long dark pants and a black shirt underneath. The dark shirt was on top of a mesh shirt that reached Aitana's elbows. A few pouches were strapped to this waist, each holding several pieces of ninja equipment like kunai and shuriken. Attached to his back with one handle over each shoulder were two kunai blades, large sword-like versions of kunai with a single edge. Aitana's hair was dark, long and spiky. The only thing stopping it from covering his vision was the Konoha forehead protector that was strapped around his forehead. "That's not true," Aitana responded to his companion's words. "I played using colors all the time. You're the one that's wrong, Daichi, not me." Daichi, like Aitana, was wearing the same gray armor that almost all shinobi do. A dark shirt went up to his chin, and his Konoha forehead protector was wrapped around his head like a bandana, forcing his hair down, covering his left eye. Along with his fellow gate guard, he too had a few pouches strapped to his waist filled with ninja equipment. Daichi simply gave a sigh and didn't respond. Instead, he looked up at the mostly clear sky, a few clouds lazily gliding across the almost empty blue sky. The two of them were sitting down against the walls that encircled Konoha, next to the gate. "Shouldn't we be paying more attention to our job?" Daichi questioned the person sitting next to him as they both watched the clouds. "I mean, our jobs are pretty important. If boring half the time, and we're both chunin, shouldn't we be showing a better example to the younger generation or something?" "Nah," Aitana said, waving off Daichi's question. "The other villages are running scared of Konoha since the shinobi war, afraid we'll send the elemental sage after them. As for the younger generation, why would any of them look to use for inspiration? We're both 18-year-old chunin gate guards. Not exactly the best role model." Looking over at Daichi, Aitana nudged him with his elbow. "Come on, Daichi, we all know what happened. In the final battle, he came in like some sort of vengeful god and slaughtered all the IWA, Kumo and Suna ninja around Dash. I know the story, Aitana," Daichi told his friend, interrupting his recount of the final battle of the shinobi war. "But still, what if an enemy shinobi attacked? Or what about one of those new knin that people are always going on about? Apparently, Suna, Kumo, IWA, Kiri and Konoha are all thinking about releasing their own books that list all their missing nin and are giving out rewards for their heads. Do you have any idea how many ninja abandoned their own village after the war, including Konoha?" "Yeah, I know," Aitana grumbled. "Bloody traitors, all of them." He spat. "You know that most of them left their village because it didn't continue fighting in the war? Just because they didn't get to kill the guy that killed their brother or something, they decided to leave their home, to go on some kind of lone path of justice," Aitana said mockingly in his last few words. Daichi knew that his partner was a stickler when it came to loyalty, as he was, so both of them were quite pissed that so many ninja would just abandon their village like it was nothing simply to kill someone. "So shouldn't we be on alert in case one of them attacks?" the bandana-wearing chunin asked his partner again. "As you said, one of them could come looking for revenge. And they'd use the front gate?" Aitana asked with incredulity. "If they wanted to kill someone, I'd highly doubt that they'd use the front gate. Most likely they'd try and jump the wall or sneak in, and no one would be dumb enough to use the front gate." As soon as Aitana said that, Both gate guards jumped when a body was dropped in front of them. It was of a man in his late 20s, wearing a Suna headband with his throat slit and blood pooling below him. "You were saying?" a voice asked. Both men looked up to see a hooded figure standing above the body. "This missing nin from Suna was about to walk right past you both and neither of you would have known. Please pay more attention next time." The man, judging by his voice, then turned to walk through the open gates that lead into Konoha. Aitana and Daichi both looked at each other before scrabbling to their feet and jumping in front of the hooded figure. Both had hands on weapons in case the man was hostile and attacked. "Halt!" Aitana ordered as he stood in front of the man. "Please lower your hood and identify yourself. If not, then we will have to detain you." Neither could see what the man looked like under the hood, but both could tell he had an amused smile on his face, most likely from trying to act like they took their job seriously after they were caught acting as if they were on break. The man didn't say anything, but his hands began to move upwards to his hood. Both gate guards tightened their hold on their weapons, Aitana on one of the kunai blades strapped to his back and Daichi on one of the shuriken in the pouch on his waist. When the man finally lowered his hood, showing them his face, they both froze, unable to comprehend to the person they were seeing. He couldn't be here, standing in front of them. He was off on some kind of long-term mission. But both immediately recognized the white hair and violet eyes that the man had. He was the elemental sage. Neither guard could move, either were sure that they wanted to move. They were standing in front of a legend of the shinobi world. Someone that people were already saying had more power than Hashirama Senju, a man that had almost single-handedly ended the war in one swoop, saving Konoha from possible extermination. He was standing in front of them. "Well, judging by your reactions you both know who I am, so you both know that I'm allowed to enter Konoha." With that, the legend walked past both of the stunned gate guards and into the village. Once he left, both Aitana and Daichi looked at each other with wide eyes. Wait until their friends hear that they, Aitana Hagane and Daichi Kamizuki, had met the elemental sage. Walking through the streets of Konoha with his hood once again up to avoid attention, Naruto noticed that nothing really changed in the 6 years since he'd left. Ninjas still roamed on the rooftops, civilians still browsed the stalls and shops for good deals on goods. One could almost think that nothing had changed. But Naruto could see that something had indeed changed. There wasn't the tenseness that had been prevalent in the village when he was last here. Without the threat of war, people were more relaxed than they were before, well except for the shinobi, but that was beside the point. People seemed to smile more when they were outside. He could see children running down the streets and through alleyways without a care in the world, as opposed to when the war was in full swing and they all seemed to stick close to their parents whenever they went out. Naruto could also see an increase in the amount of shinobi activity in the village. He saw several ninjas simply walking down the street along with several more running along the rooftops, jumping over gaps between buildings like it was nothing and scaling walls with chakra. Naruto simply put that down to a boost in the ninja population. Sensing movement behind him, Naruto sidestepped just in time to avoid a cat that barreled past him, 3 children following it. Naruto blinked in slight shock as he watched because he was sure those kids were 10, and yet they were running at a speed that would put many people almost twice their age to shame. He could also say the same about the cat. One kid, a boy, was wearing pale gray robes with a red flame design on the edges and a green ribbon tied around his waist with a curled gold design. Underneath, Naruto could make out a black mesh shirt with red lining. The child also wore puffy pants with black sandals. Red lines made their way down his face, extending halfway down his face. The white spiky hair on his head certainly caught Naruto's attention, thinking that the boy might somehow be his son, but quickly shot that down. He hadn't had any children since Mashina and Kazama. Another child, also a boy, was wearing long white robes with purple lining embroidered with black tomo markings. A purple ribbon was also tied around his waist in the same bow form as the boy from before him. The boy also wore white leggings and black open-toed shoes with a mesh top with a purple lining under it. Long black hair went down to his upper back. The child was incredibly pale, almost unnaturally so. Either he had been indoors most of his life, or he had lived in the colder regions of the world before coming to Konoha. But even then, Naruto didn't know any people alive today that had skin that color of white. The final person in the trio was a girl, wearing a robe, the same as the 2 boys, colored a light green with a pink lining that went along the edges. Yellow dots were spaced out along the pink lining. Red bracers were strapped to her forearms with a dark blue ribbon wrapped around her midsection. A mesh shirt was under her robe, lined with a dark blue color, similar to the ribbon around her waist. Blue sandals were on her feet, and her blonde hair was up in a high pigtail on her head. Naruto watched as all three chased the cat until they were out of his sight. He could have sworn that the girl looked almost exactly Miki, Hashirama's wife. That could have been Tsunade, but that didn't exactly give him any ideas about who the other boys were, and unless his memory was faulty, today was her birthday. Why would she be chasing after a cat on her birthday? The girl was obviously a ninja, but why wouldn't she have wanted to spend her birthday with her family? He would try and find Miki to ask her later. Shaking his head, Naruto began to continue on his path to the Hokage Tower. He needed to finalize whatever was needed so that he could train Tsunade. He also wanted to see if Konoha had managed to get any more information on the jinchūriki of the other 4 villages. Opening the door to the Hokage's office, Naruto noticed that the leader of Konoha was bent over his desk rapidly going through paperwork like there was no tomorrow. He could hear insane mutterings from the person rapidly scribbling over various pieces of paper. The only real thing that Naruto could make from the ramblings was killing that water-using bastard for signing me up for this, and that was only because it was repeated so often. Clearing his throat in order to get the man's attention, Naruto decided to speak first. You know, Hiruzen, people first think you're crazy when you begin to speak to yourself, and I don't think that it would be a very good look for Konoha to have their Hokage to be known as crazy. When Hiruzen's face lifted from its position of nearly touching the desk, Naruto found that while the village hadn't changed that much, Hiruzen certainly had. Where his skin was much lighter 6 years ago, it had now darkened, giving the man a more tan skin tone. A goatee hung from his chin, and his hair was swept back. The Sandaime Hokage wore the robes of a Hokage as he sat at his desk, looking quite royal, though Naruto could see that Hiruzen wasn't very comfortable in the robes. He probably preferred his ninja outfit for its fitting. Naruto, Hiruzen said in surprise. How are you, my friend? What brings you here? Naruto was at first surprised that Hiruzen would address him as a friend. He wasn't very sure where Hiruzen got off calling him that, but if he had to guess, Hiruzen, your head must be full of fantasies about women to have forgotten what today is. Another voice sounded from the side of the room. Looking over to the source of the voice, Naruto came face to face with the form of Tobirama Senju, sitting about on a couch at the side of the room. Aside from a few wrinkles visible on his face, the Nidaime looked almost exactly the same he did at the end of the war. Naruto gave the man a small smile as a greeting. When Naruto had found Tobirama with a hole in his chest, he was barely breathing and hanging on to consciousness thanks to the work of a few ninja who had some medical experience. Naruto had proceeded to heal the man, regenerating the hole in his chest within seconds, much to the amazement of those around him. Within a minute, after those with medical experience had given the Nidaime a once-over to check that everything was where it should be and was working properly, he was on his feet and moving again. Apparently, Tobirama had taken a spear through the chest from a giant puppet from Suna, controlled by several puppeteers from the inside. It seemed that the rumors at the beginning of the war weren't completely fake. Tobirama had taken the spear when he realized that it was aimed at Hiruzen, aiming to save his successor. Once he was healed and once the both of them managed to get a moment alone, away from the other Konoha ninja, Tobirama had formally told Naruto that his part in the war was over, and that all he had to do was return when Tsunade was 10 to train her for a year to finish the deal. With the death of the Otsutsuki and Kazekage, along with the utter humiliation that the Raikage suffered at the hands of Naruto, along with his unknown status, Tobirama was certain that the war was now over. Suna and IWA would definitely back out of the alliance, and the war with the death of their leaders, Kuma, would soon follow. If not immediately, they wouldn't wish the same humiliating defeat that they faced in the final battle. With those three out of the way, Tobirama was sure that Kiri would also withdraw when word reached them of what Konoha had unleashed on the IK's alliance. They would not risk facing both Uzushio and Konoha. They couldn't defeat one, they wouldn't be able to defeat two. And Tobirama's predictions came true. Within 2 days of the final battle, IWA, Kumo, and Suna all officially became neutral in the war, Kiri following soon after, the death of their leaders being enough for both IWA and Suna. While the only surviving Kage from the battle, the Raikage, pulled his village out of the fight with Konoha, the Raikage having survived the final battle by being flung far enough that he wasn't caught in Naruto's Kekkei Toda technique. While for Kiri, the fear that the violet eyes of the elemental sage would be turned in their direction was enough to dissuade the village hidden in the mist from continuing the war. And like that, after 4 years of fighting, the shinobi war was over. Oh, Hiruzen said a bit sheepishly, along with a bit of red tinting his cheeks. I may have forgotten about that. You were thinking about the girls in the hot springs, weren't you? Tobirama deadpanned, the annoyance with his successor easily heard. When Hiruzen rubbed the back of his head and offered a sheepish shrug, Tobirama put a hand to his face. Why did his successor have to be so lecherous? He couldn't wait until he met a girl that would punch him for his antics. He was also then sure that Hiruzen would eventually marry the very same girl. Hiruzen needed a tough girl to hold him down, and it was in no way for his amusement to watch as the woman beat Hiruzen whenever he acted perverted. Clearing his throat again, Naruto tried to bring the conversation back on topic. So, is there anything I have to do before I begin to train Tsunade? Tobirama shook his head. No, there shouldn't be anything that you need to do, Naruto, the Senju told him. All you would need is the permission of the clan head, which is me, and of the Hokage, Hiruzen. Ordinarily, it would be Haru you'd be after for permission to train Tsunade, but Haru has turned it down, not wishing for the responsibility, so it has fallen to me until Tsunade is ready to accept it. If you wish to take Tsunade out of the village, however, you will need to notify Hiruzen beforehand and clear it with him. The former Hokage then turned to look at his successor. I think that's it unless you can think of something I'm not, Hiruzen. Is there anything I may have missed? Tobirama questioned. Hiruzen looked thoughtful for a second before giving his answer. No, there is nothing else that I can think of besides Tsunade herself actually saying she refuses Naruto's training, but that is incredibly unlikely. I don't think anyone would want to pass up a chance to train under the elemental sage. A quick look over to Tobirama told Naruto all he needed to know. Hiruzen knew that he was in Konoha to train Tsunade for a year as some sort of agreement, nothing more, nothing less. That suited Naruto just fine. Tobirama then turned to Naruto and gestured to one of the chairs on the other side of the Hokage's desk. You can sit down, Naruto. Tsunade and her teammates are out on a mission in the village at the moment, and should be back here shortly, and we all have plenty of time to talk, Tobirama said before his head snapped to look at Hiruzen, hearing him mutter, Speak for yourself. Have you got something to say, Hiruzen? Tobirama asked with a raised eyebrow. Why can't you just tell me how you do all of this paperwork in a single day? Hiruzen asked with a groan as he massaged his head while glaring daggers at the papers that seemed to have doubled in size. If I could make something to deal with it, then you can certainly figure out how to take care of it, Tobirama told his former student, ignoring the groan he got as a response. But think of all the young girls, Tobirama-sensei. Think about how lonely they'll all be without me. Hiruzen was now pleading with his former teacher, but the Senju was far from moved by his successor's heartfelt speech. As far as I'm concerned, every second you don't spend outside is a second in which women everywhere celebrate about not having to put up with you presents constantly harassing them. Tobirama answered with empathy to his former student's plight. Tobirama then turned back to Naruto. Naruto, how about you tell us how your jinchūriki hunting went? Evidently that was the wrong thing to say, as Naruto seemed to age before their eyes. His shoulders slumped and sadness entered his eyes as he took a seat in the chair. Hiruzen gave a questioning glance to Tobirama before turning back to Naruto. Not well, Tobirama, not well at all, Naruto told the Senju clan head. In the 6 years I've had to search, I've only managed to find the jinchūriki for the Rokubi, and that was by accident. He was using his Biju-S chakra when I was around. When I went to the other villages, I couldn't find hide nor hair of any other jinchūriki besides the Rokubi host. It was only a few weeks later when I saw 2 Kumo ninja burying the body of a shinobi, mentioning the name of one of the jinchūriki, that I found out that they had spent a few weeks after the war had finished transferring the Biju they had in their possession into a new host under the orders of their new Kage, killing the old one. When I then searched the other villages, I found the same thing. Meaning all the information that you gave me became useless, Tobirama. I tried to interrogate the 2 grave diggers, but neither of them knew who the new jinchūriki was and didn't know anyone who did. Naruto sighed and rubbed his hands over his face. He had never felt as powerless as he did now. Do you mind telling me why you were hunting the jinchūriki, Naruto? Hiruzen questioned, though Naruto could tell there was an edge to his voice that Tobirama used to have when they first met. That edge was his belief that as Hokage, he should know what goes on in his village and be able to know what any conversation was about when it came to the military of Konoha. A few years earlier, Naruto would have snapped at Hiruzen in a heartbeat for demanding something of him, or for thinking that he had any control over him. He felt a familiar spike of annoyance, tinged with anger that rose up, ready to lash out at the person who thought they could demand him of something. But time had shown him that just because someone was demanding something of you that they shouldn't or don't have a right to, doesn't mean that you should lash out at them, verbally or otherwise. Though that didn't mean that he wouldn't reprimand Hiruzen for demanding that he tell him something when he had no right to. Just as he was about to, however, Tobirama seemed to know what Naruto was about to do and spoke first. He was acting on a last order from me. It was why he didn't return to Konoha with us after the final battle. I had tasked him to locate the other jinchūriki and eliminate them if possible. Tobirama informed Hiruzen, who gave a small nod. Tobirama then turned to Naruto and gave a slight shake of his head, indicating that he shouldn't get angry at Hiruzen. Most likely because Hiruzen thought that he was somehow loyal to Konoha and would take getting yelled at by Naruto a different way than Tobirama had, who had known almost exactly who Naruto was. Naruto reluctantly swallowed his tongue but settled with the fact that he hadn't answered Hiruzen. So if all three of us have so much time, Naruto said, ignoring Hiruzen mutter of speak for yourself. Why don't you both tell me what's happened since I've been gone? Naruto asked, wanting to change the subject away from his failure of locating the Biju hosts and freeing his nieces and nephews. Tobirama gave a small smile. Well, as you could have guessed from my mention of her team, Tsunade is a ninja, and has been for 4 years currently. She is currently a genin in rank, though only because she hasn't gotten the chance to full show her skill set, nor has she gotten a mission that has made her a consideration for a promotion. I also wish for her to grow older before I feel comfortable sending her out into the world on her own. Tobirama added the last part as if it was an afterthought, but he quickly continued praising Tsunade and her team. Tsunade and her team are one of the more skilled teams that currently take up residence in Konoha. Naruto could feel the pride that Tobirama felt in his niece, and felt the same thing coming from Hiruzen, most likely because he had some sort of hand in training her and her team. While not exactly pleased that Tsunade was trained to become a trained killer since she was at least 6, Naruto was at least happy that she was doing something she liked, even if it was training to kill people for money. Naruto didn't think that he'd ever felt like the shinobi lifestyle was good one, accept it, yes, like it, no. However, Naruto immediately realized something, and it made him narrow his eyes. Tobirama, I thought that you said that the shinobi training facility would wait for the children to reach a proper age before making them become shinobi. You said that it was only during wartime settings that children would become shinobi so young. Why did Tsunade become a genin when she was 6? Naruto asked with slightly narrowed eyes. Tobirama gave a small sigh as his smile turned into a frustrated look. I would have liked nothing better for Tsunade to be able to become a genin at 10 instead of 6, but a problem arose in the training facility when we began to bring in civilian students, while extending the time for graduation. During the war, the academy was so fast-paced and began so early that almost all those learning there learned the same things at the same time. However, now that the war is over, it was decided to include more information for the students to learn spread out over more years, to help them all become better-rounded shinobi. This also gives the shinobi families more time to train their children, making them more powerful than the civilian-born children simply because they have parents who used to be shinobi. This then makes it harder for the jonin to teach their genin because some knew more than others and they have to go at different paces to teach all three at the same time. The large difference in strength also caused jealousy and anger in many of the civilian-born genin that thought it unfair that the children born to shinobi families get extra training. This then disrupted any and all teamwork a genin cell may have had. So in order to combat this, Hiruzen, with my counsel, decided to introduce early examinations for all the years. This then allows those genin who are strong enough to become genin to do so, giving the jonin an easier time in training their students as when they graduate, they would all do so with roughly the same strength and knowledge. Tsunade and her team were simply some of those genin who took the early exam and passed. Tobirama explained to Naruto, whose mental frown lessened slightly but didn't completely disappear. So is there anything to help the civilian-born students if they wish to graduate early? Naruto asked. Hiruzen was the one who then continued. That's actually another one of the things that has changed. During the time that you weren't here, I decided to open a shinobi library so that the civilian children could go and learn more about shinobi-related subjects and help them keep up with their classmates that are in clans. As you can see and have no doubt guessed already, I became Hokage after Tobirama-sensei stepped down after the final battle of the Shinobi War. His smile then turned into a slight frown. And I'm starting to regret accepting the position, he muttered as he began to glare at the unmoving pile of papers that were stacked up on his desk. Tobirama simply rolled his eyes as the Sarutobi began to speak again. Mito returned after the war and is currently living in the Senju compound in a house with Miki, Tsunade, Haru and myself. She is not as talkative as she once was after Hashirama's death, but it's better than any other alternative. Tobirama finished with a sigh, before perking back up, a slightly larger smile than before on his face. Miki has also given birth to another child, a boy named Nawaki. He is currently 4. Both Miki and Haru decided that they were going to try for another baby 2 years after the war ended. The situation between the hidden villages had settled down enough, then they were willing to try for another child without the fear of the baby growing up in war. That made Naruto smile faintly. He'd quite liked Miki. She was a good woman that treasured her family. He knew that she would have loved another baby to dote on. Other than that, I have begun a new group inside Konoha, a group that would watch Konoha from the shadows and do the more dangerous missions that the village has to offer. All members are very highly trained, and their identities secret in order to protect any family they may have. Their identities are only be known by the Hokage, or the commander of this group. I decided to call them the Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushibutai, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. Tobirama explained. ANBU for short. Naruto looked at Tobirama quizzically for a second before it clicked. He got ANBU from the first 2 letters of the first and last word. Not how acronyms are usually used, but he had to admit that ANBU sounds much better than ASDB. Naruto was just about to ask Tobirama why he didn't call the group ASDB instead when his senses picked up 3 small children almost just outside the door to the Hokage's office. I think that's all the time we have for today. Tobirama, Hiruzen, Tsunade and her team are here. As both men turned to Naruto, the door to the room burst open and the same 3 children that he saw chasing a cat outside walked into the room, though something appeared to have happened because the one with white hair had scratches all over his face and a red fist mark on the side of his face with an identical mark marring the other side of his face as well. Despite that, the boy had a big simile across his face with a cat held securely in his arms, and now that he got a look at it, Naruto thought that cat looked awfully familiar. The blonde girl that Naruto was now positive was Tsunade was huffing and giving an occasional glare at the white-haired boy, while the pale-skinned one simply stood behind both his teammates with an amused smile. "We did it, Sensei! We caught Tora!" the white-haired boy exclaimed, holding the cat aloft, yet keeping a tight grip on it. The kid took a look at a clock on the wall before he seemed to get even happier. "And it only took us 1 hour and 30 minutes, we broke the record!" Naruto didn't know whether to laugh or look on in confusion. How long could it take them to catch a single cat? Granted, he saw how fast it could run, but still? He knew that ninja trained in sometimes ridiculous manners, but this was a bit extreme. Hiruzen then turned to the clock as well before turning back to his students. "So you did, Jiraiya, congratulations." He then noticed Jiraiya's face, and Naruto saw a bit of concern appear on the Hokage's face. "Jiraiya, what happened to your face?" He then gestured to the scratch marks and the fist marks on his student's face. He also saw a bit of concern appear on the face of Tobirama as well. Instead of the reaction that Naruto expected, his teammates comforting him and Jiraiya looking sad, teary or perhaps becoming stone-faced, the white-haired ninja seemed to grow sheepish while Tsunade glared at him extra hard and their other teammate only seemed more amused. "I'll tell you, Sensei." Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya of any chance he had of explaining before he even began. "When we were chasing Tora, Jiraiya ran into me and his face collided with my face. He then proceeded to moan about how he wouldn't have gotten hurt if I hadn't been so flat-chested. So I punched him. Twice." Tsunade seemed to glare even harder at Jiraiya as she spoke. Naruto expected the kid to call his goddaughter a liar, or say that she was bending the truth, but once again, to his surprise, the kid got, if possible, more sheepish. Naruto felt his hand slowly make its way up to his face. In front of him was a boy, no older than 10, and already sounded like a hormonal 16-year-old of the same gender. He then heard Hiruzen address his last student. "Orochimaru, is this true?" he asked the pale boy. Orochimaru tried to steel his face as he responded to his sensei. "Yes, Hiruzen-sensei, Jiraiya did indeed make a comment about Tsunade's chest." Tsunade then proceeded to punch Jiraiya twice. While the boy replied with mostly a straight face, Naruto could see the edges of his lips twitching upwards, and he was pretty sure that almost everyone in the room could as well. "Could you also tell me how he got the scratches on his face?" Hiruzen questioned his pupil again. Naruto noticed Jiraiya blush a bit red, though it was hard to notice with the red marks of Tsunade's fist on his face, and Tsunade gained a bit of an amused smile. Orochimaru tried again to suppress a bit of a grin but couldn't entirely, the sides of his mouth twitching upwards. After getting punched, Jiraiya was launched into a bush that Tora was hiding in, landing right on top of it. The cat then proceeded to maul Jiraiya. Tsunade let loose a small chuckle that then dissolved into laughter, Orochimaru giving a small laugh along with his female teammate. Tobirama didn't laugh, but Naruto could see that the man was amused at the antics of the team. Jiraiya just continued to blush red while still holding the cat that somehow seemed pleasantly pleased with itself. Hiruzen gave a small chuckle along with his pale-skinned student. After the laughter died down, Hiruzen's team seemed to finally notice that Naruto was in the room. The three then took to staring at Naruto while Naruto simply looked back at them. Hiruzen and Tobirama simply watched, waiting to see who would break the silence. Finally, Jiraiya decided that the silence had gone on long enough. "Who the hell are you?" he asked bluntly, earning a sigh from Hiruzen and shake of the head from Tobirama. Not that he noticed either of those things. Naruto was tempted to raise an eyebrow at the kid. He would have thought that everyone in the world would have known who he was by now. He'd seen kids that were 7 or 8 run around pretending to be him. Not the best picture when he was known for slaughtering almost 3,000 shinobi. Almost everyone he met seemed to know who the elemental sage and what he looked like. But apparently these three didn't, if Tsunade's and Orochimaru's lack of reaction was anything to judge by. Naruto had to admit, he felt slightly hurt that Tsunade didn't recognize him, though she was still mostly a baby. Turning to look at Tobirama, the man guessed Naruto's question. They didn't spend long enough in the facility to learn about legendary shinobi, they only got the introduction to the shinobi lifestyle. They know of you but not your appearance, though I am surprised that Tsunade doesn't remember you, he explained. Naruto gave a slight nod to show he understood before he turned to look back at the three genin who were now looking at Naruto slightly confused, Tsunade especially so. We really need to change the name of the shinobi training facility? Hiruzen muttered to himself. It sounds like we run experiments on people when we just call it the facility. No one heard the Hokage's mumbles and the man himself filed it into the back of his mind. Ajisen, who is this guy, and how am I meant to know him? Tsunade asked her granduncle, confused at how she was supposed to know the white-haired man. She would admit that he looked slightly familiar. There was a kind of tingling sensation at the back of her head telling her that she knew this person, but she couldn't remember why. Tsunade, I'm surprised, you don't recognize your own godfather? Tobirama asked with a bit of mirth and a raised eyebrow. Tsunade looked shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked back between Tobirama and Naruto, as if she couldn't believe what was happening. Her teammates did as well, though not as much as their female teammate. They were simply shocked that Tsunade's godfather randomly shows up and she doesn't appear to know him. I'm Otsutsuki, Naruto said, deciding to let a little bit of his more humorous side come through. Don't you recognize me? I did play with you when you were smaller with your mother, he told her with a smile. Jiraiya gave a snort and began to chuckle while Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the nickname. Otsutsuki? Jiraiya asked mockingly. Almost instantly, Tsunade's confusion turned to embarrassment, which quickly turned to anger. She turned to Jiraiya, her cheeks red. Don't call me that, Jiraiya! She yelled at him, her face starting to become red, though whether it was from embarrassment, anger or something else was unknown. Tsunade's words didn't stop Jiraiya from his chuckles though, the threat of her fist however, when she threatened to hit him with it, did. Jiraiya clammed up almost instantly and gave a nervous chuckle, closing his mouth. She then turned to look at Naruto wearily. Are you really my godfather? Naruto gave her a smile to ease her worries. Yes, I am, though your father didn't agree all that much at first. It was more like your grandfather appointed me your godfather. I had actually only just met your father and you when your grandfather decided to tell me that, Naruto said with a small chuckle. Looking back on it, it was quite funny. That is all well and good, Orochimaru interrupted, trying not to be rude. But how are we meant to know who he is, and why is he here? They were still here for a reason. Ordinarily, if their sensei was talking with someone, he would quickly sign off on their mission before dismissing them, but they were still here. Orochimaru wanted to know why without getting sidetracked. Your student is right, Hiruzen. We should get straight to the point. Looking to the only blonde in the room, Tobirama addressed his niece. Tsunade, your godfather is here to train you for a year in his arts. Naruto internally thanked Tobirama for not calling his arts ninjutsu or anything related to shinobi. Seeing a confused look on Tsunade's face, Tobirama elaborated. Chakra arts. Oh, Tsunade said, what her granduncle was trying to say finally sinking in. Ninja arts, why didn't you say so? She told her granduncle plainly. She didn't see Tobirama quickly shift his vision over to Naruto for a split second, enough time to observe a quick twitch in the man's right hand that was resting on the armrest of the chair he was seated in. The full meaning of Tobarama's words then hit the girl. Training! A year! Why is this happening so quickly? Why wasn't I told beforehand? Tsunade was shocked. She was getting trained by her godfather that comes out of nowhere for a year. Her teammates seemed equally shocked. They wouldn't train with Tsunade for a year? Weren't they a team? This was something that not a lot of people knew about Tsunade, even within the Senju clan. Tobarama explained patiently. Very few knew what was being planned. But why am I learning from him now? Why not earlier? Tsunade questioned. Because not only would he not teach you if you were any younger, Tobarama told her, but also because if you were any younger than you are now, you might not understand or misuse what he will try to show you. The Senju clan head then looked to Naruto and gestured to Tsunade. Naruto got the message and began to tell Tsunade what Tobarama could not. Tsunade, he said, causing her, and both her teammates, to turn and look at him. Naruto had a stern look on his face as he gazed at her, trying to impress upon her the seriousness of the situation. Whatever it is that I teach will have the power to be incredibly dangerous. You need to know that before you do anything. It is something that can't be taught to children no matter how prodigious they are. One slip in concentration could kill you and hurt those around. Looking into her eyes, Naruto could see that his goddaughter had gotten the message. Good to see that you understand that. Tsunade then twisted to look at both her teammates before turning to look at her granduncle and sensei. What will happen to Jiraiya and Orochimaru? Will they get special training too? She questioned, but her answer was given immediately when both men shifted uncomfortably. Tsunade gave a slight frown before turning back to look at her teammates before looking back. If they don't get training, I don't get training, she said stubbornly. Both boys looked shocked and happy, shocked that she would give up extra training for them, but happy for that very same reason. The two, one former Hokages, looked flabbergasted. Hiruzen had part of his mouth opened, as did Tobarama, and both men had their eyes wide. Meanwhile, Naruto thought this was the funniest thing he'd seen in years. A grin had plastered itself all over his face, and he was struggling to contain his laughter. Hiruzen and Tobarama had both been confident that she would accept being under his tutelage, but to see her say no, right to their faces, was one of the biggest proverbial slaps to the face that either man had probably ever experienced. It was only made better that both these men knew how powerful he was, and how lucky anyone would be to learn under him if they got the chance, and yet Tsunade refused. He didn't care that she didn't know how powerful he was, it was still hilarious. Tobarama was the first one to recover. Tsunade, please think about this, this is something that won't come around again. The main was desperate for his niece to agree, that only made it funnier when she declined again. I told you, Ajisen, either all three of us get extra training or none at all. Hiruzen-sensei told us that teamwork was one of the most important aspects of being a Konoha shinobi, and that with teamwork, we could accomplish anything. Oh, this was too good. Naruto's grin stretched a little wider when Tsunade unintentionally threw Hiruzen in front of the proverbial jutsu. Tobarama slowly turned to look over at Hiruzen, who had suddenly found his paperwork very interesting, and was busy scribbling away rapidly. His scribbling only seemed to get faster when Tobarama's piercing gaze was turned on him. Eventually, though, Tobarama turned away with a sigh before he finally turned to look at Naruto, who was only just managing to keep his laughter under control. When he noticed Tobarama staring at him, Naruto stopped his internal laughter, stared straight back. Tobarama then made a small head movement towards Tsunade and her teammates. Naruto immediately got the connection. Oh no, Tobarama! Naruto said immediately, shaking his head. There is no way in hell that I'm training the three of them. I was meant to train Tsunade, that was it. Not Tsunade and her two friends. But you said that you would train Tsunade. Tobarama pushed while trying not to reveal the deal to those that didn't already know about it. And your goddaughter is simply sticking by her friends, not refusing your training. Yes, that may be true, but I am not willing to train another two people for a year. I was meant to train Tsunade for the year. Naruto told Tobarama. He could see that Tsunade and her friends looked a bit confused about what was going on, but they didn't really need to know. Tobarama gave a sigh and rubbed the bridge of his nose before his hand suddenly stopped. Bringing his hand down off his face, he looked at Naruto for a second before looking down at Hiruzen's genin team. Naruto, he said, turning to look at the white-haired man. How about then, instead of a year, you train Tsunade and her team for 4 months? Naruto's immediate action would have been to refuse the deal, but then he thought about it for a moment. He would be training Tsunade and her two friends, but not for a year, meaning they wouldn't learn as much as he could have taught his goddaughter in a year. On the other side, he might have to teach them all different things. But again, it wasn't for a year, and these kids weren't as skilled with chakra as himself and Hagoromo had been. They take longer to mold the chakra in the way desired, so he wouldn't teach them as much as he would have in the original deal if he took this one. It wasn't that Naruto didn't like Tsunade, or her friends, it was that he didn't want to teach, a dislike that he developed after he found out what Hashirama and Madara had been doing with his teachings. There were too many possibilities about what could happen, and what Tsunade and her friends would did with what he taught them were out of his control. When he had taught both Hashirama and Madara, both had been mature enough to know when to use what he taught them and when not to, but that had been because they had been forced to grow up. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't have that maturity, at least not in the same quantity as Madara and Hashirama had. Then there was the possibility that one of the three could turn into another Madara, which was something that Naruto wanted to avoid at all costs. The legendary Uchiha would be a mistake that Naruto wasn't sure he would ever live down. The incident with Madara had made Naruto weary of teaching ever again, and had brought to light how wrong it could go. Still, needed to honor his agreement, and this was the way how. Naruto gave a small, almost unnoticeable sigh, before nodding to Tobirama. He would teach them. But he would not be responsible for what they do with that when he stopped training them. Catching Tobirama's gaze, he gave the man some final words before standing and moving towards the door. I will teach them, Tobirama, and in the 4 months that I will train them, I will be responsible for what they do. But once Hiruzen begins teaching them again, anything and everything that do with what I teach them will be on Konoha's head, not mine. Tobirama gave Naruto a curt nod. He got the message that Naruto was trying to give. If one of them turned into another Madara, then Naruto would not be responsible for taking them down. It would be up to Konoha. With that, Naruto stood up from his chair and made his way to the door before stopping and turning back to look at his new students. Do you have a regular training ground? Naruto asked. Training ground 7. Orochimaru answered. Good, be there at 9 tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave, wishing to travel to the 2 he had used 6 years ago as a home where he could simply lie down and think. Unfortunately, Jiraiya had one last question he wished to get answered. Hey, new sensei, what's your name? Questioned the white-haired boy, making Naruto stop and turn around just as he was about to leave the room. Looking back, Naruto simply gave a look to both Hiruzen and Tobirama before continuing on his journey to the Forest of Death. He really wanted to just rest. Turning back around and looking at his teacher and Hokage, Jiraiya only had one thing to say. Well, that's just rude. I hope he doesn't teach us his bad manners. He missed Tsunade's eye twitch along with Orochimaru's. Hiruzen gave a small chuckle as his student before looking at the 3 of them as a whole. Team Hiruzen, he told them, addressing all 3. Congratulations on accomplishing an amazing feat. This caused all 3 of them to look between each other. Well, I know that Tora is hard to catch, but the cat isn't that hard, Jiraiya said to his teacher, a bit confused. They didn't do that good, did they? Hiruzen gave another chuckle. Oh no, not Tora. Congratulations on becoming Naruto's first students. Many people would love to be in your position, and to be trained so young as well. I have no doubt that all of you will go on to do great things. Hiruzen beamed in pride at the 3 youngsters while they just looked confused. So my godfather's name is Naruto, why is that such a big deal? Tsunade asked her sensei, but it was her granduncle who answered. Congratulations, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, on becoming the first students of Naruto, or as the rest of the world knows him, the Elemental Sage. Tobirama announced to the trio. That was when their minds shut down in the shock of being trained by one of the strongest people in the elemental nations. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, when his brain shuts down, his mouth tends to take on a life of its own. How the hell did Flat Chest manage to get the Elemental Sage as a godfather? Team Hiruzen then had to spend another 2 hours trying to recatch Tora after the cat jumped through a hole in the Hokage Tower that looked suspiciously like Jiraiya's face. It was early the next morning, and Team Hiruzen were making their way to Training Ground 7 in order to meet with their temporary sensei, Tsunade's godfather, and the Elemental Sage. The trio were almost vibrating with excitement over learning from the legendary figure, even Orochimaru, though all he had was a smile on his face when both his other teammates were almost jumping up and down. Their teacher would teach them incredible techniques, and then they would be able to lay waste to their enemies. They'd be so strong that no one would mess with them. I call learning that super cool jutsu he did at the end of the Shinobi War. Jiraiya called out from one side of Tsunade as they neared the training ground. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru gave him a deadpan stare. You don't get to call techniques, Jiraiya, Orochimaru told the white-haired boy. Naruto-sensei will teach them to whoever he pleases. Tsunade gave a nod alongside her teammate. You're both just upset that you didn't call it, Jiraiya accused. He waited for them to respond. When neither did, he gave a big smile in celebration over his seemingly small victory. I call his ability to move super fast, Tsunade said suddenly from in between both boys. Orochimaru's eyebrow twitched. You're just jealous, Orochimaru, since we got his cool abilities, Tsunade told him with a small smile. Really now? A voice said, startling the three. I didn't know you could call what things I teach you. Is that what teachers do? No, let the students run the show? Standing before them was their teacher, the elemental sage, dressed in the same outfit as he was yesterday. His hood was down so all three could see the raised eyebrow on his face. It made the trio duck their heads in embarrassment for acting like 9-year-olds. They were 10, and ninja, they were meant to be mature and adult-like. Sorry, sensei, Jiraiya mumbled along with the other two. Good, Naruto said once he heard their apologies. Now I already know a rough outline for what I'm willing to teach the three of you, but a part of what I have planned depends on the answers the three of you give to a question. Naturally, Team Hiruzen felt excited as well as a bit confused. They hadn't done this when Hiruzen-sensei was teaching them. What do the three of you excel in? That caused the genin to pause and think. Jiraiya was the first one to answer. Well, I think I'm good with ninjutsu and maybe with taijutsu. Other than that, I don't really know, he told Naruto, who simply nodded before turning to the other two. He was getting better at concealing the twitches that plagued his body whenever he heard that word. None of the three genin noticed anything. I'm okay with medical techniques and I have chakra control that's better than most. I'm also pretty strong. Naruto could see that Tsunade didn't really feel comfortable with the self-evaluation of her skills. Jiraiya also didn't seem very comfortable. Team Hiruzen probably hadn't evaluated themselves in such a way. My preferred areas are ninjutsu and taijutsu, sensei, Orochimaru answered, addressing Naruto as he would a superior. Naruto could easily see that Orochimaru took his training more seriously than most, or at least more seriously than Jiraiya and Tsunade did from what he's seen, though he hadn't seen how the trio would behave when training. Why'd you ask, sensei? Orochimaru questioned. Because your answers will partially influence what I teach you, Naruto explained. I won't teach you what you want, I'll teach you what I believe will be of most use to you. Jiraiya slumped his shoulders at that comment. So I won't be able to learn that kutan, sky release, or whatever technique that you used? He said dejectedly. No, Naruto told him bluntly. I'll decide what I'm going to teach you. How much I teach you will depend on your willingness to learn. Should I feel that you deserve it, I might, and I stress might, give you all something else, but that will be completely up to how I feel at the end of the 4-month period. Naruto looked over all three. He could see that the trio looked ready to learn, excited even, but Naruto wanted to see how they would react to something they wouldn't expect. Now that he knew what the three of them excelled in, he now had an idea of what to teach the three of them individually. However, he still needed a bit more information on something before he taught them anything that would be in their preferred fields. So it was for those reasons that he was going to start them off with a subject that he had mastered to a fine art, and something that many shinobi overlooked when looked for an area to specialize in. All three were watching when he moved his hand into his cloak to remove something from his waist, leaning forward slightly in anticipation. Though none of them could quite hide their disappointment when all he pulled out was a scroll. It was a simple scroll, no cool markings, no awesome symbol on the front, no glowing with pure awesomeness. It wasn't even large or a different shape from any other scroll. It was a single, ordinary scroll. A scroll that their sensei could have bought from a shop down the street where there were probably 50 others almost exactly the same. Sensei, please tell me you're joking, Jiraiya asked with a bit of desperation in his voice. If you're going to make use write essays or read, then I'm leaving. I finished the facility 4 years ago. I'm too old to be doing essays. Naruto simply raised another eyebrow at Jiraiya's antics and waited for him to stop. Unfortunately, Tsunade decided that this was the perfect opportunity to insult Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you were the dead last in our year. If anyone needs to learn more, it's you, Tsunade told her teammate. Hey, Jiraiya said indignantly. I graduated with you guys and the three of us graduated before anyone else. That doesn't make me a dead last, that makes me. Jiraiya puffed out his chest and tried to make himself seem taller. A genius. he exclaimed in a loud voice while thrusting a fist into the air. Just because you studied incredibly hard and trained more than usual as the early graduation exam came up and then proceeded to pass by the skin of your teeth does not make you a genius, Jiraiya. Orochimaru told him, entering the conversation. Both Tsunade and myself were at the top of the class, while you were at the bottom. We are geniuses while you are still a dead last. As Naruto watched on, he was reminded that children possessed a cruelty that outstripped anything a man or woman could do. Naruto could see that Jiraiya seemed a little teary and upset at the words of Orochimaru and Tsunade, his supposed teammates. Deciding to put a stop to this, Naruto reminded the three of them that he were here, as well as cut Orochimaru and Tsunade down to size. From both of their actions, Naruto could guess that both of them had become arrogant after being hailed as prodigies and the like. They would have to learn that he didn't give a shit about that. Orochimaru, Tsunade. Naruto snapped, causing all three to focus on him. He caught Jiraiya rubbing his eye with the sleeve of his robe. No goddaughter of his would act like Tsunade just had. Opening the previously closed scroll, Naruto revealed several symbols etched onto the paper. Tossing the now opened object between himself and the three genin, Naruto pointed at Orochimaru. You're a genius, tell me what that is. Naruto told him, gesturing to the scroll in between them. Orochimaru tilted his head before shaking it and looking again. After a full minute of observation, Orochimaru finally gave up. I don't know, sensei, what is that? Orochimaru admitted with defeat. He knew what his sensei was doing, it was hard not to. Tsunade also knew, and wasn't surprised when Naruto called on her next to tell him what it was. I don't know, Naruto-sensei. She told him, head bowed low. She felt a bit humiliated, but a part of herself told her that she deserved it. Naruto did nothing but give a small snort. Two so-called geniuses and prodigies don't even know what a storage scroll is when they see one. I wonder how surprised Uzushio would be to find that their allies don't teach their ninja Fuinjutsu in their basic training. But I'm more surprised at you, Tsunade, considering who your grandmother is and that you're part Uzumaki. I thought that you would have at least wanted to learn a little bit about your heritage. Naruto gave Tsunade a disappointed look, and noticed that Jiraiya looked a little better and had a slight smile on his face from seeing his teammates get a thorough dressing down. Seeing that Jiraiya was better, Naruto began to move on to why he brought the scroll out in the first place. For at least 2 months, I will be instructing you all in Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya whined, seemingly gotten over the state he was in a few moments ago, almost exactly like what Hashirama used to do as a child, and as an adolescent, and as an adult. Hashirama actually never stopped doing that. Do we really have to learn that boring ink art? I'd be careful when saying that, Jiraiya. Naruto warned. There are several Uzumaki in Konoha right now who would not appreciate their most renowned art being called a boring ink art. There are many Uzumaki who have the power to seal off your chakra permanently if you're not careful. The white-haired boy started to look around frantically, as if one of the Whirlpool clan would jump out at him any moment and take away his chakra for insulting their art. So Naruto-sensei, you are going to teach us Fuinjutsu? Orochimaru asked, his eyes gleaming slightly at the chance to learn such an art. While he didn't know what the scroll Naruto threw in front of them was until he was told, he had heard about the many things about what Fuinjutsu could do, about the possibilities the sealing arts held. Naruto gave the pale boy a nod before Jiraiya interrupted with a claim that made Naruto chuckle. I'm going to be a seal master before both you and Tsunade are, Orochimaru. Jiraiya announced to those in the training ground. When Naruto gave a chuckle at the comment, Jiraiya looked at him. What's so funny, Naruto-sensei? You're not meant to laugh. I'm sorry, Jiraiya. Naruto apologized to the young boy. But what you just said proved to me how little you knew about Fuinjutsu. That caused the 3 members of Team Hiruzen to become slightly confused, wondering what Jiraiya could have said that would tell one that he knew little about the sealing arts. Seeing this, Naruto explained. Fuinjutsu is an incredibly complicated art, more so than anything else that you could learn. Jiraiya, do you know how many levels of skill or practice there are in Fuinjutsu? When Jiraiya shook his head, Naruto told them the answer. 100. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru were shocked. There were 100 levels for Fuinjutsu. How hard was the art? Did their sensei really expect them to learn all about Fuinjutsu in 2 months? Naruto quickly put those fears to rest after he gave them some time to process the information. I won't make you master Fuinjutsu in 2 months. That's impossible for anyone, even the most prodigious of people, to accomplish. What I plan for you 3 is to get you all a thorough grounding in the art, and maybe letting you go into your own separate branches of the art if you all get far enough. For a bit of information on Fuinjutsu, not all seal masters actually go through all 100 levels. That grabbed the attention of the three genin. Naruto continued on, seeing that he had their attention. Because sealing is so complicated, many simply go through the basics of Fuinjutsu before beginning to specialize in a certain area. One doesn't have to go through all the levels in Fuinjutsu because the levels aren't linked. The levels are set up in a ranking of difficulty and potential danger involved. From levels 1 to 19 are the basics of Fuinjutsu. This is what most people who learn Fuinjutsu complete. The levels mostly comprise of being able to identify seals, rules about Fuinjutsu, and drawing basic seals. People who complete these levels are considered seal masters by the rest of the world, but to those who truly know Fuinjutsu, they would be called apprentices. Levels 20 to 49 are about learning the more advanced yet still quite basic seals, seals that allow one to restrict memory, stop one from speaking and more. These levels also focuses on linking multiple seals together, creating a sealing array that can do different things that one seal alone can't. This is primarily why it is longer than the others. These people are called seal experts. Levels 50 to 69 focus on many of the more uncommon seals that are made, seals that allow one to seal up enemy jutsu, project illusions, allow one to secure a home or premise, and different types of seals about containment. Those who learn from things in this section are called exotic sealers. From 70 to 89, one learning Fuinjutsu would focus on learning to manipulate seals to do as they wish. They also learn how to apply seals in different ways, from applying it on the body, to making the seal formulas smaller. People in this area of study are called arch sealers. Then from 90 to 100, those now called seal masters learn to perfect all they have learned and begin to create their own seals. They also begin to lessen the time they take to make certain seals and teach the new generation of potential seal masters. One can only become a seal master if they have gone through all the other stages of Fuinjutsu practice. Any questions? The three 10-year-olds were silent, though Naruto could see Jiraiya's mouth opened wide, in surprise and shock, while Tsunade's was only slightly parted. Orochimaru was the most stoic of the three, but Naruto could still see that his eyes had widened at how much more of a daunting task that mastering Fuinjutsu would be. Are we only going to just learn Fuinjutsu? Jiraiya asked after picking his mouth off the ground. I don't think that I'd be able to concentrate solely on that, especially if it's as complicated as you make it out to be. The orphan admitted. Tsunade paled a bit at learning nothing but Fuinjutsu for 2 months. Obviously she didn't pick up her grandmother's love for the art. Of course not. Naruto told them. I wouldn't expect you three to keep your focus on a single subject like Fuinjutsu for 2 months. Not even Uzumaki's learn nothing but Fuinjutsu for 2 months straight. In between lessons on Fuinjutsu, I'll be working on your physical training, and at the end of 2 months, we'll stop learning Fuinjutsu and focus on something else. Anything else you wish to know? All three shook their heads. Naruto then sat down on the ground, legs folded, and gestured to the scroll that was lying on the ground in between himself and his temporary students. You'll find what you need for today in that storage scroll. I trust that you know how to channel chakra correctly in order to use it? Naruto questioned with slight sarcasm in his voice. The three said nothing but walked towards the scroll, which Orochimaru then straightened out and laid down on the ground. The pale child then placed his hand on the scroll and channeled chakra into the sealing array. A cloud of smoke obscured whatever was released, but not for long, as the smoke quickly cleared, revealing 3 sets of brushes, inkpots, and hundreds of pieces of paper. Orochimaru immediately handed his 2 teammates their respective brushes and inkpots, as well as pieces of paper, before turning to Naruto. Practice your calligraphy, Naruto said simply, thinking that they'd get what he meant straight away, though as he realized, not everyone was as smart as he thought. Why? Orochimaru asked. Naruto would have thought it would have been Jiraiya to ask that, but one look at his face showed that he was going to ask that question as well. Orochimaru simply opened his mouth first. Giving no reaction to Orochimaru's question, Naruto, once again, reached into his robe and pulled out another scroll, this one almost exactly the same as the one before it. Unrolling the scroll, Naruto revealed the exact same Fuinjutsu symbols as the one before it, almost identical in every way. Placing a hand on the symbols and channeling chakra, all 3 genin were surprised when, instead of a large puff of smoke that was accompanied with someone activating a storage scroll, the scroll began to glow with chakra. Naruto then quickly threw the scroll off to the side of the training ground, where a second later, it exploded, leaving a crater in the ground. Team Hiruzen jumped slightly at the loud noise before turning to Naruto, who then explained. That was a faulty storage scroll. Naruto told the three. That was the result of a single line being out of place when one channels chakra into the scroll to try and activate it. Because the scroll is incomplete, the chakra has nowhere to go, so it simply built up and then exploded in what you just saw. That is why you need to practice your calligraphy. A single line, a curve a hair's breadth out of place, and you take the lives of all those around scroll when it goes off. He knew that he didn't need to emphasize the point. The look on their faces told him that they got his message loud and clear. Now, Naruto continued, don't you three have some training to do? Without another word, the genin of Team Hiruzen sat down and got busy practicing their calligraphy, all of them wanting to take in as much as they could from Tsunade's godfather. It may have been some sort divine sign, but all three could feel that this man would make them into legends of the shinobi world. Chapter 14. Orochimaru, show me the sealing array for an explosive tag. A voice snapped. Orochimaru quickly scribbled out the design on a small piece of paper in front of him, his hands a blur as he used the skills taught to him to do as required. Within 20 seconds the tag was done. Orochimaru stood up from his position on the ground and stepped back, letting Naruto inspect his work. Orochimaru didn't show it, but he was nervous. His teacher could be quite demanding when he wanted to be, and more than once had made him redo a seal over and over until he could do it perfectly. Even Orochimaru's own vision of perfection apparently didn't match up to that of his teacher, though he should expect that, in exchange for not forcing them to memorize or learn several seal designs, his teacher demanded that they perfect the ones that they would be learning. Both he and his teammates had argued that because they were ninja, there would be several seals that they would never use, like a seal to keep a plate warm or that acted as a doorbell. This had the benefit of allowing them to skip several levels that weren't completely required for someone to master Fuinjutsu, but it also caused his teacher to crack down on them when they were either not paying attention or did something incorrectly. After inspecting the seal for a few seconds, Naruto let out a HM, before turning to the person next to him, Jiraiya. Orochimaru let out a small breath he didn't know he was holding. His teacher had passed him on the test they were having. Having been cleared with a pass, Orochimaru then took the time to turn to his other teammates to try and predict whether they would pass. Looking at Jiraiya, who was just finishing a seal that would lock a door and prevent it from being opened, key or otherwise, Orochimaru knew that he would be lying if he said that he wasn't slightly impressed at his teammates' skill in the art of Fuinjutsu. Despite not having any natural talent in Fuinjutsu, or having the intelligence of a genius, Jiraiya had made it through the art with hard work and determination, constantly asking their sensei questions on the subject or when he discovered a part he didn't understand and needed someone to break it down. Orochimaru grudgingly gave his teammates some of his respect, for his persistence if anything. Orochimaru had to admit that if he was in Jiraiya's position, having no talent in a subject, he would have given up. Looking at his final teammate, Tsunade, Orochimaru had to admit that she was the best out of them so far when it came to the sealing arts, her Uzumaki heritage finally shining through in their teacher's words. Tsunade had breezed through the first several seals that they had attempted, drawing them all almost perfectly on her first attempted. Orochimaru wouldn't ever say it out loud, but he was jealous of Tsunade's skill in Fuinjutsu. The girl seemed to instinctively understand the rules of Fuinjutsu, able to soak up the knowledge that their teacher presented them with and perfectly relay it to anyone she chose, and yet she didn't seem to care. Almost straight away, Tsunade had made it clear that she had no wish to master the art of Fuinjutsu to the extent that Jiraiya and himself did, preferring to explore the medical possibilities of the art. A part of Orochimaru was quite angry that Tsunade had such amazing skill in Fuinjutsu, and yet didn't wish to use it to its full capacity. She wished to only partially use her skills. Orochimaru shook himself out of his thoughts when his team's mentor gave another HM of approval to Jiraiya before then moving on to Tsunade, who then quickly began to draw the sealing array for an explosive tag, much like he had. All three of them would pass, Orochimaru was certain of that, and then they would begin to move on to the second half of their 4 months of training. Naruto hadn't given any of them clues as to what they would be practicing, only that it would have to do with the questions they were asked at the beginning of the 4-month period. Naruto said nothing as he looked over Tsunade's exploding tag, checking for any mistakes, a line out of place, an incorrect stroke or blob of ink that could interfere with the sealing array. He didn't find any. Her explosive tag was almost perfect. All that was left to improve on was the speed at which she drew the seal, but that wasn't necessary for her to do. Taking a step back, Naruto looked over the 3 10-year-olds that had been his students for the past 2 months, and would continue to be for another 2 months. All of them had advanced quite quickly for their age. all of them up to the 4th level of practice of the sealing arts, though it was now 5th with the passing of this exam. Letting them skip several levels that weren't strictly necessary for one to learn Fuinjutsu wasn't incredibly harmful to someone learning the art. Fuinjutsu had originally never been classified as a ninja art, and therefore had several levels early on that focused on seals that a shinobi would never use. While Naruto would have liked for them to learn those seals, for the experience if nothing else, but even he had to admit that several of the first few seals that were taught he himself had never used, though that was because he had more convenient alternatives. Even so, Naruto made it up by drilling them relentlessly on the stuff that they did learn, constantly drilling the knowledge into their heads until stuck. "Congratulations," Naruto announced to the 3. "You have all advanced to the 5th level of practice of the art of Fuinjutsu." Immediately, Jiraiya began to celebrate, raising a fist into the air. Tsunade gave a smile at the achievement of the team, while Orochimaru's lips twitched upwards for a few seconds before it left. Naruto quickly learned that this was Orochimaru's own way of celebration for his achievements. After giving the 3 genin a chance to wallow in celebration, Naruto cleared his throat in order to get the 10-year-old's attention back onto him. "Your 2 months of Fuinjutsu are up. It is now time to move on to the other half of your training. You 3 may research and practice Fuinjutsu in your own time, or ask me questions, but your training with me is no longer primarily about Fuinjutsu." Looking over the 3 genin, Naruto could see that all 3 were ready and serious about what was coming, even Jiraiya. While 2 months ago, the Joker of Team 7 probably would have mucked about a bit, Naruto had quickly impressed on Jiraiya that there was a time and place for everything, and that when he was training, he was to train, not mess around and act like an idiot. However, Naruto told the 3 of them, "What you must remember is that by skipping the levels that you have deemed as useless to ninja, none of you will ever gain the kind of skill that an Uzumaki would with Fuinjutsu." "Why is that, Naruto-sensei?" Orochimaru asked, wondering what their sensei meant. "Because you have skipped a few levels," Naruto explained. "You have also missed out on the theory that is also involved, and it is the theory that makes Uzumaki so amazing with seals. While they can also draw them incredibly quickly, it is an Uzumaki's ability to be able to look at a seal and instantly what it does, what are its limits and how to remove it, that make Uzumaki so feared when it comes to seals, and it is their theory that helps them do that, not the practical work." Naruto then reached into his cloak before pulling out 3 blank pieces of paper. Each one was square with no markings on either side. Tsunade and Jiraiya get a bit confused about the action, while Orochimaru's eyes widened, recognizing the squares of paper in his sensei's hand. Naruto let a small smile appear on his face when he noticed the pale-haired boy's expression. Orochimaru was always so eager to learn new things, and from the look on his face, he recognized what Naruto had pulled out from behind his back. "I see you have an idea about what I'm going to teach you next, Orochimaru," Naruto said to the genin, who nodded. "Well, I'm going to tell you no that it's not jutsu that I'll be teaching you 3, though it will have something to do with the elements." Tsunade and Jiraiya were still a bit confused, but luckily for them, Orochimaru decided to explain what was happening. "Naruto-sensei has chakra paper in his hand. It's used to determine one's elemental affinity. Ninja usually start learning about their elemental affinity when they reach Chunin. An elemental affinity dictates what elemental jutsu you can use the easiest," Orochimaru explained with an almost textbook answer. As soon as the information sunk in, Jiraiya began grinning like a madman while Tsunade didn't look all that interested, slightly disappointed if anything. Naruto couldn't really blame her. The female senju had little to no interest in ninjutsu, something that Naruto was secretly very happy about. "So we're going to be learning jutsu?" Jiraiya questioned, though he didn't wait for a response. "All right, sensei, we're finally getting to the good stuff." Naruto had to refrain from bringing his hand up to pinch the bridge of his nose. All the work he had done on the boy's attitude seemed to have only partly worked. At least they weren't technically training. "No, Jiraiya," Naruto said, shooting down Jiraiya's daydreams of saving Princess, and whatever it was that 10-year-old ninjas thought about. "I won't be teaching you ninjutsu, I'll be teaching you 3 something better." "What's better than jutsu?" Jiraiya questioned Naruto. The man in question said nothing but held out the 3 pieces of chakra paper. "Use the paper and find out," Naruto told the 3. Once each of them had a piece of the paper in their hand, Naruto told them what to do next. "We'll be doing this one at a time, starting from Orochimaru, then Jiraiya and finally Tsunade. All you need to do is channel a bit of chakra into the paper, and it will do the rest." Orochimaru channeled a bit of his chakra into the paper and watched as the paper was sliced in half down the middle, signifying his affinity to wind, which surprised Orochimaru. He was sure that he would have gotten either earth or fire, one of the more common elemental affinities in the land of fire, but apparently he was wrong and received the rarest of the 5 elemental affinities. Congratulations, Orochimaru. Naruto's words broke the pale boy out of his thoughts. You have an affinity to wind, the rarest of the 5 basic affinities. Jiraiya, you're next. The white-haired youth wasted no time, quickly channeling his chakra into the paper in his hands. He quickly dropped the paper when it ignited, setting itself alight and burning the paper to ash. Looking at the remains of his paper, Jiraiya looked to his teacher for an explanation. You have an affinity for fire, Jiraiya, the most common elemental affinity found in Fire Country. Judging by the reaction you had with the paper, I'd say that you have a slightly stronger affinity than most. Naruto explained before turning to the last person to discover their elemental affinity, Tsunade. The female Senju simply looked at her paper with disinterest before directing her chakra into the paper, causing the paper to crinkle around her hand. Unlike her 2 teammates, Tsunade didn't really care what her affinity was. It was only really important for ninjutsu, and she wasn't anywhere near as interested in the ninja art compared to her 2 teammates. Tsunade, you have an affinity for lightning, an affinity common in the land of lightning, but there are a fair amount of users in Fire Country. Naruto noticed his goddaughter's uninterested expression but said nothing. He knew she would be interested when she found out what she would really be learning. So what's better than jutsu, Naruto-sensei? Jiraiya asked his teacher again. Naruto didn't respond, but held out one palm, and summoned a flame to life on top of it. His students' expressions all became one of slight awe and wonder. Either had seen any movement other than their teacher lifting his palm up. The flame then grew in size, growing upwards before it then began to snake around their teacher's body, coiling around it. The length of flame then sprouted 4 legs and a head, while the end detached from Naruto's hand. The now fully formed dragon then suddenly swerved and raced at a tree on the edge of the clearing. Contrary to what the 3 genin thought would happen, the fire dragon didn't explode when it hit the tree. It instead continued through it, going through the tree behind and the one behind that, before it then dissipated against the next one. The trees that it had gone through, then all snapped and fell over. Most of trunk that was touched by the flames had been reduced to cinders and weren't able to bear the weight of the rest of the tree. The trees hit the ground with a thump. The eyes of the 3 genin returned to their teacher when they heard a loud whistling sound, like wind begin forced to travel through a thin space. Their teacher's palm now housed a small ball of wind, air currents visible as it spun. With a small flick of their sensei's hand, the ball of air shot off in the opposite direction of the flame dragon, drilling a clean hole through the trunks of several trees that it went before it lost its power. That is what I will be teaching you, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. It will take years of practice to get to that level of competence in manipulating your respective elements, even longer to be able to use it against multiple enemies at once. But I will teach you what I can. Naruto noticed that Jiraiya, instead of having a giant grin on his face like he expected, he had a small frown on his face. But what about Tsunade, Naruto-sensei? What will she be learning about? The white-haired orphan questioned. Naruto simply let a small smile come to his face at the consideration that Jiraiya held for his teammate. It was nice to see when the 3 got along. Getting back to answering Jiraiya's question, Naruto made a motion for his 3 students to move back a few meters. Once they had done so, Naruto explained. I know that Tsunade has no interest in learning about ninjutsu. As such, she most likely wouldn't have been all that interested in learning how to manipulate an element. Am I right, Tsunade? Naruto asked. When Tsunade nodded, he continued. So I have decided to teach her something that would utilize her great control. Observe. Once he was done talking, Naruto raised his foot off the ground, showing his students his black pants and bare feet, before he brought it slamming down. When their teacher's foot hit the ground, none of the 3 genin were expecting the ground to shake as a result. The rumbling and churning of the earth knocked the 3 genin of their feet, landing in the dirt. None knew how long the rumbling went for, an hour or a minute. It wouldn't have made a difference to how relieved the 3 were when the earth finally stopped shaking, allowing the genin to try and make their way back to their feet, albeit without success the first few times. When they finally managed to get to their feet, they were shocked at the devastation their sensei's technique caused. For around 50 meters in all directions, any and all trees were knocked down, uprooted from the ground, and several near the edge of the 50-meter radius were slanting. Looking to the epicenter of the technique, they saw several large cracks in the earth make their way outwards. Their sensei simply stood there like nothing happened, looking unruffled. So, he said, clapping his hands together, Let's begin. The 2 months that the 3 genin had left training under Naruto was put to good use. Working on Jiraiya's and Orochimaru's advanced nature manipulation took far longer than originally thought. The 2 genin, while what many would consider genius or prodigious, Jiraiya less so than Orochimaru, either had any experience in manipulating elemental chakra. Orochimaru was slightly ahead of Jiraiya in the control and precision aspect, his status as a genius making itself known as he constantly analyzed what he was doing and learning from his mistakes. But Jiraiya was able to get more power behind the manipulation. Where Orochimaru was able to make a small gust of wind, Jiraiya was able to make a small pillar of fire, about half his height. Quite an achievement considering that there were many almost twice his age that couldn't do what he could. Tsunade, on the other hand, wasn't making much progress with her super strength, as she liked to call it, where Naruto preferred enhanced strength. Unlike Orochimaru and Jiraiya, what Naruto was teaching Tsunade required for her to have incredible control of her chakra, far more control than she had currently. That was why for the first month, Naruto had only doing chakra control exercises, beginning a new exercise at least once every week. It was quite tough on Tsunade, who wasn't used to the kind of pressure that Naruto put on her, but she quickly adjusted. When the day came for their last lesson with Naruto, none of the 3 really knew what to expect, only that it would be different from their other lessons, from what Naruto had told them the day before. As they approached their training ground, their sensei was standing in middle of their training ground, as he had all the other times that they have met for training. Naruto didn't make any movement as they approached, standing with his arms inside the cloak he seemed to wear constantly. It was only after they hadn't moved for a minute that Naruto broke his silence. Over the past 4 months, I have trained you, I have taught you, and I have guided you. I will be giving you 3 your last lesson today, and it is one you must remember if you remember anything I teach you. Naruto paused for a moment, and gave the 3 10-year-olds a hard look. If I find out that you use what I have taught you for the enslavement of others, for nefarious purposes, or for any other reason besides defending your home and loved ones, I will end you. As Naruto spoke, his voice got sharper and sharper as an unearthly pressure seemed to appear on the shoulders of the 3 genin. It made them slump over slightly. The pressure seemed to reach its peak as Naruto opened his mouth again. I will end you. Your life, your existence, your very being. I will erase you and everything you ever touched from the mortal plane if I must. This speech was nearly identical to the one that he gave to Hashirama and Madara, the only difference being how much harsher it was than the one he gave the 2 legends of the shinobi world. Had Madara, and Hashirama to a lesser degree, not broken the promises that they gave him, perhaps he wouldn't have been as tough as he was on the 3 children before him, but the matter of fact was that they had. And Naruto had paid for it dearly with the loss of Hagoromo's artificial children, his nieces and nephews. He was going to make Konoha clean up their mess, should one of the 3 go rouge or turn from the will of fire. It was not his fault if one of them went rouge, it wasn't his job to right the wrongs of Konoha, and it certainly wasn't his job to clean up the mess of others. Should one of them fall from grace, he would be sad, yes, maybe even depressed, but he wouldn't stop them from doing whatever it was they were trying to do, unless it began to affect the entire world or himself personally. Short of plotting world domination, destruction, or whatnot, he would leave it to Konoha to deal with, but that wouldn't mean that he would at least try to prevent them from using what he taught them for darker purposes. Looking over the now terrified genin, Naruto reined in the chakra that he had projected onto them and began to speak normally, though his voice still held a sharp edge. Am I clear? A chorus of yes, sensei, was his response from his 3 temporary students. Naruto then gave the 3 a small smile to try and ease the tension that he had created before continuing. I am quite proud of the 3 of you. You have all learned much from me in the 4-month time period, but that time is now at an end. Naruto was glad that he had decided to end the training period today. He simply wanted to leave the village at the current point in time, and having Tobirama and Hiruzen hovering around him when he was finishing up wasn't what he wanted. He simply wanted to leave Konoha, and go back to searching for the rest of the tailed beasts that were still imprisoned in their jinchūriki. It may seem pointless to continue searching if he couldn't find them in the 6 years he had before returning to Konoha, but he still wanted to try. Other than that, all he could do was to routinely observe the villages for any sign of change. It may seem bleak, but then again, Naruto had all the time in the world. Before I go, Naruto told his students, I have one last thing to give you 3. Naruto then pulled out 3 identical scrolls and one each to the 3 students. Inside the scrolls, you will find a location with directions on how to get there. Don't tell anyone where the places are, And don't lead anyone else there. Doing so would be a very bad idea. Naruto's voice turned stern again, trying to reiterate the importance of what he was saying. Once you reach each location, you will be given a test of some kind, pass it, and each of you will be rewarded. What kind of test is it, Naruto-sensei? Jiraiya asked as he opened the scroll to look at the contents. All that was on the scroll was a map of Hai no Kuni with a spot marked X, along with markings leading from Konoha to the X. The X on his map appeared to be over some sort of mountain range that he vaguely remembered seeing when Hiruzen-sensei taught them about the geography of the Land of Fire. I don't know, Jiraiya. All I can say is that it will not be easy. Good luck, all three of you. Maybe I'll see you all again sometime, was the response. Wanting to gain more information about what the test was, Jiraiya looked up in order to question his sensei about what was going on, only to find him gone. It would only be later, after a fruitless search that lasted an hour, that Jiraiya would look at the map again, that he would notice a name at the very bottom of the scroll, underneath the map. Jiraiya could only guess that it was the name of the place he was going to be traveling to. Mount Myaboku. A part of Naruto wondered if it was wise to give the locations of the clans of summons to 3 children who weren't even 12, but that part was quickly squashed when he thought of exactly why he gave them the locations. Contrary to what one might think from what he said, Naruto didn't give them the locations because he was proud of them or for any reason like that, nor did he do it out of the kindness of his heart. Naruto was proud of them, yes, but it didn't mean that he would hand out the location of a clan of summons because of it. No, Naruto had another reason for handing out the locations, this being to prevent the destruction of the summon animals. Much like humans, the summon animals eventually went to war with each other. Natural enemies began to attack natural prey as animalistic instincts began to rise, as none of the clans had much to do, nothing to distract them from the natural call that they had even after they were given chakra. Even with the summoning contracts left by Hagoromo and himself, many of the animal clans were never found and as such, began to go to war with each other as the instincts began to rise. The mountain's graveyard is one such place where the summoned clans did battle. The place itself was the location of a particular violent encounter between the mammoths of Mount Okinaki, Big Tree, the tigers of the Kiri no Mori, Misty Forest, that resulted in the near extinction of both clans of animal summons. Naruto tried to find many different ways to ease the fighting that had embroiled many of the summoned clans, but his words could only go so far before they began to fall on deaf ears. There were many that fought against their animal instincts, and tried to isolate themselves from the other clans in order to resist the lure of their more animalistic side. However, there were also those that didn't listen, whether they were too far swayed by their animal instincts, or they simply refused to listen. Several clans of summons attacked other clans for land, food, or to satisfy their instincts. It wasn't until Naruto began to observe the summoned clans that didn't attack others that he finally realized a way to prevent the rise of the instincts of the summoned clans, and it was an answer that he would have never suspected. It was human interaction. The constant human interaction suppressed the instincts that all of the summoned clans possessed. Talking like humans, to humans, repressed the instincts, by making them act more like humans and less like animals. It was something that Naruto would never have been able to guess. That then left the problem of giving all of the summoned clans their needed amount of human interaction. He was only one person, and there was no way that he would be able to do it all on his own, no matter his powers. But the problem was quickly answered by the summoning contracts. It was from the point onwards that Naruto made a point to look for those who might be worthy enough to give out the locations of the homes of the summoned clans, though he sometimes left several of the summoned contracts in hard-to-reach places, before then going to a town and spreading a rumor that a summoning contract was located in the surrounding area. If they were able to get the summoned contracts, then they would be worthy enough to be tested, and not be some idiot that managed to stumble across one by mistake. Naruto knew that by doing this that summons would become a form of weapon to the ninja world, something that could turn the tide of a battle, but he also knew that a majority of the summons were made for battle, first and foremost. Even millennia after they were first conceived, the summoned clans had barely changed. Most were still a warrior people, though some more than others. After a lengthy evaluation, Naruto finally decided that he did the right thing. Doing what he did, he knew that all three were young and thus less likely to use the summoned clans that he had given them for anything less than decent. While they may be a bit young, Naruto had learned enough about the three during the 4-month training period to know that they were more mature than he gave them credit for. Standing up from his position on the head of the third Hokage, Naruto gave one last look to the village hidden in the leaves before, in a flash, he vanished. It was the sound of cruel laughter that let Naruto first know that something was wrong as he walked down the dirt path near the border that the land of fire shared with Kusa no Kuni, land of grass. It was when he heard the crunching of leaves underfoot and the sound of someone panting for breath that he got a guess of just how wrong it was. As the sounds got closer, Naruto came to a stop in the middle of the path, drew the hood of his cloak over his head and began to scan the surrounding foliage for the source. The trees were far more spaced out than they would be if Naruto was closer to the center of Fire Country. This allowed him to see further than he would have normally, thus, he spotted the person running towards him immediately. Now looking towards the person that was running towards him, Naruto's eyes were then immediately drawn to those chasing them. There were several, that much was obvious, the weapons on them were visible, the metal glinting in the sunlight that managed to pierce the canopy above. As they got closer, Naruto managed to discern what it was that men were laughing about, and it made him sick. "Come on, sweet thing, we only want to play. I promise I won't bite." Naruto heard one yell. "Why are you running away, baby? We just want to show you what real men are." Another shouted. Naruto could practically feel the lust in his voice. "Yeah, those other guys didn't know how to properly treat a woman. Just slow down a bit and I'll show you." The yells kept going on and on. It was obvious what they planned to do with the woman that they were chasing. As soon as they made their intentions towards the woman known to Naruto, their fate was sealed. These kinds of people were the lowest of the low, and there was only one kind of way to deal with these kinds of people: death. As the woman got closer towards his position, Naruto managed to finally get a good look at her. Her blonde hair was her most defining feature, looking like liquid gold almost. The hair went down to her mid-back and streamed behind her as she ran. The woman was dressed in what looked to have once been nice clothes, but was now littered with tears, looking like nothing more than rags now, held together by miracles and luck. Yet even in their poor state, the clothes managed to reflect the kind of life the woman must have had before coming into her current situation. What was left of the dress was dirt brown, yet if one looked closely enough, they would be able to see spots of red, showing that the brown was actually dirt and mud that must have clung to the dress as the woman ran. A white undershirt was visible and mostly whole with the exception of several tears. Finally, the woman burst through the tree line, and quickly made her way to Naruto, hiding behind him as soon as he was within range, clinging to the back of his cloak. Naruto could feel the terrified woman shaking as she held onto his cloak like a lifeline. But Naruto kept his gaze towards his front as the men chasing her finally caught up and came through the tree line, 7 in total, though Naruto didn't discount the possibility of more coming. At a glance, Naruto could tell the men were bandits, the poor quality iron armor was a dead giveaway, and the various weapons on their persons did nothing to dissuade this theory. Upon noticing Naruto and their prey behind him, the males stopped their laughter and simply grouped ahead of him in the middle of the road. Finally, some form of leader in the group stepped forward. "Step away from the woman, mate, we're on official." The man had a very poor education, if at all. From how he tried to say official, Naruto could guess that the bandit had probably never picked up a book in his life. After stumbling over his words for a bit longer, one of the bandits behind him decided to provide an answer. "Official," he supplied. "Yeah, what he said, we're here on official business. If you can move for a bit, then we won't ave to hurt you." The pseudo-leader then tried to give Naruto some form of a menacing grin, but to Naruto it simply looked like he was smiling funnily. Looking past the man's butchering of the native language of almost every sentient being on the planet, Naruto could see that there was no persuading these men to walk away. A few of them had their hands roaming over their weapons, while the others looked at the woman behind him with lust written all over their faces. There was no persuading them to leave, not that he was going to try. Naruto didn't say anything to the soon-to-be-dead men, but slowly began to walk forward towards them. The blonde behind him gave a squeak of fear as her shield deserted her, but Naruto paid her no mind. A burst of speed and Naruto was standing in front of the leading bandit, his arm then rocketed forward, Naruto's fist meeting the face of the bandit, the jab faster than any of the observers could track. The man didn't fly back from the impact, Naruto's fist was moving too fast for that. Instead, there was a sickening crack as the bandit's head snapped backwards, further than the spine was meant to bend. The body stood upright for a few seconds before it slumped to the ground. Before the rest of the bandits could react, Naruto's large forearm blades slid from their sheaths before both were plunged into the chests of 2 bandits. Using the blade stuck in Bandit's chest as leverage, Naruto leapt upwards and slammed the heels of his feet into the faces of 2 other bandits, launching them back. Naruto ripped his forearm blades from their position in the chest of the two bandits with a spray of blood before he spun around to his right and decapitated a bandit that was reaching for his weapon. His other hand was then raised up to defend against a descending sword that was aimed at his head. The outlaw didn't like long enough to realize that he should have run his blade on Naruto's free hand quickly found a sheath in their face. Taking his blade out of the now dead bandit's face, Naruto looked around to take stock of the damage that he had caused. 5 dead, 1 decapitated, 1 with a snapped spine, 2 with chest wounds that will bleed out in minutes, and 1 with their brain pierced, along with 2 incapacitated with possible broken bones around the face, definite broken noses, concussions, and brain damage. Both would suffer permanent injuries regardless of any medical attention they managed to receive. Turning back to the woman that used to be hiding behind him, Naruto found her staring at him with shock, fear, and awe. Eventually the woman came out of her shock when Naruto, finally growing tired of her staring, turned and stared to walk away. The woman watched as Naruto continued walking down the dirt path before turning to look at her surroundings. After a few seconds of searching and not finding what she was looking for, the unnamed blonde hurried after the ancient man. Naruto didn't react as he felt the woman come up behind him, continuing to move forward as the woman began to walk beside him, matching his pace. After a few moments, Naruto felt eyes looking at him and turned in time to witness the blonde quickly turn away. Naruto then suddenly stopped walking, the woman doing the same a few steps later. Naruto just looked at the woman, who seemed to find the ground incredibly interesting. After a minute of silence, Naruto finally broke it by addressing the blonde-haired woman. "Do you plan to follow me until we reach the next town?" Naruto questioned, though he could already guess what the woman would most likely say, and like he thought, she gave a nod. "Don't act so timid, use your voice." The woman seemed to hesitate for a second before she mumbled something intelligible. "Use a louder voice and look at someone when you talk," Naruto told her. The woman then looked up at Naruto, allowing him to get a good look at her eyes for the first time, which were a surprising blue. It wasn't the color that truly took Naruto by surprise, but the shade. Naruto had seen blue in many shades before, but the shade before him was one that Naruto had only seen a few times before. Yet even as he was momentarily startled by the cerulean eyes, Naruto couldn't help but notice that she couldn't meet his eyes, staring at some other part of his face. "Thank you for saving me," the woman managed before her eyes retreated to looking at the ground. Naruto just continued looking at her for a bit before he asked her another question. "What happened? Why were those bandits chasing you?" Naruto asked the woman. "They attacked my family's caravan," she told him, raising her eyes again as she spoke, but once more failing to meet his gaze. "Killed the guards we had in an ambush. They then began to raid all the supplies we had before they turned their attention to my family. The blonde seemed to have difficulty getting her words out, for good reason. "They raped my mother, in front of my father, brother, and myself while they restrained us. They passed her around like some sort of common whore." Naruto noticed angry tears beginning to gather in the corners of her eyes as talked about her mother, before she lowered her head back down. "They then killed my brother and father. Before then they began to take me back to their camp. I heard some of them muttering about me being reserved for the boss." Naruto heard some sniffling, but couldn't see because of the makeshift curtain that the woman's hair had created. But even if he could see it, sometimes it was better for someone to let out their troubles than to stop them before they could. "I saw a chance to escape and I took it. When they weren't looking, I ran. You know what happened after that." "What's your name?" Naruto asked softly after giving the woman a few moments to compose herself. The blue-eyed woman raised a hand up to her still hidden face, most likely wiping away tears before she raised her head, her now slightly bloodshot eyes visible. "Manami," she said. "My name is Manami." The now named Manami seemed to fidget for a bit before opening her mouth. Could I know your name as well?" she asked uncertainly. "Could I also see your face?" Naruto simply gave the young woman a look, before slowly moving his hand up to lower his hood. Once he did so, he revealed twin emerald irises along with a long mane black hair that disappeared underneath his cloak. The different color of eyes and hair were the leftovers of a genjutsu that Naruto had been using to disguise himself in order to infiltrate Kusugakure. He had used the disguise to see if the minor village had managed to capture any of the Biju, or if they had noticed any signs of jinchūriki around their area. Kusugakure, unfortunately, had been a bust. He hadn't found any sign of them having even a clue about where jinchūriki or Biju could be located, but after 4 years of searching the various hidden villages since leaving Konoha, Naruto knew that it was going to soon become impossible to find the location of any of the jinchūriki. Looking at Minami, Naruto noticed that the woman hadn't made a sound since he had lowered his hood, nor had she moved. Giving a fake cough in order to snap her out of her staring, Naruto had to withhold a slight sigh when he noticed the red tint to her cheeks. In the many millennia that Naruto had been alive, he had lost track of how many people that had fallen in love with him. He had, over his lifetime, women and men confessed their love to him. Nobles, princesses, peasants and common folk, people from all walks of life had approached him and told him that they were in love with him, or that they wished to court him. Naruto had actually seen two people fight each other over the right to court him, even though he had not said anything about saying yes to either of them. It wasn't that any of them were ugly or that he simply didn't like them. A few of them were his friends, when he stayed in areas long enough to develop any, when they asked him. But at the thought of going out with someone else, Naruto would always get a flash of a woman with red hair and violet eyes, and he would immediately feel guilty about even thinking about possibility of dating anyone. Naruto knew that Rina would have wanted him to be happy, to find someone new and settle down, maybe have a few more kids, but he couldn't. Rina was his wife, even in death. Naruto knew that it was possible to find someone that could share a place in his heart next to Rina, but he had never had the chance to find out if any of those that asked to court him were the one. The face of his deceased wife would always stop him. A part of Naruto wanted to find someone to love, the part of Naruto that wished to be able to travel the world with someone, to share experiences with them, but another part was afraid of replacing Rina. "My name is Naruto," he told her while she simply looked at him with a blush on her cheeks. "Now tell me, Minami, what are you going to do now?" Before meeting Minami, Naruto wasn't sure he believed in reincarnation. The whole idea of the soul of someone else being reborn into the body of another with no memories of their previous life or lives seemed not only stupid, illogical, and downright near impossible. There was simply no way that Naruto was going to believe that the Shinigami would let any soul out of its grasp once it managed to get a grip on it. So it was surprising to find out that Minami shared a lot of similar characteristics with his long-dead wife, Rina, to the point that Naruto honestly theorized that his wife's soul, or some sort of spiritual manifestation of his wife, had somehow managed to possess the blonde woman. But several discreet checks at night disproved that theory. So it was no wonder that, after several nights in the woman's company, when her true personality began to emerge after witnessing the horrific fate of the rest of her family, that Naruto began to want to spend some more time with her. It was strange, wanting to spend time with someone. Naruto could only really remember wanting to spend time with Tsunade when the girl was still a baby, and even then it wasn't as much as he did now. When they finally managed to make it to the nearest town, Minami immediately tried to find a carriage to take her to her family's home further north, and when she did, asked Naruto to accompany her. Whether because he missed his wife more than he originally thought, or because of some weird mental breakdown, Naruto agreed and accompanied the carriage taking Minami home. Naruto was then surprised to find that her home wasn't a large house the size of one of the clan compounds that he had seen in Konoha, but simply a house that was made for around 5 people to live in and sleep in, located near the edge of a rather large town. Minami would later tell Naruto that she had gotten to choose the house when her family moved to the west from Kuni, land of hot water. Naruto then stayed, for one night, then another, and then another until finally Naruto ended up staying with Minami at her house. During the time that he stayed with her, Naruto could say that he was, for a time, happy. He didn't see Minami as his wife. He knew she wasn't, yet he couldn't help but compare the two and notice the similarities. Both were driven, quite passionate, and not afraid to speak their minds. Minami also confided in Naruto that she wanted to have a family one day. During the time that he spent at Minami's house, Naruto still remembered his mission of freeing his remaining nieces and nephews. But in the time that he spent in Minami's house, when he was alone and thought clearly, he realized that he needed a different approach to finding the rest of the Biju. It was during one of the times that he was pondering this that he realized what it was that he could use to find the Biju, bait. As loath as he was to do it, using the free Biju as bait and causing the hidden villages to use their jinchūriki to capture whatever Biju appeared was his best bet of locating the containers of the other Biju. This unfortunately meant the waiting game. When Matatabi, Chomei, Son Goku and Saiken reappeared, it could be almost anywhere. It could be right in the middle of a hidden village or in one of the most remote parts of the world. It could have already have happened as far as he knew. Yet throughout his time at Minami's house, Naruto never forgot that the woman had a crush on him. Thus, it didn't shock him when, a year after he had first moved in, she asked, quite shyly, if he would like to go out to dinner. It surprised Naruto to see the usually strong woman become so shy, but it surprised him even more when he said yes. There was no flash of Rina's face, no lance of guilt that speared him, he simply said yes. The two went out the day after Minami asked him. It was to a popular restaurant in the town, one that Minami said that several people had told her was quite good. They had dinner, and left. It was only as they began to walk back to Minami's home that he realized that he had been happy with her, that he had enjoyed her company, that he loved her in much the same way that he loved Rina. It wasn't some big thing where he then saw the world in a different light, but it was something that made him look at Minami slightly differently, made him stare at her eyes slightly longer, made him hold her slightly tighter and smile at her for no reason. So when they finally walked inside of the house that he had called home for a year, and when they came to a stop in front of the door to Minami's bedroom, he gave her a small kiss on the lips before departing for bed, leaving Minami staring after him with a blush on her face before she retired to her own room. After that, Naruto's life with Minami seemed to roll together. They got closer and closer, before they got confident enough to share a bed together, though nothing happened at first. Naruto felt like his life once again had a true meaning, a meaning that he got to choose to pursue, and it felt great. Naruto still kept his senses open in case one of the Biju materialized somewhere, but so far he hadn't encountered anything yet. Now it was roughly 2 years since Minami and Naruto had first met, and Naruto was currently listening to his love screaming in pain. Each time, Naruto visibly winced and contemplated using his healing ability to ease her pain, but he knew it would only be detrimental to what was happening. His blonde lover was currently lying on the edge of their bed, her legs propped chairs, sweat dripping down her face, and his hand gripped tightly. A scream was ripped from Minami's throat and echoed around the room. "It's okay, Minami-san, keep breathing. One more big push, the head is already through, it is simply the body that must follow," said the female doctor in a calm voice as she knelt between Minami's legs, keeping her voice calm so to not cause the woman to panic. The woman was one that both Minami and Naruto had been seeing for a few months, helping them through Minami's pregnancy. With short brown hair and black eyes, the doctor wore an apron and face mask as she watched the birthing of the child of Naruto and Minami. 3 months after their first date, Naruto had proposed to Minami, using a ring that he had made himself. They hadn't had a lavish celebration or anything like that, either really wanted anything big, and when Naruto had asked Minami why, she had told him that all she needed was him. Naruto wasn't going to argue with that. Now, 9 months later, he was witnessing the birth of his third child, not that anyone but himself knew that. To Minami, he was simply Naruto, a black-haired, green-eyed fighting expert and her husband, and now the father of her child. That was the way Naruto wanted to keep it. He didn't want anyone targeting Minami or his child for revenge, and the best way to do that was to appear like he was a different person. Minami screamed again as the pain from the contractions became too much for her to hold in. Naruto gave her hand a squeeze in order to give her some comfort through the pain from his position kneeling next to the bed. As he was about to give his wife some more words of comfort, a cry echoed within the room. Not from his wife, but from the baby that the midwife was holding in her hands. The child was covered in blood, but Naruto could still make out a tuft of blonde hair on the head. Much like the mother, the child had hair like sunlight in physical form. This was only made more pronounced as the female doctor began to clean of the blood with a towel. "Congratulations," the doctor said as she began to wrap the still crying baby in a clean towel. "You both have a wonderful baby boy. He is completely healthy. I can't identify anything medically wrong with the child." "My baby," Minami said with a rough voice, a result of screaming for several hours. "I want my baby." The doctor simply gave Minami a smile. "Of course," she said before handing over the bundle over to the mother, who began to coo at the small child. The doctor then looked to Naruto and put a hand on his arm to get his attention away from his cooing wife and newborn son. "While the baby is healthy, I will have to stay a few more days simply to make sure nothing happens. In the meantime, I know that your wife will most likely want to spend some time with her son, so I'll give you some space, but I will need to come back to make sure that everything is okay, so I'll wait on the other side of the door. I will also need to stay close by in case anything happens to Minami after the pregnancy, or the baby. Is there a place that I can stay nearby or a spare room?" "Of course, doctor," Naruto said. "There is a room down the hall to the right." Naruto then watched as the doctor vacated the room quickly, wanting to give him and his family their privacy. Once the door was closed, Naruto turned to look at his wife, who was still cooing over the small boy in her arms, the baby gurgling back, gripping one of her fingers. Naruto smiled at the scene, Rina had done the exact same thing when Kazama had been born. "What shall we name him?" he questioned his wife. Either had managed to decide on a name during the 8 months that they had been aware that Minami was pregnant. Eventually, they had just decided to name the baby when it was born. "Minato," she whispered after a short pause. "His name will be Minato, the perfect blend of our names." "Minato." Minami caressed the newly named Minato's head as the small child slowly began to drift off to sleep. Naruto didn't say anything. Minato was a good name for his son. Minami and her family were never truly rich enough to have a family name, and Minami hadn't really cared all that much for family names. There was also no way that Naruto was going to give his son his own family name. Naruto didn't know how long he stood there, staring at his wife and child, but he didn't care. This was his family, and he would treasure them for as long as he lived, much like he would Rina, Kazama, and Mashina. "He looks so small," Minami told Naruto as they watched their newborn son sleep. "I want another one," she said out of the blue, causing Naruto's eyes to turn to her in surprise. "A girl." Naruto had to choke back a cough. His wife wanted another child after just going through childbirth. "Minami, don't you think that it is a good idea for you to recover a bit before having another child?" Evidently that was the wrong thing to say, judging by Minami's reply. "Are you saying I can't have another child?" Minami asked with faux sweetness. Naruto immediately began to sweat as he was reminded of one of the differences between Minami and Rina. While both were passionate and would fight for what they wanted, Minami was a whole lot more aggressive in her methods. Where Rina would give diplomatic reasons for why she should get something or why someone should do something, Minami would verbally, and sometimes physically, destroy someone in order to make her point. She would make you question why you would ask such a stupid question in the first place when before, you could have had a perfectly good reason. "Are you going to be the one carrying the child?" Minami asked before he could reply, the faux sweetness still in her tone. "No," Naruto said, managing not to stutter while backing up a bit. He may have godlike abilities, but how could he use said abilities on his wife? "Do you know how I feel? Or what my body can go through?" she asked again. Naruto could never tell if she was joking when she did this and simply liked to see him sweat, or was extremely angry. No. There was simply no arguing. "Then what reason do you have for telling me that I can't have another child?" she questioned him. "I'm the father and your husband," he told her, but immediately, he knew that he had just walked into a trap. That feeling was confirmed when his wife began to sport a grin. "Then be a good father and husband and support your wife," she told him sweetly. "I'm also looking out for your health," Naruto told her in a vain attempt to get her to see his side, but it was for nothing. "So am I, and when something comes up, I'll tell you," she said before turning back to her sleeping son. Naruto simply blinked. Verbally destroyed. The sad part was that he should have known better than to not say anything at the beginning. Why couldn't he have just backed down as soon as he heard that tone in her voice? Naruto shook his head before turning back to his wife, taking in her current condition. She was still covered in cooling sweat and wearing nothing, losing all of her clothing during the labor. Little Minato was cradled in her arms at the level of her breasts. When Naruto looked at Minami in the face, it was only then when he saw how tired and fatigued she was. Dark circles were under her eyes and Naruto could see her eyes beginning to droop, showing just how little energy she had. "You need to get some sleep, Minami," Naruto told his wife, who simply shook her head and held Minato a little closer. "In a little bit, I just want to hold Minato some more," she said, but Naruto could hear the fatigue in her voice. Despite how aggressive Minami was acting earlier, she was drained and Naruto knew it. Minato's birth had gone on for 12 hours, from the 24th of January, at around 3 in the afternoon, to 3 o'clock on the morning of the 25th of January. The adrenaline of becoming a mother and holding her son for the first time was beginning to wear off, leaving a beyond tired new mother. "You can hold him in the morning, Mina-chan. For now you need your rest." Seeing the Minami was about to go on another of her rampages where she verbally destroys someone, Naruto quickly intervened. "I promise that first thing in the morning, as soon as you wake up, that you can hold him for as long as you want. But right now, Minami, you're more likely to drop Minato than hold him. You're barely staying awake as it is. You need rest," Naruto said soothingly, trying to get through, past Minami's motherly instincts, to the more rational side of her. Minami just stared into his eyes as she debated what to do. Naruto could see her instincts as a new mother going to war with the mind of a grown woman who knew better than to hold a child when they were tired. Seeing that she needed a little more persuasion, Naruto gave her a little bit of a push to get her to agree. "I'll stay awake until you do, holding Minato so that you'll always be near him, is that okay?" Knowing that she would be near Minato until she woke up, Minami nodded, and slowly, almost reverently, she handed Minato over to his father. "I'll go get the doctor, she simply needs to check you over to make sure everything is fine and then you can go to sleep. Is that okay?" When Minami nodded, her eyes becoming half-lidded, Naruto walked up to the door and opened it to allow the doctor inside the room to do the rest of her job. Naruto stayed by his wife through to operation, trying to keep her conscious until the doctor finished. 20 minutes later, Naruto was lying down in his shared bed with his wife, said wife next to him, sleeping deeply after the birth of her child, while he held their son in his arms. Looking down at the boy, Naruto rubbed the tuft of hair on his head. Minato looked so much like his wife that the majority of people would think that Minato had inherited nothing from him, but Naruto knew better, because Naruto could look beyond his son's physical appearance and peer at his chakra. Discreetly, Naruto activated his Byakugan, breaking the genjutsu that hid his eyes, and peered at his son's chakra network. Scanning his son's chakra, Naruto found that Minato had quite a large chakra reserve, at least for a newborn child. Naruto also noticed something peculiar about Minato's chakra. It seemed to travel around his body faster than he knew it should. Chakra usually moved around the body at a constant rate, of course with subtle differences in speed from person to person, but Minato's was going drastically faster than anyone else's he had seen, bar his own when he wanted it speed up. Searching for any other gifts would have to wait until his son was old enough to use chakra, but he was glad that it seemed like Minato hadn't inherited his ability to use sub-elements. That would have called for some explanations that Naruto wasn't sure he was ready to give, either that or a very good lie. Still, the quickened rate at which Minato's chakra moved gave Naruto pause before he dismissed it. He would deal with it when the time came, no point fretting about it now when he could do nothing. If there was one thing that Naruto was relieved about, it was that Minato would never have the eternal youth ability that seemed to plague him. After the birth of Kazama and Mashina, Naruto had wondered why his own sons hadn't received all of his own abilities, or at least half each, much like Hagoromo's sons. It was only until years later that Naruto would put it down to what he called the mother theory. The theory simply stated that in order for a child of his to be able to wield all of his abilities, at their full power, that they would have to be born to an altered mother, much like his own mother had been when she first ate the fruit of the Shinju tree. Naruto theorized that when his mother ate the fruit, and therefore, eating part of a god, that she, in turn, became part god, and then passed that trait, in lower potency, on to both Hagoromo and himself when she gave birth, giving them their awesome power compared to the rest of the chakra wielders in the world. This led Naruto to the conclusion that human body had a limit to how much power that it could contain, and what it could accomplish, at least before something happened, though what, Naruto wasn't sure. Naruto put down why none of his sons had gained his eternal youth ability, as it was simply too much for the body to be able to handle, though it was possible for one of his children to gain his healing ability. Of course, this could all be wrong, but it was the best reason that Naruto had for why his sons seemed so weak in comparison to him when he was a child. Letting the chakra drain out of his eyes and then reapplying the illusion he had placed over them, Naruto lied back down in the bed with little Minato's head resting on his chest. Relaxing, Naruto simply stared at the ceiling before a smile simile appeared on his face as he lay in the bed with his family surrounding him. Despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, Naruto was alert for an attack. Even though he was physically relaxed, Naruto had his chakra spread out around, like a blanket, detecting anything that came within a kilometer radius to his family. Speaking of said family, Minato, Minami called from her place beside him. Don't run too far ahead. You might get lost. Wearing a rather plain, in her opinion, green and white kimono, Minami carried his second child to her, a daughter. Born only a year after Minato, Konan had surprising blue hair and amber eyes, which Minami had told him came from her mother and father. Naruto had been quite nervous when Konan was born. He had never had a daughter. As he looked at Minami holding that small baby with blue tufts of hair on her head, millions of thoughts had run through his head. Would he be a good father to her? Would he raise her correctly? Would he accidentally pay attention to Minato more since he was a boy? But when Minami finally handed her over to him, he felt all of his troubles be washed away as he looked at his daughter's amber eyes. She looked so innocent. She looked perfect. Now Conan rested her head on her mother's shoulder, sleeping softly, tired from the constant traveling they had been doing over the past few days, still dressed in the light blue dress that Minami picked out for her on the day they had left. They had been displaced from Minami's family home when IWA Ninja began to push southeast into the Land of Fire, as the Second Shinobi World War entered its second year. Though it wasn't truly the occupation by the ninja of Iwabakure that made them move, either husband nor wife really cared that their town was captured, but rather what the IWA Nin then began doing to several of the townspeople. To help relieve the pressure on their various troops, Iwabakure began to introduce forced conscription to anyone who they deemed had large enough chakra reserves to use several jutsu. Naruto, knowing that Minato had higher than average chakra reserves, convinced Minami to move with him towards the south. Unlike himself, Minato didn't have the skill to mask his chakra signature. Going further north wasn't an option this time, with Takigakure allying itself with Konoha for payback after IWA stole their jinchūriki. Either was east because of Konoha and a neutral Kumo having several scuffles that, from what Naruto heard from several traveling merchants, seemed to be close to escalating. Moving west wasn't an option as that would put them right back where they started, running from Iwa's forced conscription. That left south, towards the neutral land of rivers, which, unfortunately, was also the most dangerous as it involved walking along the border of the Land of Fire to reach it the fastest, and right now, Naruto valued speed. Part of Naruto simply wanted to use his abilities to get to their destination quickly, but that involved telling Minami just who he was, and he didn't want to explain how a supposed 40-year-old man still looked 20. That and Naruto wanted to grant a normal life to his children, and he couldn't do that as the Yoso Sennin, elemental sage, but he could do that as Naruto. Then hurry up, Kaa-san. I want to go visit our new house. I don't want to stay here anymore. Minato told his mother from further up the path with a slight scowl on his face, wearing his favorite blue shirt with green pants. Here was the border that the Land of Fire shared with the Land of Rain, a place plagued by a constant torrential downpour that seems to never give up. The rough kilometer they were from the actual border meant that they weren't getting rained on, but even so, the swampy marsh that seemed to make up most of the Land of Rain had spread too far, meaning that they have to walk through the muddy ground. Thankfully they were all wearing geta so their feet weren't getting too dirty. Be patient, Minato, Minami said with exasperation. Simply because you can run doesn't mean you should. Naruto simply gave a small chuckle. Minato was always so impatient when he was around something he didn't like, wanting to quickly get it over and done with before moving on. But if we run then we can get out of the mud quicker, and I know that you don't like it either. Minato pointed out with as much logic as a 5-year-old could use. Naruto pushed back a small smile when he saw his wife grimace. Minato was quite smart for his age and had obviously gotten his mother's debating skills, yet none of the aggressiveness that she showed, at least not yet. Minato, Naruto told his son, sometimes you have to look around you and see how your actions will affect, not only you, but those you are with, and sometimes those that aren't. What do you mean, Toussaint? Minato asked his father. If we run, then Conan will wake up. You have to remember, Minato, that your sister doesn't have as much energy as you, and needs more sleep. So you have to let her rest. Naruto explained to his son as both himself and his wife finally finished walking up to where the blonde-haired boy was standing. So, Minato said as his brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of what he was told. I need to see if what I do does something to someone else? Exactly. Naruto said, proud of his son's logic. Okay boys, keep moving. Minami told the two males. We still have at least another 5 days of travel, and we are going to need to make a camp soon to eat. Naruto then saw his wife release a sigh as she shifted Conan over to the other shoulder. I really don't fancy sleeping on the ground. Please tell me that you managed to pack a blanket or cover of some kind, Naruto, when you sealed up all our stuff. She pleaded with her husband. Before they had left, Naruto had bought several sealing scrolls for them to use to take all of their possessions with them. When asked how he had used chakra, Naruto simply told Minami that he had learned how to manipulate his chakra a bit out of curiosity during his travels. I'm pretty sure that I did. Naruto froze as he sensed something coming from the east and was approaching them fast, too fast for any animal or civilian in a horse-drawn carriage. Everybody into the bushes. Now, Naruto said in a voice that broke no argument. He didn't want to wait to see where the ninja that were coming were from. Naruto quickly led his family into the bushes on the side of road and knelt down, prompting his family to do the same, though Minami seemed reluctant about getting her kimono dirty. Naruto was just happy that he'd been smart enough to wear some black pants and a long-sleeved shirt under the cloak he was wearing, instead of the kimono that Minami had originally wanted him to wear. As his family was crouching, Naruto focused on the 9 or so ninja that were moving in the direction of both himself and his family, quickly covering the kilometer that was originally between them at fast rate. Just as they were about to reach their immediate area, Naruto motioned for his family to be quiet, knowing that any kind of noise could potentially tip them off that there was someone in the area. As soon as he turned back around, Naruto watched as 7 shinobi and 2 kunoichi landed on the area that his family was just standing in. Dressed in a light purple long-sleeved shirt and pants and gloves, along with a dark purple flak jacket, sandals, head covering, mask and forehead protector, the 9 shinobi almost looked exactly the same, and it was almost impossible to tell the females from the males if not for the larger chest area. Each one held a scroll in one hand. "You all know what to do, so be quick about it. We only have half an hour to meet up with the other groups," one of the males said, the one that Naruto guessed was the leader of this group of ninja. As he looked at the forehead protectors, Naruto felt that knew which country these represented, but for the life of him he couldn't remember. "Hi," the rest of them said as they all moved to open the scrolls and place them on the ground before unsealing whatever was inside with a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it showed several clothes along with several weapons that Naruto knew were used as standard to ninja, somewhat confusing Naruto. He was sure that these ninja were going to fight, for whom he didn't know, but why would they need to change into different clothes? Naruto watched as the 9 shinobi stripped down to their undergarments before then putting on the other clothes that were unsealed before sealing the clothes they had been just wearing into the sealing scrolls. It took a moment for Naruto to realize why they had done what they had done, but when it did, it only confused him more. They looked like Konoha ninja, wearing the dark green vest that Konoha had introduced in 4 years ago, along with the headbands of Konoha ninja. This only made Naruto's eyes narrow. Why were these ninja impersonating Konoha ninja? They then began set their scrolls on fire with a quick katon jutsu. At least they were, until a snap echoed around the area. Turning around, Naruto saw Minato, eyes wide, standing as stiff as a board. Looking down, Naruto saw that his son had stepped on a stick which had broken under his weight. When he swiveled around to face the ninja, praying that by some miracle they hadn't heard the breaking of the twig, he came face to face with several now alerted ninja facing his direction. Naruto cursed softly. "Of course, the only group without a censor gets eavesdropped on," he heard one of them mutter. "Come out," one of the ninja commanded, one of the 2 women, drawing his attention to them. "We know you're there." Realizing that he wouldn't be able to outrun the ninja with his family, Naruto decided that he would have to try and pass his family off as harmless to the ninja. Naruto didn't know if the village that these 9 ninja belonged to took prisoners, exercised mercy, or simply killed those that they caught eavesdropping on their conversations, but it was better for him try and see if he could get them to simply let them go rather than run and get either the first or last option, because either was preferred. "Sorry, ninja-san," Naruto said with a harmless smile as he stood up and exited the bushes, Minami walking out moments later holding a still sleeping Konan with Minato trailing behind her. "Me and my family were merely resting off the road when we heard you arrive. I thought that you were bandits, so I told my family to be quiet. It was only when you called us out that looked and saw that you weren't. But now that we know, we can continue on our way and stop interfering with whatever it is that you were doing." With that, Naruto turned around and tried to quickly get his family away without making it seem obvious. But before he could, the one that Naruto had identified as the leader spoke up. "Actually, Traveler-san," he called out to Naruto, causing him to turn around, with a heavy amount of reluctance. "There is something that you could help me with, if I could just have a moment of your time." The man had a smile on his now visible face, but Naruto could tell it was fake, which only made the feeling in his gut worsen. Plastering a similar fake smile on his face, though his own much more realistic, Naruto walked up to the male ninja, who in turn met him halfway. "What can I help you with, ninja-san?" Naruto asked. The man's smile then dropped as Naruto approached. "Cleaning up loose ends." With that, the man struck, taking a kunai from the pouch on his leg, and quickly moved to insert it into Naruto's stomach. It was quickly stopped by Naruto's own hand, which grabbed the weapon-wielding arm at the wrist, with his unoccupied hand burying itself in his opponent's throat, causing the Adam's apple to push back against the larynx, temporarily closing it, making the impersonator choke and hesitate for a second, more than time for Naruto to capitalize on. Leaning back, Naruto gave a fast kick to forehead of the man in front of him. The force of the kick, combined with the geta on his feet, caused Naruto's kick to make the man's head snap backwards with a sickening crunch before the body fell backwards, landing with a thump on the ground and the neck at an awkward angle. With the moment's reprieve from his opponent being dispatched, Naruto twisted his body at the waist to give Minami an order. "Run, now!" he yelled. He didn't wait to see if Minami actually listened to his order. His best bet at keeping his family safe was to engage the shinobi before him and defeat them. He then rushed to attack the ninja, wanting to keep their attention on him and not his, hopefully, retreating family. The ninja, while initially shocked by the defeat of their leader, quickly recovered in time for Naruto to approach them, so when he approached the first one, they were ready. Naruto launched a kick at the side of the male ninja that he had targeted, but it was blocked by the man's shin. Said ninja then retaliated with a punch to Naruto's midsection, but Naruto leant back to avoid the punch. Naruto's hand then leapt to his side to catch the kunai that was thrown at his head, while using his arm to pin the leg that was aimed at his waist to his side. Spinning the kunai around so that he was holding it by the handle instead of the blade, Naruto stabbed the weapon down into the kneecap of the male ninja that he had first engaged, causing a scream of pain to rip itself from the man's throat as his kneecap was destroyed by the metallic weapon. Wanting to dispose of the man in front of him, Naruto simply raised a leg and gave the man a tremendous kick to the stomach that caused him to crash into a tree, splintering the bark, before his body then landed on the ground. Naruto then ducked down to avoid a kick aimed at his head that came at him from behind while sweeping his leg at his opponents, causing them to fall down with a grunt. While still crouched down on the ground, Naruto lifted his leg high into the air before bringing it down quickly in the form of a devastating axe kick that buried itself in his opponent's stomach, causing them to spew up a bit of blood and a small crater to form underneath their prone form. Naruto leapt to his feet in time to roll out of the way of a fireball that burned through his former position, horribly burning the downed ninja before slamming into a tree. Naruto's eyes were quickly drawn above him when he saw a glint in the corner of his eye, which turned out to be a ninja descending through the air towards him, a kunai in each hand ready to find purchase in his flesh. With his timing perfect, Naruto managed to grab the wrists of the falling ninja, before falling backwards with the momentum of the person. Falling back, Naruto rose his feet so that they were planted in his attacker's stomach before pushing off while releasing the wrists that he found his grip, causing the ninja to be launched off. Naruto then extended the larger of the two blades that were in the brace on his left wrist, very glad that he had decided to wear them today, which blocked a kunai that had been descending towards his face. His right foot then came across and kicked ninja in the face, giving him 2 moments reprieve to allow him to get to his feet, while retracting the blade that had been extended. Catching a glint coming towards him from the opposite direction that his attacker was, Naruto grabbed them as they were still recovering and brought them in front of the kunai that was making its way to his face, making the ninja take it with their own. Naruto then charged at the ninja who threw the kunai, who turned out to be one of the 2 female ninja, who also charged at him. While running, Naruto managed to dodge several other kunai that were thrown at him while grabbing one, before reaching his opponent, who, when he was in range, jumped up and tried to land a kick to Naruto's face. But the man simply dropped to his knees and slid under the airborne ninja, thanking the muddy ground for allowing him to slide. While still sliding, Naruto managed to twist around and throw the kunai he had managed to catch at the descending kunoichi, whose back was turned to him, and thus didn't see the kunai that quickly made a hole in the back of her head. Naruto got to his feet after coming to a stop but was once again forced to move as heard a voice call out a jutsu. Doton Doskiryu, Earth Release, Earth and Stone Dragon. Naruto simply leapt, jumping up into the air as the Dragon of Earth crashed down where he had been previously standing. Coming back down, Naruto immediately set off again, seeking to quickly finish this fight. The remaining shinobi had all grouped together, finally seeing that they wouldn't be able to defeat him without some kind of coordination, for all the good that it would do them. Naruto quickly charged them, covering the ground in between them in seconds while bringing out both of the larger of 2 blades from the braces on his forearms. Having taken out kunai to block the charge, Naruto's opponents were understandably shocked when a moment before Naruto would have reached them, he dropped to his knees once more and slashed at their ankles, causing all of them to collapse as their support was taken from them. With the ninja on the ground, immobilized, it was quite easy for Naruto to finish all of them off with a stab to the back of the head with either of his still extended blades. When they were all finally dead, Naruto took a deep breath, before releasing it and beginning to spread his senses out to find his family. But even as he did so, he felt a sinking feeling settle in his gut. Taking one last look around him at the fallen ninja, Naruto felt his blood run cold when he realized something. There were only 8 ninja dead. Yet there were originally 9. A female scream reaches his ears before the sound of an explosion cuts it off, and Naruto feels the sinking feeling in his gut worsen. "Minami!" he yelled before setting off with a burst of speed, far faster than any normal person, ninja or not, would have been able to achieve. Naruto darted through the trees to wherever his wife had managed to run to. It took him seconds to arrive where he heard the sounds originate from, and when he got there, he almost wished he hadn't. It was a clearing marred by an explosion, blackened earth spread for 10 meters in any direction at the center of the blast where a crater lied. The scent of burning flesh seared the inside of Naruto's nose, but he paid it no mind. He wanted to find his wife and children. He saw burned trees and other areas from fire jutsu along with blood splattered across the ground. "Minami!" he called as he began to inspect the clearing, trying to find out if there were any clues as to what happened to his wife and children. "Minami!" Naruto then began to expand his senses as he searched, trying to locate his wife. "Mina dash!" Naruto's call was cut short as he inspected the crater caused by the explosion. His eyes widened and his throat became dry. "No. No, please no!" he begged as he began to walk into the center of the crater, before he fell to his knees. There, in the center of the explosion, her body mostly blackened and burned, her once blonde hair mostly gone, the melted slag of a kunai buried in what used to be her stomach, and her kimono so burned and shredded that it was almost unrecognizable, was Minami. Dead. His breath began to come out quick and short as his eyes began to water, as he looked at his wife, his dead wife. He didn't know how long he simply looked at what remained of his wife before he pushed himself off the ground. He couldn't break down, not yet, not now. "Minato!" Naruto screamed into the wilderness around him. "Konan!" Nothing answered him, not even the animals. He focused on his senses, and began to extend them out at a faster rate, checking for any sign of his son or daughter. 1 kilometer. Nothing. Further. 2 kilometers. Nothing. More. 3 kilometers. Nothing. Just a bit more. 5 kilometers. Nothing. No. 9 kilometers. Nothing. They're still alive. 14 kilometers. Nothing. A little bit further. 20 kilometers. Nothing. H! Naruto screamed to sky, pouring his anger, sadness, and rage into a single scream before dropped to his knees once more. His screams then reduced to sobs as he cried. For the dead wife that he would never be able to hold, for the dead son that he would never be able to watch grow up, for the daughter that he would be able to spoil and dote on, but mostly for the family that had been ripped away from him. He twitched, just a bit, when he sensed it, the chakra signature of one of the 9 ninja who had attacked his family. Overlooked originally in his haste to locate the chakra of his son and daughter. One of the ones who had ripped away the best thing that had happened to him in years. He would track them as they ran away, towards the northeast. He would find them, and he would kill them. It would only be later when he was able to move, and after he had wrapped the body of his now dead wife in a blanket, and coming to the conclusion that the bodies of his children had been incinerated, by either a fire jutsu or the explosion that took his wife, that Naruto would return to the clearing where he had defeated the other ninjas to retrieve one of the only surviving scrolls that contained their original clothing. Unsealing the clothing, Naruto would ignore the rest of the clothes in favor of the forehead protector, which he brought up to his face for a closer look. It was only now, with a closer look, that he recognized the symbol on the forehead protector, and which village it belonged to. Naruto then curled his hand into a fist, crushing the headband in his grip. He knew who would pay and where he could find the one who had killed his wife. He also knew now where he could have his vengeance. They killed his family, so he would destroy theirs. The land of sky would pay. But before he did that, he needed to give his family a burial, and there was only one place that they deserved. Chapter 15. High within the mountain reaches of Kaminari no Kuni, land of lightning, there lays a monastery, ancient beyond words yet holding as strong as the day the final piece of mortar was laid. Had it been accessible to the outside world, it would have stood as one of the oldest buildings in existence, but it wasn't. Seals, inscribed into the stone upon which it was made, protected the area from the eyes of those that aren't meant to see it. The mountain temple, for over 3 millennia, has had 3 occupants, with an occasional 4th that came in to visit from time to time. Through winters, summers, autumns and springs, the 3 occupants stayed inside the temple, never venturing out for food or clothes. After all, Naruto thought, what good are food and clothes to the dead? Within the garden of the monastery, past the almost overflowing abundance of flora, there is a single bamboo tree, serving as a grave marker for the original kami no shinobi, Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki. The entire grave was a simply affair. There was no gold-encrusted coffin as some would believe, no giant tomb, and no great treasure hidden in Hagoromo's grave, simply the bones of someone who had long since passed from the world. The death of his brother had probably been one of the saddest things that Naruto had experienced, besides the death of his first wife, Rina. Now, though, Naruto could safely say that neither of those two things could compare to having to bury the bodies of his second family. Naruto didn't know how he managed to make the graves of his children. He'd never done it for either Kazama or Mashina, allowing both of their bodies to rest near their own families. Now he stood before 3 new graves lying next to the resting place of his brother. Naruto stood before the 4 graves and, for the first time in what seemed like centuries, free of any illusions or disguises that hid his form. 2 horns sprouted from his forehead, the tips coming to a stop several centimeters above his skin. His Byakugan was on full display as it gazed at the graves, the white eyes helping him to keep all of his emotions hidden from the outside world. Dressed in his original kimono, the one that was adorned with magatama along the edges, and with plain black pants, Naruto was still, not moving an inch. He wondered what Hagoromo could say if he could see him. His brother was more the philosopher than him. Hagoromo would say some phrase that would make him feel better. Either that, or he would simply be there for him. Hagoromo had always been a good brother like that. A part of Naruto wondered what his mother would do. His mother would always tell him what she thought, without sugarcoating it, which was something he could use right now. Would she tell him that it was meant to be? That it was his fault, and that he should get over it? Thinking of his mother, Naruto's gaze traveled left, over to the grave marker of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the woman that had raised him since he was but a child, not the crazed shell of a person who had tried to take over the world. It was further beyond the burial places of his brother, wife and children. She was buried at the base of a large and twisting tree with roots that buried deep. It had always been her favorite. There was no body in the grave, but that didn't matter. The grave was to help Naruto remember that while she hadn't been the best mother, she was human, and that's what mattered in the end. Naruto then looked over to the right of where he was standing, to a jasmine bush. It was nothing truly special, much like all of the graves in the garden, but it still signified something to him. It was the makeshift gravestone for Rina, for his first wife. His eyes lingered on her burial place longer than he had at his mother's. Much like his mother and brother, he wished he could hear her voice. Would she tell him that it was okay that he did what he thought was right? Or would she tell him that he was an idiot keeping his abilities hidden in a world where walking on water was considered commonplace? But like before, he tore his eyes off his first wife's resting place, turning now to look at the 3 freshly turned piles of dirt that signified a freshly made grave. The fresh graves of his wife and children. Naruto slowly knelt down, his hands resting his lap with his head bowed, before the graves before speaking his first words since he returned to the monastery. "I'm sorry." Naruto shut his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. "I failed you all and you paid the price." Naruto gave a hollow chuckle. "Or was it me? I never told you this, Minami, but you gave me a true purpose in life again, you, Minato and Konan. I will never be able to thank you enough for that." Naruto opened his eyes and gave a look to the 2 smaller graves, feeling small tears come to his eyes before he blinked them away. "I'm sorry, Minato, Konan, I'm sorry I won't be able to teach you both how to use chakra. I'm sorry I won't be able to see why your chakra moved faster than normal, Minato. I'm sorry I won't be able to teach you that origami you loved so much, Konan." Naruto then gave a weak chuckle. "What kind of 4-year-old likes origami anyway? Though you always did like straying from the beaten path, didn't you, Konan? You're just like your brother in that regard." Naruto then turned back to the grave of the mother to his son and daughter. His mouth then formed a sad smile. "I know that you wouldn't have approved about what I planned to do, Minami. You would worry about my health, even if you knew what I could truly do. But the matter of the fact is that I have to. This isn't just for me, Minami. I need to know what was so important that those ninja were willing to kill civilians to keep it a secret, even children. Nothing they say will excuse what they did, and they will die. But I want to know the reason why you had to, for my sake if anything. I'm sorry if you don't approve." With those words he rose once again, but instead of vacating the garden, he moved over to the jasmine bush. "I tried," he told the plant. "I tried to prevent it from happening, and it ended up getting them killed." Naruto then continued walking out of the garden, and then out of the monastery. As he stood outside of the double doors of the monastery, Naruto placed a single hand on the door on the right, and with a pulse of chakra, lit up an elaborate ceiling array that spread out over the monastery, encompassing all that which was within its walls and the protection of the seals. Naruto then lowered his hand and took a step back as the monastery lit up with light as the chakra-filled symbols worked how they were designed to. The effect of the seals became visible as they began to hide the monastery of sight. The walls slowly disappeared into nothingness, leaving no trace of there ever being a building there in the first place. Once he was sure that the seals had fully taken effect, Naruto turned around and moved further away from where he knew his old home used to be. Once he felt he had placed a large enough distance between himself and the invisible structure, Naruto, still without his illusionary disguise, finally let his barriers down, and embraced the emotions that he had kept bottled since his family's passing. As soon as he opened the barrier between himself and his emotions, Naruto felt like a weight had been taken off his shoulders. He felt like he was lighter than ever before. That was when the emotion struck. Instantly, Naruto was bombarded with feelings of pain, loss, sadness, anger, rage, and hatred, each one and more bubbling up to the surface. As the emotions rose, Naruto began to see flashbacks of a clearing scared by signs of conflict. He saw a burnt body that was almost unrecognizable, and he saw the smiling face of the leader of the 9 ninjas. Then his mind began to conjure up images. He saw Minami, running, calling his name for help as she held Konan in one arm while she dragged Minato along with her. He saw Minami, lying flat on her back with ripped clothes while bleeding from multiple places on her body, begging for him to come save her as a shadow figure stood above her, a kunai in one hand. He watched as the faceless figure raised the weapon-wielding arm before arching it down on a course with her stomach. But out of all the images he saw, it was the final one that caused him to break. Minato and Konan, his 2 children, huddled together with Minato trying to shield his sister, Minami dead in front of them and the same faceless figure walking towards them, a kunai glinting with blood in one hand. He could hear his daughter, little Konan, call out for her father, tears in her eyes. He saw Minato bravely trying to stand up to the advancing menace, but his shaking knees showed how scared he truly was. Naruto could do nothing as he watched the visions that his mind conjured up, frozen in place and helpless as he watched the shinobi make their way towards his children. He wanted to scream, to yell, to destroy that person with all his might, but he could do nothing. He could do nothing but watch as they stood in front of his children with maniacal grin on their face. He could do nothing but watch as they raised the kunai glistening with blood. And he could do nothing but watch as they swiftly brought it down, resulting in blood splattering on the ground. And Konan stopped calling out for her father. From the kneeling position that Naruto had been brought to by the visions, his pure white eyes snapped open and he screamed. For his wife, for his son, for his daughter, for his family, and for his vengeance. Naruto quickly rose from his knees to his feet, and with his eyes glowing slight green, Naruto launched himself into the air, using the air to allow him to fly. Fueled by anger and rage, Naruto flew faster than he had ever. When he would think back to this moment, he would vaguely remember hearing a boom behind him as he flew, unknowingly shattering the sound barrier in his haste to get to his destination. It took only a minute or 2, but Naruto made it to his target, the floating island that made up the land of sky. A large island of rock and earth, held aloft from the ground using highly advanced technology. On top of the land was completely filled with white stone structures, several standing out as taller than the rest, signifying their importance, with a central tower that most likely housed whoever ruled the country. Swarming around the floating island were hundreds, possibly thousands of shinobi using the flying machines that Sky Country was so proud of, each of them flying around the fortress like bees around a queen. As soon as he was within range, Naruto attacked. But unlike when he was level-headed, there was no plan, there was nothing to what he was trying to achieve. He was simply a berserker who was letting loose on a rampage. Charging his body with lightning until his form was enveloped in a golden glow with sparks of electricity branching of it. With his shroud active, Naruto then charged the swarm of gliders. They stood no chance. Flying using metal contraptions meant that none of the shinobi could escape the violently sparking electricity. As soon as they were within range they were struck, with their bodies blackened and burned out, skin melting with the metal gliders on which they flew. The few that miraculously managed to survive the lightning surging through their forms quickly found themselves plummeting to the ground, their gliders destroyed beyond repair from the electricity that they conducted. Naruto cared for none of them. His face was blank but his eyes spoke of a rage that would engulf the world in fire. The screams that were carried into his ears by the wind didn't garner any pity from him. He continued flying through their formations, zapping more and more out of the sky like bugs, his lightning shroud quickly reducing the horde of gliders that originally patrolled the sky to a few. As he continued to destroy the shinobi force of the land of sky, Naruto's senses went off, picking up the one signature that he was truly here for. With a thought, his shroud of lightning dispersed, and with another, he disappeared from his position, moving beyond the speed that the human eye could follow. He reappeared in the middle of a street just in time for someone to bump into him, with his hand flashing out to grab their throat and hoist them into the air, their feet dangling above the ground. Studying the person, the one who murdered his family before running off like a coward, Naruto found it to be a woman. But even with the surprise of the gender of his family's killer, Naruto let nothing show on his face as he looked at the woman with emotionless eyes. His berserker state being suppressed through raw will, he wouldn't let his emotions prevent him from getting the answers he desired. Wearing the same purple uniform that Naruto saw her wearing originally before she murdered his family, the woman struggled to get out of iron grip that Naruto employed around her throat. It was almost cute that she thought she could escape his grip. She was millennia too young to even try make a decent attempt. As focused as he was on the woman, Naruto was still very aware of his surroundings, so when a kunai came flying towards his face, he casually brought up a hand to catch it a millimeter from the surface of his skin before then turning to the soon-to-be dead person. A male, dressed in the exact same outfit as the female he was holding, with a strange machine in hand held up to the side of his chest with an opening pointed at him. The man, from what Naruto could guess, seemed to be wielding some sort of machine that fired kunai at a target. Smart, yes, but useless when there were several people in the world who could throw a kunai faster than someone could press a trigger. "You will let go of Akio." The man tried to command Naruto, but failed miserably when Naruto ignored him in order to look back at the woman in his grasp. "You killed my family, you know," Naruto told her as he began to slowly increase the pressure on her neck. "You caused me unimaginable pain and grief, but now, I will be able to sleep slightly better knowing that their killer is dead." The woman choked, seeming to try and get some words out but was struggling with Naruto's grip on her throat, but eventually she managed. "Please," she managed, her words slightly garbled by Naruto's hand constricting her windpipe. I have family, children." Her words actually stopped Naruto for a second, causing his grip to loosen slightly, allowing the woman to breathe in some much-needed air. That lasted for about a second before he gripped tightened stronger than ever, causing tears to spring up in the corner of her eyes from the pain. "You think having family will get me to let you live?" He hissed with loathing as he brought Akio to eye level, her feet still dangling off the ground. His rage finally broke through the cold facade that he used to keep his face blank, causing his face to twist into a snarl. "I had a family too, did you spare them? I had a wife, do you remember her, the woman that you stabbed with a kunai? Do you remember my 2 children, the blonde-haired boy and the blue-haired girl?" His voice then rose as he shook the woman slightly. "Did you spare them?" he screamed into the woman's face as his anger finally reached its peak. Tears began to stream down the woman's cheeks as Naruto's tight grip persisted, the lack of air becoming painful. Naruto took a small breath to calm himself down slightly, and put his emotion back under wraps. "No," he told the woman. "You didn't spare my family, so I'll give you the same treatment, but with an added benefit. Your family will be joining you shortly," Naruto told her with no emotion. He saw the woman's eyes widen, showing her understanding of what he was saying, before he killed her. It wasn't some sort of elaborate death, it was actually rather simple. Still gripping the woman by the throat, Naruto held his arm all the way out before yanking it towards him as fast as he could. He then thrust his hand out again with the same speed. The vicious yank and push snapped the woman's neck, the sharp jerking motion killing the woman with a loud crack as her spine snapped at the neck, unable to take the sudden rapid change in direction. Holding the now dead woman for a second longer, Naruto then casually tossed her body to the side like one would a piece of rubbish. Naruto was then forced to dodge the wild punch thrown by the male who had discarded his weapon in apparent anger if his yelling was anything to go by. Coming to the conclusion that this was the woman's husband, Naruto felt a slight bit of sympathy go out to the man, knowing what he was going through, but it was quickly, and ruthlessly, crushed. Grabbing the man's arm as he dodged, Naruto thrust his palm into the elbow, shattering the joint. Naruto could see the male's eyes widen in pain, but he gave him no chance to express his pain to the world. A sweeping leg ripped the sky ninja's support out from under him, the speed of which momentarily suspended the man in the air. But his pseudo-flight was quickly brought to a halt as Naruto's fist came smashing down on the chest of the ninja, driving them down in the ground, cracking the white stone street. The man only had time to let out a small squeak as the force of Naruto's punch crushed his ribs and turned all of the internal organs in his upper body to mush. The heart, lungs, blood vessels and bone, all of it was grounded together in a paste under the force of Naruto's strength. Within seconds the man was dead, glassy eyes staring at the sky. Naruto rose himself from the crouching position he had taken in order to drive the sky ninja into the ground, sparing the man a glance before he focused on his senses to locate the people that had been watching him throughout his interaction with the two sky ninja. "Come out!" Naruto shouted to the seemingly empty street. "I know you're there and I am not in the mood for any games." Immediately, his watchers began to reveal themselves, ninjas sticking to the walls of the building on either side of the street. The few remaining gliders began circled overhead from wherever they hid before, more appeared on buildings, clinging to the surfaces. Some seemed to come out of seemingly nowhere, all of them wearing the purple uniform of the Land of Sky. He saw several of them carrying the same kind of weapon that the man he had just killed was carrying, some kind of projectile launcher. In the middle of all of that, Naruto's senses picked up on something unnatural, something not meant to be. The chakra signature was a fair bit stronger than any of the ones he could sense before him, yet also felt twisted, if that was possible. Like the chakra was bent out of shape. Looking in the direction of the approaching signature, Naruto saw to the source, a large man, muscles bulging from their places on his body, making him look incredibly grotesque but also the image of great physical strength. Wearing nothing but maroon pants, the large figure looked quite out of place among the sea of purple wearing sky ninja. Long brown hair went down his back, part of it tied up in a ponytail, was flapping around in the wind as Naruto observed the man hop from structure to structure, approaching where he stood, surrounded by sky ninja. As he got closer, Naruto began to sense the bent chakra coming out in stronger and stronger waves, seemingly growing stronger, yet as Naruto began to search further into the man's chakra, searching for anything beneath the twisted energy, he found chakra, pure chakra. The man was borrowing the twisted energy from somewhere nearby if Naruto had to guess. Any more of Naruto's musings were cut off when the muscle-bound man finally landed on the street, a small way away from Naruto. Now up close, Naruto was able to see the muscle mass that the man carried in finer detail, allowing him to see all of the veins that were being pushed up against his white skin, and how the many of the muscles competed for which got to be pushed out the furthest. It truly was a hideous sight, yet Naruto noticed none of the ninja around him seemed to agree. Naruto managed to spot what appeared to be awe, jealousy, and worship in the eyes of some of the shinobi around him, also a disturbing amount of lust in the eyes of some men and women, when they gazed at the hulking form of the man before Naruto. The man seemed momentarily startled by Naruto's appearance. The horns must have put him off for a second before the man regained his composure. A part of Naruto was actually slightly sad that he hadn't gotten a stronger reaction out of the man, though tiny as that part was. There used to be a time when people would take one look at his horns, scream about how he was some sort of demonic creature for a few minutes, or at least until Naruto put a stop to it, and then, most of the time, do whatever he wished in order to avoid a meeting with either Yami or the Shinigami. But now with summons and people with unique Kekkai Genkai that physically altered their bodies, people were usually calmer about seeing someone with visible deformities. "Tell me, stranger." The man began from his position opposite Naruto, seemingly relaxed. He spread his hands out when he spoke as some sort of grand gesture, either out of confidence or arrogance. Naruto was highly inclined to believe the latter. "Why have you come here to slaughter my shinobi and kunoichi?" he questioned, his voice quite deep and baritone, though whether it was his actual voice or some kind of side effect of whatever he was doing in order to get his muscles to expand to such a ridiculous capacity was still unknown. "One of you ninja killed my family," Naruto told him shortly. "Now I'll kill theirs." Naruto noticed the man raise an eyebrow. "You'd attack an entire county simply to kill a couple of people for revenge?" the male questioned. "Seems like your logic is flawed." Naruto had to give the man props for his guts. He just told someone who had massacred almost all of the forces that they had in the sky in several minutes that their logic was flawed. "Are you the leader of this country?" Naruto questioned the man, ignoring the jab that the man shot as his intelligence. The man gave Naruto a grin, something that was extremely disturbing on his face when there was such a body beneath it. "Why, yes, I am. May I inquire who's asking?" the man asked. "Naruto." He told the man he wanted to get this over and done with, and this man's stupid games weren't helping. Naruto weighed up whether it would be better to simply kill the ninja around him than forcefully interrogate the man as to if he was the leader or continue playing along with his games. He was currently leaning very heavily to the option that involved killing them all. "Well, Naruto-san," the man announced, his voice noticeably louder. If it was for some sort of signal or simply part of the game the man thought he was playing with him, Naruto didn't know. "Yes, I am the Kage of Sky Country. I am Sakuro." Sakuro gave Naruto an exaggerated bow. "Why were you and you ninja dressing up as those from the Land of Fire, Sakuro-san?" Naruto asked. If the man didn't answer his question straight away, he was going to do something drastic. "And why would you like to know dash?" Before Sakuro knew it, he was hoisted up by the neck by Naruto, who had been several meters away from him only seconds before. The hand around his throat began to slowly grip tighter. "Enough games?" Naruto told the man, ignoring all of the ninja that were aiming weapons at him from around the area. "What were you and your ninja doing impersonating Konoha ninja?" Naruto asked again. "Oh, a bit touchy are you, Naruto-san?" The leader of the Sky Ninja questioned with a small smirk, seemingly unaffected by the hand around his windpipe, his large muscles acting as some sort of barrier. Undeterred, Naruto continued applying pressure around the man's neck until he let out a choking kind of cough, indicating that he was beginning to feel the hand around his neck. "Answer my question or I'll see how hard I can squeeze before your head pops," Naruto threatened. He was beginning to lose what was left of his patience. He loosened up slightly to allow the man to breathe so he could speak, and the faster he spoke meant the less time he would have to wait to hear his answer. But it appeared even when threatened the man either had extreme confidence or arrogance because he once again began to smirk. It was small but it was still visible to Naruto. "Isn't it obvious?" he told Naruto with a scoff. "We wanted to frame Konoha for something." "For what?" Naruto pressed. Sakuro gave Naruto a nasty grin. "Why would anyone frame someone else for something?" the man asked rhetorically. "Because we wanted to get them accused of something." When Naruto narrowed his eyes, the leader of the Land of Sky continued. "Oh, do I really need to spell it out to you? We wanted the other villages to attack Konoha, to cripple her. So some of our ninja dressed up as Leaf Nin and committed crimes against the other hidden villages, war crimes to be exact. We know that the village is strong, but under the combined might of the other villages it would fall in time without their precious Yoso Sanin, elemental sage, to save them," the man said with a scoff. "But we know that Konoha is strong," Sakuro continued, "and combined with Yuzushiogakure and Takigakure, they could potentially fend off the other villages and end the war in a stalemate." His face then broke into a nasty grin. "That's where the Land of Sky comes in. With the awesome power of the Anko Vantian, Fortress of the Empire, combined with might of the Rabi, Zero Tails, we will annihilate the weakened villages and rule supreme." Sakuro tried to give some kind of mocking laugh, but he never got the chance to attempt it, as when he finished talking, the hand around his throat tightened to the point that his windpipe almost closed up completely. It was only for a second, but it was enough to cause the leader of the Land of Sky to descend into a coughing fit. "The Rabi," Naruto ordered the man, his voice colder than ice and harder than diamond. "What is it?" Naruto could only take one guess at what the Rabi was, and it's something that chilled him to the bone. "An artificial bijou," Sakuro said with pride, while also confirming Naruto's fears. "One that feeds on the darkest emotions of the world, growing stronger the more it absorbs. Already it rivals the Gobi in raw power, and it will only continue to grow stronger." A smirk appeared on the man's face, a larger and more prominent than before. "Have a taste, Chokasiken, Super Revival Fist." One of Sakuro's hands, which had both stopped gripping the arm that was holding him up, rushed at Naruto from the side. A dark orb, orbited by two rings, rested in the palm which rushed up to slam into the side of Naruto's head. Naruto shifted his eyes to the side, tracking the incoming object on a crash course with his head. The ninja viewing the spectacle saw only a blur that traveled from their leader's side to the intruder's head, before a massive dust cloud erupted around the two, covering a large amount of ground. The more skilled ninja managed to catch their leader altered the path of his hand so that instead of launching his opponents away, the Chokasiken drilled him into the ground. But even with seeing the man get hit, all of the ninja watching tensed, waiting to see who would emerge from the cloud that was obscuring their view. While many of them believed that, like their leader, they were supreme, they hadn't forgotten the damage that he had caused on their aerial forces. Before the dust began to clear, a shadow made its way out of the floating particles of grounded stone. Once they were free from the obscuring veil, the spectators were shown to the hulking form of their leader, unharmed, with a smirk on his face. "This is the power that we wield," he announced to them all. "This is the power that will help us achieve what is rightfully ours, supremacy." He raised a fist in the air, calling forth cheers from the ninja that were watching. Sakuro stood there confident, resolute in his words and a smirk on his face that looked like it would never go away. That's why I never saw it coming, none of them did. All he felt was a sharp pain in his back before he found himself plowing through the walls of several buildings. The rest of the ninja only saw a bit more than their leader, observing a little flash of color before there was a leg stuck out where their Kage was standing. The leg then retreated back into the still hovering cloud of dust before a second person stepped out of the cloud of dust. This person made all of the ninja widen their eyes in fear and many take a step back. It was Intruder, untouched, unscathed, not even a ruffle in his clothing. But what was even worse was the pure power that was coming off him in waves, each one creating a haze-like effect on the air around the intruder. Naruto was beyond angry, beyond enraged. These people had twisted and perverted chakra to a degree that was beyond anything he could have ever imagined. He could almost feel Hagoromo rolling around in his grave from what these people had done. Creating jinchūriki, he could slightly understand, knowing that the Biju hadn't exactly presented the best image to mankind over the years and so they mainly saw them as menaces, a way that many would see something stronger than. But this was something that he couldn't, and wouldn't, ever ignore. As Naruto looked around at the shinobi that had surrounded him, he said nothing, but his eyes conveyed more than words ever could. His eyes told them of his rage, of his fury. His eyes told them that he would stop at nothing to see them all dead. His eyes told them that they had made their last mistake. And with his actions, Naruto showed them the wrath of a god. His movements were quick and precise, not wasting a single motion. Both arms sprung up, hands open and expelling flames from the palms, giant plumes of flames that roared with the intensity of an inferno. Within seconds, Naruto's targets, the shinobi at either end of the street, were reduced to cinders, ash and melting metal. Naruto's body then gave a quick spin, encircling himself in fire for the briefest of seconds before it expelled itself outward, rushing towards the shinobi that had been clinging to the buildings, causing them all to either jump off the building or run to another position. Naruto didn't wait to see if any of them died, having already moved on to his next move. Releasing his control over the fire, Naruto's eyes began to glow a shade of green, and with a sudden twist of his body, arms straight out, he expelled a sharp wave wind that cut through the air. The wave continued through the air before it met with the stone of the buildings. The pressurized wind cut through the stone walls of the buildings like a hot knife through butter, continuing through as if the stone wasn't even there. Naruto brought his arms back into his chest, drawing in the air around him to form a kind of barrier between himself and the outside world. Wind and dust swirled around him, building in pressure as more and more of the wind was pulled under his influence and compacted into a tight space. The ninja from the land of sky found it hard to keep a grip on the floor as the force that was drawing the wind in grew in intensity, beginning to pull them in. What was left of the flying machines of the land of sky were forced to retreat and land under the extreme wind conditions, or risk being sucked into the vortex of air. The almost hurricane-like winds roared again, and a creaking groan resounded back. Several ninja dared to take their eyes off the major threat and tried to pinpoint the source of the groaning, only to pale at what they discovered. The buildings were being drawn in. Without supports that anchored them to the ground, they essentially became heavy rocks. Rocks that were slowly bending over, affected by the vacuum that was being created by the sudden loss of so much air. The buildings creaked and groaned as the top bent over, followed soon after by the rest of the structure. With no anchoring to the ground, the buildings that bent over soon began to topple, the vacuum overwhelming the weight of the structures. With one last groan, one building began to fall, pulled towards the center of the vacuum, and so did 8 others. The white stone buildings blotted out the sun as they were pulled, casting a shadow over those beneath them. The ninja scrambled immediately, trying to run through the spaces in between the descending towers, leaving the intruder to die in his seemingly suicidal jutsu. But instead, as the first building descended on top of him, Naruto thrusted his hands out to the side, resulting in the wind that he had been collecting exploding outwards with an intensity that rivaled the worst of tornadoes. The buildings that had once been falling towards him were rapidly pushed back under the strength of the wind. Falling structures that were once a threat to him now became a threat to his enemies as several of buildings crumbled under the intensity, causing stone to break off and become airborne projectiles. The sphere of wind that Naruto expelled continued outward, picking up more and more objects that were dragged along. Buildings smashed into other buildings, only adding more ammunition to the growing sphere of destruction as stone crumbled. Flesh and bone became little more than wet paper under the strength of the white rock that it was inevitably crushed by. The sphere of wind grew and grew, unleashing more and more carnage as the ferocious winds collided stone into stone, collapsing more buildings as the radius increased. When the wind finally subsided, Naruto was standing in his own clearing, one that stretched for hundreds of meters in any direction, the wind moving anything not secured to the ground to the far reaches of the clearing. Naruto observed the devastation he caused with a blank face. He could still sense that some had survived his attack, and there were even more in other parts of the flying city that hadn't been affected up the violent winds that he caused. It would make sense that the city was well prepared against wind damage, being a flying city. It would appear that he would have to take to more drastic measures in order to destroy the city, and their weapon. Neither could be allowed to see the light of tomorrow. Lightning would be ineffective against many of the metal coverings that this city had installed, so would fire unless it was hot enough. Water didn't have the truly destructive power that Naruto was looking for, and Earth simply didn't have the kind of flexibility that would be needed. It appeared he would have to go further, but before he did that, he would have to get some more answers out of a little pest. Naruto casually raised his hand to catch the fist that approached the side of his face, grabbing it around the wrist, his face only centimeters from the dark ball of chakra with orbiting rings. With incredibly swiftness, Naruto rose his foot and planted it in the stomach of his attacker, sending them tumbling to the ground some meters away. As easy as it would have been to create a shield of chakra around his body as he had done before when assaulted by that same attack, sometimes things required a more personal touch. "Who told you to do it?" Naruto questioned Sakura as the leader of the Land of Sky quickly rose to his feet, covered in cuts and bruises, the cost of avoiding the majority of the damage caused by Naruto's wind sphere. Sakura paused as the question, and Naruto continued, this time being more specific. "Who told you to frame Konoha and have the other hidden villages turn on them?" The man's face betrayed his shock before he quickly masked it up. "What are you talking about?" Sakura tried to act as if he was oblivious to what Naruto was talking about, but the man was a terrible actor. "What you're planning isn't something you plan. Someone told you to do it, someone you fear," Naruto told the hulking figure of Sakura. Once again, the grotesquely muscular man allowed surprise and a bit of fear to enter the features on his face before he once again tried to mask it. "Oh," Sakura said with a smile, trying to throw Naruto off. "And how would you know what I'd plan?" "From what I've gathered from our encounter," Naruto informed him. "You're incredibly arrogant, letting what minuscule power you wield go to your head. It has inflated your ego to the point that you think that you can charge a person who just killed hundreds of people and destroyed several buildings and simply beat them into the ground." Naruto's eyes then narrowed. "If you had truly decided on any form of plan, you would have declared war against all of the major hidden villages and then gotten systematically destroyed when they all attacked you at once. This plan was thought up by someone with cunning and skill." Naruto's accusations then continued as he slowly walked closer to the man. "Your arrogance and ego would have prevented you from accepting any advice, so that only leaves someone threatening you into submission, and you don't look like someone who'd accept blackmail, so that only leaves physical intimidation." Naruto finally reached the man and once again grabbed him by the throat and hoisted him off the ground, Sakura's hands going to Naruto's arm, trying to pry the hand of his neck. Naruto then brought them both face to face. "So I will ask you again," Naruto said sharply, projecting his aura over Sakura, causing the man's eyes to widen. "Who told you to do it?" The combination of Naruto's menacing voice and his aura intimidating him seemed to snap Sakura, and he folded like a house of cards. "I don't know," he gasped. "He came during the night, killed my guards, wearing a cloak. Spoke of how I would bring glory to my country if followed his plan. It was a good plan. I never saw him again. That's all I swear." Naruto looked at the man with distaste and threw him to the ground. Sakura was telling the truth, that much Naruto knew for certain. There was someone out there in the world, trying to manipulate things into their favor, and whatever they wanted, it involved destroying Konoha. Unfortunately for them, their plan got Naruto's family killed, and so in return, he would kill them. But unfortunately for Naruto, he had no idea where they were, no idea where they would be, or what they looked like other than they were male. Meaning that, for the moment, Naruto wasn't going to get any real revenge anytime soon. Though, Naruto thought as he looked at the now retreating leader of the Land of Sky, destroying the tool is almost as good as destroying the hand that wielded it. Naruto let himself relax and held his arms apart, and began to mold his chakra, gathering, for the rest of the world, massive amounts of the flexible energy. Feeling the enormous quantities of chakra being gathered behind him, Sakura dared to look behind him, before his face turned an almost ashen white. The one that called himself Naruto, but Sakura was sure was some kind of demonic entity, was covered in a cloak of fire. A burning yellow fire that Sakura could see was scorching the ground around him for several meters, so great was its heat. Still running and looking over his shoulder, the leader of Sky felt himself pale even more as lightning began to cover the man, seemingly enhancing the effects of the yellow fire, spreading the circle of burning ground further. The retreating man could make out some of the ground beginning to bubble and pop, like lava from a volcano. This sight only served to make Sakura run faster, knowing that, most likely soon, the intense heat from whatever was happening would reach the metal casing of the lower levels of the Anko Vantion, including the main generators and where the Rabi was housed. With that, Sakura turned back around and pushed his body to move faster, wanting to be clear of the inevitable blast radius. Had he turned back around, or kept looking, Sakura would have witnessed the mixture of lightning and fire be joined by white snakes of light. All three then began to mix, spinning around Naruto's form, causing the heat to begin to increase rapidly, so much so that all around Naruto, the ground began to bubble and pop, the heat melting the floor beneath his feet. But Naruto felt none of this. The cloak of chakra around him prevented him from feeling almost anything from the outside world. It was then, in his relaxed state, that Naruto felt the anger and the rage beginning to boil back to the surface, but instead of rejecting them, or trying to submerge them, he embraced them, letting them fuel him. Had anyone been watching Naruto at that moment, they would have seen an immediate change. The cloak that had been just covering him began to expand outward, and the heat began to increase to the point that the very air began to catch fire, small pillars of flames extending for the briefest of moments before they extinguished themselves. As the cloak of flames began to expand outward, the ground began to burn and crumble to ash, becoming incinerated. The heat so great that nothing actually touched the cloak, it was instead being incinerated centimeters from the surface. Then suddenly, after expanding for a few meters, creating a hole in the surface of the flying city, the now spherical cloak stopped. Inside of the sphere of heat and flames, Naruto floated, suspended by his own power, and breathed, the flames of the sphere flaring in time with his own breaths. Naruto breathed in, the flames outside shrunk slightly. Naruto breathed out, the flames grew slightly, returning to their normal size. Naruto breathed in, and then exploded. In one pent-up explosion of rage, anger, sadness, pain and sorrow, Naruto annihilated a country. The sphere of flames outside exploded outward with the subtlety of an enraged summon. Everything within its range was incinerated several times over in seconds, the entire population of the Land of Sky included. The sphere of yellow fire grew to a monumental size, so great that it swallowed the floating city of the Land of Sky whole. Death for all those residing on the floating island was instant. All those still alive felt no pain, only darkness. The story was different for those that had managed to get to a glider, or any other flying machine that the floating ninja village had in its possession. The strength and violent force that Naruto's sphere of flames expanded with extended outward further than the sphere. The displaced air caused a wave of force to expand outward, swatting everything in its path out of the sky. Those in the gliders quickly lost control as the force of the wave hit them, before both themselves and their gliders were quickly set alight under the heat the wave of force brought with it. The heat melted the metal of the gliders, burning the hands of those holding on, while the rest of the heat began to melt skin, boil blood, burn intestines and clothes were set alight. It was a violent death, burning alive in the air with no relief until the brain gave out, or the gliders hit the ground. The sphere of flames stayed at its gigantic size for roughly 10 seconds before it dispelled itself, the flames shrinking as fast as they had expanded, until they disappeared altogether, along with Naruto. The source of the devastation left without another word, not looking back on the destruction he caused, nor thinking about. He simply left for the only place where he could be alone. All that was left of the Land of Sky was a giant crater in the ground, kilometers in diameter, rivaling the Valley of the End in size. The banks of the crater melted to molten earth, which slowly ran down the slope to pool in the center of the crater. All around the crater, the earth was scorched, trees reduced to cinders, if anything, with the earth as black as ash. Much like with the Valley of the End, a great scar was left upon the earth, one that would take years to heal. Do we know why he did it? The question was asked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, from atop a hill, overlooking the last location of the Land of Sky, before it was wiped out. Hiruzen had matured greatly in recent years, and dressed in the formal robes of his position as leader of his village, it truly showed. While still having his perverted tendencies, along with his ability to sometimes joke at inappropriate times, Hiruzen had become a more serious person as his years in the position of Hokage increased, especially during the current war. The pressure of knowing that a single mistake on your part can cause unnecessary death and suffering is a great motivator. After several moments of silence, Hiruzen's companion responded to the question. "We have theories, speculation and guesswork, but no proof of any of it," his companion told him. This companion was Tobirama Senju, the Nidaime Hokage, Hiruzen's predecessor. At almost 60 years old, Tobirama was well past his prime, a mere shadow of his former self's abilities. He is still strong despite this, able to take down several Jonin and Anbu simultaneously, but compared to his former strength, his was significantly weaker. But despite the weakening and degradation of his body, his mind was still as powerful as he was during his glory years, perhaps even more so due to the experience and wisdom he had gained over his years since leaving the post of Hokage. "We have theorized several reasons as to why Naruto would go to such extremes to eliminate a country, but none as to why he would use such force unless they were planning the destruction of all life on Earth, or planning to rule it," Tobirama admitted reluctantly. The wrinkles that he had gained over the years seemed to deepen. "Though," Tobirama continued, "none of us really knew Naruto personally to know what would set him off like this." Tobirama released a sigh. "My brother might have known, he was the closest one to Naruto that I could name. We may never know what it was that set Naruto off, but we do know that whatever the reason was, it was good enough to warrant the destruction of an entire country." "And how do we know that?" Hiruzen questioned the Nidaime, turning to look at him, the Sandaime's predecessor doing the same. "While I might not know Naruto enough to be able to know why he would bring this much destruction upon any place, I do know him well enough to know that Naruto wouldn't act like this without reason. Something must have triggered this kind of reaction from him, something from the land of sky." Tobirama told Hiruzen. The Sarutobi gave a sigh before turning back to look at the great scar in the earth. "Do we know how he did this?" Hiruzen gestured to smoking surroundings. The once still bubbling lava had cooled and formed a skin, making the bottom of the crater look almost solid, but after one shinobi found out firsthand just how strong that skin was, they stayed away from the cooling lava. "Isn't it obvious, Hirokuen?" Tobirama questioned with a raised eyebrow towards his once student. "The molten earth and burnt trees are easy enough clues to help almost anyone piece together what happened here." "I know that," the Hokage responded. "I know he used fire, as you said, it was obvious, but what I want to know is what kind of variation of fire. Normal fire, even that which it produced from strongest katan users I know, is nowhere strong enough to be able to create the kind of heat needed to melt the very earth, and then there is still the air." Hiruzen then made a sweeping gesture to his surroundings. "The very air is hot, sweltering almost, far warmer than is natural. Obviously a side effect from whatever Naruto did, yet that was 4 days ago. Whatever he did was some variation of fire, like Nibi Jinchūriki's supposed blue flames. They had heard rumors about the Two-Tails host's Katan Jutsu being comprised of blue flames instead of the regular red. Neither Hiruzen nor Tobirama had actually seen it for themselves, and Naruto had taken out the jinchūriki before the rumor was confirmed. "Have there been any witnesses?" Tobirama asked Hiruzen, knowing that the Hokage would have sent some shinobi to neighboring villages to try to get witness statements about what happened. Hiruzen gave another sigh and rubbed his head. "All of the people who saw something all said the same thing, but everyone, even those who didn't actually see what happened, had some information. Everyone, in all of the villages that we questioned, told the reporting ninja that there was a rapid increase in heat roughly 4 days ago." Hiruzen paused for a second before he shook his head. "Rapid is actually underestimating what they said. All of them said that 1 second the temperature was normal, the next it was like they were walking through the Kaze no Kuni deserts with no protection in the middle of the day. Some said that they watched water evaporate before their eyes, others felt any metal on their person become uncomfortably hot, to the point that it began to burn their skin." Hiruzen then gave a slight chuckle. "One man swore that his clothes had been set on fire. Thankfully, that extremely high heat only lasted a minute at the most before it began to decrease, otherwise we would be interviewing dried-out husks. Though, interestingly enough," Hiruzen continued, "our best idea of what happened actually came from the ninja tasked with collecting the statements." Tobirama raised his eyebrow again. "Not surprising considering who you had involved in collecting the statements. Jiraiya has been dead set on locating Naruto since he departed them so suddenly after their training with him was up, believing that if he can find the elusive Yoso Sannin that his budding spy network will be the best in the world. The Night Aim snorted. He most likely wouldn't have stopped interviewing people until he had a clear view of what happened, Tobirama said with exasperation. So what did our chief investigator have to say about what happened? Hiruzen didn't have to be a genius to hear the sarcasm in Tobirama's voice. I wish you would get along with Jiraiya better, sensei. Hiruzen told his predecessor with a frown. And not belittle him at almost every chance. I do not belittle him, Hiruzen. Tobirama replied. I merely point out his flaws. But perhaps if he wasn't as perverted towards my grandniece, and the rest of the female population of the world, then maybe I could be encouraged to keep my thoughts to myself. Tobirama said pointedly. I don't get what the problem you have with Jiraiya's quirks is. Hiruzen said. You had no problem with it when they were children. That's exactly it. Tobirama pointed out. They were children then, it was amusing. But he is now a grown man, all it is now is disturbing. He needs to learn that there are some things that aren't acceptable in public. A frown made its way to Tobirama's face. He could accept that Jiraiya was a pervert. That wasn't the problem, seeing as he knew Hiruzen was still one. The problem was that he had no sense of modesty. Jiraiya paraded the fact that he was a pervert around like it was a good thing, something to be respected. Yes, he knew when to be serious, but that didn't justify his public displays of perversity. Didn't he know that a hostile shinobi could learn of his quirk and use it against him to great effect? Hiruzen didn't reply. Tobirama could be quite stubborn when he had made his opinion on something. He only hoped that he wouldn't develop it as well in his old age. Wanting to move on and evade the inevitable debate that would follow should he stay on the current subject, Hiruzen answered Tobirama's original question as if he had asked it without the sarcasm. Jiraiya believes that Naruto, somehow, replicated the effects of the sun, miniaturized of course, and more controlled, but essentially, a miniaturized sun. Witness statements would fit that theory. People saying they saw a large ball of fire erupt from the horizon, followed by a wave of heat seconds later. They say that the sphere was yellow, and obviously gave off immense heat. The sun fits that description, Hiruzen said with a shrug. In Naruto's absence, and until he can be found, Jiraiya decided to name the technique Seton, Taiyu Furia, Star Release, Solar Flare. Tobirama only shook his head at Hiruzen's words. Had all he learned under his tutelage become lost? This how far the shinobi have fallen, going off hunches and theories and facts that fit those theories. Tobirama muttered to himself, but Hiruzen still heard him. Tobirama then continued aloud. Did Jiraiya's theory tell you where the proof for it was, where the evidence for its existence for it was? All we could safely say was that whatever Naruto did involved extreme levels of heat, and that it was round. Hiruzen didn't bother to answer, knowing that Tobirama's opinion wouldn't be swayed without hard evidence, evidence that he couldn't supply. Well, that is the most plausible theory that we have been able to come up with so far, Hiruzen said with a sigh. Perhaps more evidence will reveal itself in time. Hiruzen turned around and began to walk away, back down the hill, before he stopped and twisted around to look at Tobirama. Sensei, he called. When Tobirama looked his way, he continued. I hope you're right about Naruto having a good reason for eliminating the Land of Sky. Because of it, we have lost an ally in this war, and to rest of the world, with the Yoso Sannin supposedly under Konoha's banner, it appears as if we have attacked our allies. Something, in conjunction with the other supposed war crimes that we are being accused of, will tarnish our image further than it already has been. We will lose much support, from not only our daimyo, but the public as well. We will have to do something to come back from this and pray that Naruto does nothing this extreme again. With that, Hiruzen turned back to walking down the hill, leaving Tobirama by himself. I hope you know what you're doing, Naruto, the Senju whispered. Because our war just got harder because of it. Kashima Uzumaki would like to think that she was a strong woman, one that would be able to weather whatever her life could throw at her and come out stronger for it. But even if she would one day come upon something that was too stronger for her, she would gladly lay down her life if she could, knowing that her clan, and the rest of her village, would live on and continue to stand in her absence. This had been something that she wanted to strive towards ever since her father had passed the mantle of leader of Uzushigakure to her, several years prior. But looking over at the horizon from her position on the balcony of the clan head house for the Uzumaki clan, she could feel that she wouldn't get what she wished. Several spots, that slowly multiplied, were in the distance. They were hostile ships from Kumo housing both Kumogakure and Iwagakure shinobi that had been spotted by her own scouts hours earlier, sending all the village of Uzushio-gakure into a frenzy of activity. All those of Chunin rank or higher were preparing barrier seals for when their enemy finally landed, while those of Genin were traveling to the nearby towns to spread the word that they were under attack, and heard those that they could back inside the village walls. Because of this, there was almost a constant flow of civilians coming into the village, all of them being taken to the shelters beneath the village for protection. Kashuma was following an evacuation plan that was actually drawn up by her father, Kai, several years ago, which was one of the reasons that he wasn't with her, giving her any advice he may have. The former leader of Uzushio-gakure was out in the village making sure that the evacuation was going as planned. As soon as she had received the information from her scouts, regarding their numbers and from which village they hailed from, she had sent a message to Konoha requesting aid immediately via their fastest hawk, sending multiple out in case something happened to the first. Kashuma cursed mentally for not preparing for this earlier. It was bound to happen sooner than later, especially with the information of the Yoso Senin's status as missing becoming known. Whether from an enemy spy learning something that he shouldn't have, or a high-ranking Konoha shinobi with loose lips, it didn't matter. What did was that it became common knowledge that Konoha didn't attack the Land of Sky, that it was the Sennin having gone rouge. Almost immediately, the other shinobi villages tried to search for the missing legend, either to offer him a position in their village or in some stupid attempt to try and kill him now that he wasn't in the protection of Konoha. The loss of their undoubtedly strongest shinobi seemed to have bolstered the strength of the enemies of Konoha, and with the belief of the war crimes that Konoha had supposedly committed against them fresh in their minds, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo and Suna once again formed up an alliance against Konoha and her allies. But unlike last time, Konoha was prepared for an alliance between villages, and struck back with surprising strength, unleashing it in the form of the Sannin, the Shiroi Kiba, White Fang, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who proved his skilled hadn't wand with his time as Hokage. Swift attacks to several key positions quickly shot down the theory that Konoha was weak without their most powerful asset. Intense skirmishes along the border of the Land of Fire proved that Konoha was stronger than they had originally anticipated, perhaps stronger than ever. It would make sense that, with their inability to strike a deep enough blow against Konoha directly, that they would turn to Konoha's allies, and strike the biggest threat out first. Kashuma wasn't stupid. She knew that her village's defense against the onslaught of Kiri in the First War caught the eyes of many. Those years of a supposedly minor village holding out against major one would have made Uzushio a rather large target, especially when one considers that they hold over 90% of the world's seal masters. Now, they were experiencing what a target on their back would bring them. Their enemies were breathing down their necks and they were basically at their mercy. Sending any sizable fleet of ships out to meet their invaders would weaken Uzushio-gakure more than it would help it, opening up the village from an opposite side, which Kashuma was certain would happen. It was best to wait for their enemies to come to them, then to activate the barrier seals and try to wait for Konoha to send aid. Uzushio didn't have the numbers to win against the full strength of invasion forces from multiple hidden villages. Kashuma doubted any single village truly did. Hold out, yes; defeat and push back, very unlikely without crippling losses. Iwa and Kumo were invading from the north. Kiri, who they had been holding back from Konoha's eastern coast, would most likely attack from the east. That would mean that Suna would attack from the south, but Kashuma thought that as incredibly unlikely. She actually doubted that Suna would be attacking, instead acting as a diversion to keep Konoha's attention focused on them, and keep them from replying to Uzushio-gakure's call for help. For Suna to come from the south would require a massive detour, and Suna shinobi simply didn't have enough experience to travel by ship for the thousands of kilometers it would take to reach Uzushio. The cry of a hawk overhead drew Kashuma's attention away from her thoughts. She looked up in time to watch a messenger hawk dive her position. After it pulled up and landed on Kashuma's arm, which she held out to her side to act as a perch, while channeling chakra to strengthen the skin on her arm to prevent it being cut by the hawk's sharp talons. The leader of the Uzushio-gakure used her free arm to pull the message free that was attached to its back. After reading the message, Kashuma frowned before turning around to retreat back into the clan head house, the hawk still resting on her arm. She would need it to send a message to her father and to her other military advisors. A Kiri invasion force had been spotted out to the far east, an armada of ships that was too much for the defending ships to repel. The Yuza ships had retreated back, sending the message ahead to warn the village in case the armada caught up with them, and they didn't get the chance. As she walked to the clan head office and grabbed a piece of parchment, she prayed that the Konoha reinforcements would get here quickly, because she wasn't sure that her village would be still standing when they did. In the meantime, she needed to summon her war council. "It is waiting," was the comment from Kashuma's father. Both father and daughter were standing on the wall of Kazama, specifically, the section that faced towards the north, where the invaders from Kumo and Iwa were sailing in from. Now, over half a day after they had first received the messenger hawk from the Northern Patrol, the fleet of Kumo's ships were easily visible. Hundreds of ships, only 100 or so meters from landing on the shores of Izushio-Gakure, were infesting the waters around the island. From what information she had been given, the Kiri ships weren't far behind. With more experience with naval vessels along with better technologies involving ships altogether, the ships from the land of water quickly making their way to link up with their allies' invasion force, trying to hit Izushio hard and fast, not giving them any time to rest. But they had obviously underestimated the power that the Uzumaki had in Fuinjutsu, or perhaps underestimated the power of the sealing arts altogether. Either way, they would pay for that mistake. Still, seeing the numbers that they would be up against, and knowing that there would be more coming still made Kai glad that the Uzumaki had taken the threat of invasion seriously during the last war. Where there had once been a forest surround much of the village of Izushio, there was now a barren land that stretched for a kilometer in any direction from the hidden village before the tree line started up again. It was the Uzumaki's protection against any ninja that made it onto the mainland. If they wanted to attack Izushio, they would have to go for a direct approach. Turning to her father, Kashuma offered her parent a slightly quizzical look, wonder what he meant by that comment. Kai, seeing the look he was getting, chuckled slightly, before then gesturing to the heavily overcast skies. "It should be raining, the clouds are dark enough, there's the smell of rain in the air, yet it doesn't rain. The storm is waiting for something to set it off." Kai Uzumaki hadn't changed much over the years, his hair was still white, there was a small amount of wrinkles around his eyes, and he didn't feel any ache in his bones, quite an achievement for someone who was over 100 years old. Dressed in his traditional armor, consisting of metal plating that covered his front, with straps that went over his shoulders and around his waist, connecting to a plate of metal that covered his back, the former leader of the village hidden in the whirlpools looked like he had never stepped down from the position. He looked every bit of the leader that the entire village had come to respect. He had discarded the sheaths for his swords, choosing to hold the swords in his hands, while also making a personal promise to himself that the only time he would be putting them down would be at the end of this invasion when the enemy had been driven back, or when his cold body hit the floor. "You speak as if the storm is alive." Kashuma stood in a more modern shinobi outfit, with a flak jacket, Izushio headband and loose black clothing. A single sword was strapped to her back, ready to be used when she chose, the hilt wrapped in a purple ribbon and the guard as the Uzumaki clan spiral. Though looking up, Kashuma gave herself a minute to actually consider her father's words. The sky was incredibly dark, far darker than she had seen it in her lifetime. One would be hard-pressed to know that it was mid-afternoon unless they knew beforehand, and this had begun to roll in several hours ago from nothing. Kai gave a chuckle to his daughter at her words. "When you get to my age, you find that something doesn't have to breathe to be alive, Kashu-chan. An idea doesn't breath in and out, yet it is alive as long as there is someone to believe in it." Kai turned to look as the approaching ships, a small scowl made its way to his face. "They will be landing soon. Those cowards don't deserve to step on the soil of our land, they're too afraid to take us on one at a time, so instead they resort to underhanded tactics." He spat, while tightening his grip on his swords. "This is war, Tusan," Kashuma told her father. "There is no honor in war, and anyone who thinks that they can fight in any war and come out smelling like roses is a fool or a coward." She too had a frown on her face as she watched the hostile ships prepare to disembark. Now that they were closer, she could see that they're the shinobi and sailors running around on the deck of the ships, preparing for landing, though which was which, she wasn't entirely sure. "Perhaps they aren't as stupid as we thought," she heard her father half mutter to himself. When she turned to ask what he was pointing at, he merely pointed towards the sky above enemy. She could see there, two floating figures, which could only really be two people when one considers what was about to take place and who was involved. "Mu and Inoki of the Jintan, dust release," Kai said with narrowed eyes. "That's Otsutsuki and his successor. If they are here, then we can assume that the Reikage and Mizukage will also be coming, perhaps also branding their successors, and if the Kage are here, then there is a good chance of a jinchūriki being here also." Turning to his daughter, Kai drew her attention away from the two floating figures. "Kashuma, This fight has fallen even further out of our favor. With the inclusion of 6 possible kage along with jinchūriki, our chances of winning are all but gone. You must begin to evacuate who you can. I will hold them out for as long possible with the forces here. The Uzumaki clan cannot end here, and neither can Uzushiogakure. You must lead the survivors of this village to rebuild. No! Kashuma yelled to her father. I am the leader of this village, and therefore I am the one that holds the line. You, on the other hand, are not. She wouldn't run when she could have stayed and fought. That wasn't how she was raised, and it wasn't how she'd begin acting. As leader of this village, I order you, Kai Uzumaki, to begin evacuation of the village. Unsurprisingly, her father ignored her order and stepped closer to her, drawing eye level with his daughter. So you wish for me to go to your son and daughter, and tell them that the most important person in their lives isn't coming to get them. You wish for me to look my granddaughter in the eye and tell her that her mother might not be coming back, even after they have lost their father. He asked her in a quiet voice. If you truly believe that I would do that, then you truly don't know me at all, daughter of mine. They'll need their sofu, grandfather. Kashuma said, though it sounded like she was trying to convince herself of that fact. But they'll need their mother more. Kai shot back. Don't play this game with me, Kashuma. You have no ground to stand on in this. I am the leader of Uzushiogakure. She told him. And I am your Tusan. He retorted. Along with your clan head, and as your clan head, I order you to go begin the evacuation. Lead the civilians and genin out through the tunnels that travel to the south of the island, then take what ships that are there and flee to Konoha. You will find refuge there. That is not how I want to be known, Tusan. Kashuma told him stubbornly. I will not be known as the cowardly leader of Uzushiogakure, who ran while others fought. And you won't be. You will be known as the leader of Uzushiogakure, who left to fight another day. You will be the one who brings our family back from the ashes. Kai then placed his hands on her shoulders. Please, as a favor for an old man who doesn't want to see his daughter's corpse, begin the evacuation. The elderly Uzumaki looked into the eyes of his daughter, pleading, trying to get through to some part of her that could see what he could. That could see that she would be needed to rebuild their family and village after this was over. For what seemed like years, he stared at her, with her staring back, before finally she sighed and nodded before turning her head away. Kai didn't let out the breath he was holding, for he saw the glint in her eyes before she turned her head. Acting as though he didn't see, while praying that it was a trick of the light, Kai continued. Remember, take the southern evacuation tunnels with the civilians and genin first, and do so quickly. Once the barrier is raised, no one will be able to pass through. I'll send several jonin and chunin to accompany Dash. Kai's instructions were cut off by a loud clap of thunder, followed by another. Several loud shouts and shrieks also reached his ears, no doubt from several civilians that were frightened by the thunderous beginning of the storm. However, just as he was about to tell his daughter to begin the evacuation of Uzushiogakure, the voices of several others assaulted his ears. Turning to look for the source of the yells and shouts, Kai found himself looking out to the invasion force from Kumo and Iwa, where he could see several boats on the western side of the invasion fleet moving rapidly eastwards, cutting in front of several other ships as they did so. Looking to the source of the commotion from the enemy vessels, the former leader of Uzushiogakure saw a rapidly expanding maelstrom, a swirling vortex of water that was also incredibly unnatural. Maelstrom didn't simply appear out of nowhere, and they definitely weren't large enough to swallow a small town whole. The largest that Kai had seen were ones that had been wide enough to fit a house inside, and that was one of the largest ones recorded by the Uzumaki. The storm seemed to get more violent as the maelstrom grew, thunder seemed to get louder and the cracks of lightning got more frequent. A loud unhuman-like shriek pierced the air and the water around the maelstrom began to bubble rapidly, and then, the water erupted like a volcano. The explosion rocked the earth. As water began to rain down, those bellow and shockwave from the explosion rocked the Kumo ships, and as the water that had been lifted into the sky began to fall, and the liquid veil fell, Kai felt his blood run cold as what he saw. It was almost as bad as an invasion by itself, but combined with the current invasion that they were experiencing, it was like Kami was conspiring against them. Its skin was white with a bluish tint, and slime covered its entire body, giving it a sleek appearance. Two stubby legs were just visible out of the water, its eyes were on top of twin antennae on the top of its head, and several hole-like openings acting as a mouth. Its stubby arms matched its lower appendages, and 6 long tails sprouted out of its rear. The Rokubi gave another shriek as it hoisted itself out of the ocean and stood upon the land of whirlpools. As Kai watched the Rokubi walk along the shoreline, he idly noted that it still wasn't raining, despite the thunder that had been echoing across the atmosphere. Looking at the Rokubi, he wondered what the storm was still waiting for. Kami must hate us, Kai heard his daughter remark. Both a Biju and an invasion force, the only way that we could win would be to attack the invasion force and hope that the Rokubi either leaves or attacks Iwa, Kumo or Kiri, but even then there's a chance Rokubi will still attack us. This still changes nothing, Kai said, turning to face his daughter. Only that the evacuation plan must be accelerated. You must hurry, Kushuma, time is of the essence. For several moments, Kushuma simply stood there. You know that I'll come back, right? You know that I will never leave my country in this kind of state, even when that state seems impossible to change. The leader of Uzushiogakure questioned. I'll be getting my family out of here, but then I'm coming straight back. You'll need me to have even the slimmest chances of surviving, let alone winning. Kai gave a sigh and bowed his head with his eyes closed. I know, he muttered softly. You're an Uzumaki and my daughter to boot. I know that you wouldn't sit out if you felt you could do something, though I wish you would this one time. He gave another sigh before looking up again, his eyes filled with sadness and pride. Go, you will need all the time you can to evacuate the civilians. They've probably gone into a panic, and you'll need to calm them before going anywhere. Kushuma gave a nod before leaping off the wall and into the village, rushing off to gather some other Jonin and Chunin to help her in the evacuation procedures. Kai looked back at the Biju for several moments, as it looked around, before turning back around, searching for another ninja to assemble several more in order to aid his daughter in the evacuation of Uzushiogakure, as well as to do one other thing. It appeared that his daughter didn't know him that well after all if she thought that he had given up on keeping her family together. Mu-sensei, what do we do? Asked Inoki from his position next to his teacher as they both observed the wandering six tails. Floating several meters above sea level, and therefore, unaffected by the rocking of the boats in the sea, both men were able to track the Biju with ease as it simply walked slowly along the shore of Yuzu-no-Kuni. Should we try and get it to attack Uzushiogakure, leave it alone, or try to create another jinchūriki? We do have our seal specialists to counter the Uzumaki's own Fuinjutsu. No, was said after several seconds of deliberation. Even if we did have someone to act as a vessel for the Rokubi, the sealing would not only take too long, but also weaken us. There is then the issue that it would alert that Uzumaki that we have our own Fuinjutsu experts, and would make them take extra precautions regarding their sealing that might put our own seal masters off guard. But then paused before continuing. Also, Kiri might be offended should we take the Rokubi. They were the ones who were originally given that particular Biju by Hashirama Senju. Why do you care about Kiri? I thought that you felt that alliance were for weaklings. For that matter, why are we even in this alliance? You never did answer my question. Inoki questioned from his position. Mu merely turned to look at his successor, and Inoki could practically feel the raised eyebrow that his teacher was trying to get across. I thought that you were smart enough to decipher the why for yourself, Inoki. Evidently I was wrong. Mu's voice was still as calm as he had always been, and to any other observer, it might seem that the knight-aimed Otsutsuki didn't care that his pupil had failed his little test. But Inoki wasn't any other observer. He spent large and extended amounts of time with Mu and thus, to an extent, could detect the subtle undertones of disappointment in his sensei's voice. Seeing as you can't grasp why I have aligned Iwagakure with Kumo and Kiri, I will ask you 2 questions. If you can't then decipher the why, I will drop you as my apprentice and choose another successor. Inoki balked at the sudden ultimatum. His teacher had been quite strict often, along with demanding in several areas, but never had there been this kind of consequence for failing anything. Talking a moment to compose himself, the younger of the 2 Jinten users then looked at his sensei. I'm ready, he said. Good, Mu said, ignoring the goings-on of those below the 2 of them. Tell me, Inoki, a pack of wolves hunt a bear. Alone, none of them hold the power to kill the bear without the bear being weakened severely. What do they do to kill the bear? Take it down together. Inoki told his sensei. Good, now tell me, all of the wolves that killed the bear are alphas, and all want more meat than the other. So is the one that gets the most meat the one that's part of the pack and argues with the rest of the pack, or the one that simply attacked when it saw an opportunity and attacks the other wolves while their backs are turned? Realization dawned in Inoki's eyes, and Mu evidently saw this as he nodded at his apprentice. Now you see why we are here. It's not an alliance if we are not truly allies, is it? Mu questioned before turning to look at the still wandering Biju. We will have to keep it occupied. The chances of it attacking us simply because we are here is too great. But if we keep it distracted and away from the battle, we should encounter no problems. And how do we do that? Anoki asked, using a similar question to the one that he asked earlier. The only way for us to properly distract the Rokubi is to use a being of similar strength against it. But considering that we will need our strength to bring down Uzushiogakure, the only option that is truly left is the jinchūriki. They will be vulnerable against the Uzumaki seal masters in such close range, and as such, would be vulnerable. They are the best tasked to distract the Rokubi. Why would we bring them then? It seems ridiculous to bring them so close to the Uzumaki. Anoki questioned. Why do you think that I deliberately left our jinchūriki in IWA? The jinchūriki were only truly meant to incite panic and fear, not to actually do any damage. Fear is a powerful thing, Anoki, remember this. It was one of the reasons that Madara Uchiha was so powerful. If you begin to doubt yourself in the face of a foe, then you have already lost. Mu told his student, who listened intently, wanting to soak in any kind of wisdom that his teacher might give out. But didn't only Kiri bring their jinchūriki? We lost the Four Tails in the first Shinobi War and didn't bring the Gobi's hosts, while Kyumo lost the Two Tails and didn't bring the Hachibi's jinchūriki. Yes, that is true, but apparently, several years ago, Kyumo recovered the Nibi. It was traveling down from the north of Kaminari no Kuni when it was spotted, most likely seeking the warmer climates of Hai no Kuni that it is suited to. They were intending to use it as a surprise weapon. That Otsutsuki explained. I haven't seen the jinchūriki personally, but the Reikage tells of how he supposedly subdued the Biju single-handedly, allowing Kyumo's Fuinjutsu experts to seal it inside of something for transport back to Kyumo. Mu paused for a moment as he remembered the meeting between the Kage when the leader of Kyumo had spoken of his triumph over the Nibi. As soon as he began speaking of how they took the Two Tails, the Reikage began to change the subject, quite subtly now that I think about it. Unusual for someone like Lotambai, who is usually mostly muscle with little brains and a large ego. Mu then focused on the Rokubi, which was still wandering around, shaking its head every few minutes. It was disoriented from whatever had caused it burst from the ocean. It would be easy for Mu to attack it with Anoki, but it would require more power than they could spare. They would have to wait for Kiri to arrive, and before they could do anything, it would mean that the Uzumaki would have more time to evacuate and prepare defenses, but it was worth it in case Six Tails becomes startled and attacks them. It would be almost 2 hours after the IWA and Kyumo forces landed that the first attacks would be launched. Half an hour before the attack, Kiri's ships would make contact with the eastern shore of the Land of Whirlpools. At the same time as the Kiri ships landed, civilians and genin would begin fleeing the island through underground tunnels in droves, where they would emerge near the south of the island before begin to take ships of the eastern shore of Hai no Kuni. There was no loud announcement by whoever was leading the invading forces. There was only the numerous shouts of people calling out techniques, each one of them aimed at the great wall that separated them from the shinobi of Uzushiogakure on the other side. The amount of techniques taking up the view of all those who looked upon it, a giant wall of pain and death descending on the inhabitants of Uzushiogakure, sent by thousands. "Raise the barrier!" cried Kai as the attack began, feeling pain, sadness, and guilt. Because of the nature of the barrier, which needed a constant source of chakra in order to be active and therefore would constantly require over 100 people simultaneously supplying it with chakra, nothing could go past through the barrier either way, and when you added the fact that the barrier also worked underground, it meant that with the barrier up, no more civilians could escape through the tunnels. That meant that everyone still on the island was most likely doomed. Kai could only hope that enough people had gotten out safely before he had given the order to raise the barrier. A light blue shroud of chakra emanated from the wall of Kazama as millions of seals became visible, all of them lining the oldest surviving structure from the Uzumaki clan's history, before a wall of chakra rose from the outermost side of the wall. Curving inward as it rose, the barrier of chakra caught the thousands of attacks that had been launched, including twin beams of energy from the two most powerful shinobi from IWA, all of them harmless, impacting against the great barrier that the Uzumaki had spent countless years perfecting, enhancing and strengthening. Outside the barrier, the combined forces of Kiri, IWA and Kyumo simply stood and watched in shock and awe as the shield was raised. The great blue barrier had taken all their attacks without wavering, not even a shudder of strain was seen as their jutsus had impacted against the barrier as it had been raised. The army of thousands could do nothing at the shield of seals finally came to a point, creating a dome over the village of Uzushiogakure. Even Mu had been taken aback by the shield that had arisen. He'd suspected that the Uzumaki had some sort of secret weapon, almost every village did. He'd even thought about some sort of barrier but had cast that off. Any barriers involving Fuinjutsu that he knew about on this magnitude needed at least 4 people with chakra reserves that rivaled some of the Biju, along with needing to be on the outside of the barrier. Apparently, there were obviously some that he hadn't heard about. The major villages had the jinchūriki, while each of the smaller villages usually specialized in one of the ninja arts, or had some sort of special source of power. Mu knew for a fact that Takigakure had something called spirit water. He could now see that Fuinjutsu was the Uzumaki's spirit water. Observing the invasion force be grounded to a halt at the site of the Great Barrier of the Uzumaki, a name that had actually been given by the civilians and shinobi alike in order to acknowledge the effort, time and skill that the Uzumaki had given into creating the barrier, Kai stood just inside the light blue wall of chakra on the wall of Kazama. He knew that this barrier wouldn't hold the key to the salvation of Uzushigakure. They would be able to hold out for a few days. But with the batteries for the barrier needing to be changed every hour or two, they would quickly find themselves running low on shinobi. A large amount when one remembered that over 100 people were needed to power the barrier for just an hour. This meant that they would either need to wait for Konoha reinforcements, which would take some days, or launch a desperate attack to try and weaken the invaders. Trying to defeat the enemy with the current numbers of shinobi was useless. Uzushigakure was outnumbered 3-1, but they could weaken them for when Konoha eventually arrived. It was one of the unspoken rules about being a shinobi, something no one talked about, yet everyone knew about and agreed upon. If you realize that victory is out of reach, as is a retreat, take out as many of the bastards as you can before you go down. That was what Kai was ready to do if it came down to it, and Konoha didn't arrive in time. "Tu-san!" A voice from behind him called out. Turning around, he saw his daughter, Kashuma, with tears brimming in her eyes, making her way towards him from the other end of the segment of wall he was on. Several shinobi that he had sent to accompany her were trailing behind her, one of them holding the form of a sleeping red-headed boy in their arms. Kushina, barrier! That was all Kashuma managed to get out before the tears began to streak down her cheeks and she began to sob. Kai immediately did his job as a father, and comforted his daughter in her moment of need, his arms wrapping around her and holding her to him. Her arms came around him as well, encircling his body as she clung to him like a lifeline. Her shoulders shook violently. Kai looked at the ninja behind his daughter, trying to see if her could discern what was wrong. It only took a second before he noticed what was wrong, causing his eyes to widen, before he shut them tightly to push back the tears that threatened to surface. Turning back to Kashuma, Kai gently removed the arms around his body. His daughter led him, still sobbing, now only slightly, before Kai lowered them to her sides. He then reached up to cup his daughter's face before bringing it up to look at him. Two tracks marred her cheeks while her eyes were beginning to turn slightly red from her crying. "Kashuma, what happened?" Kai asked softly, though he already knew. He waited patiently for his daughter to pull herself together so that she could answer. "Kushina," she said, after having mostly regained her composure. "Kushina was on the other side of the barrier when it went up. I was about to send Kazuo after her, but the barrier went up before I could." A few more sobs escaped Kashuma's lips before Kai began to give his daughter some more comfort. "It will be alright, Kashuma. Kushina should be on her way to Konoha now. She will be safe there, no matter what happens here," Kai told his daughter, before he then turned to the shinobi carrying a 10-year-old Kazuo, his grandson. "What happened?" "I specifically asked for Kashuma and her children to be the first ones out." "Our apologies, Kai-sama," answered another with their head bowed. "But we were going to wait until Kashuma-sama got both her children through to the other side of the barrier. 5 of us would have then surprised her and subdued her before making our way to the ship while the others took care of her children. We believe that she might have let her guard down slightly then, making our jobs easier. We are all deeply sorry that we have failed." Kai let out a sigh. He couldn't fault the shinobi. They had no idea when the barrier would have gone up. Though they did make a few stupid mistakes, he couldn't mistake their caution when handling how to subdue his daughter. She was the leader of this village for a reason. How many people made it out? The Uzumaki clan had questioned. The answer he got only made him sadder than he already was. Only about 100 or so civilians and 20 or so genin and academy ninja. With so many civilians to transport, we couldn't move as fast as we wished. Another ninja responded. Kai could only sigh while his daughter finally managed to stop her crying completely and was wiping her eyes. She then moved and took her sleeping son in her arms, holding him in her arms, with his head resting on her shoulder. Kai could easily see that she was trying to prevent herself from gripping the body of her son too tightly. Having been ripped from her daughter, it was too obvious that Kushuma was in no hurry to relinquish her hold on her son. It was unbelievable that she would have let anyone carry her son here, though it might have been because of the shock she was going through. Dismissed, Kai said with a wave of his hand. The shinobi then disappeared in a puff of smoke, knowing that their leader was most likely in a poor state. Before Kai could turn to his daughter in order to offer more comfort, a loud shriek was heard from beyond the barrier, a shriek that was definitely not human. Looking to the source, Kai could see that there were two jinchūriki attacking the rokubi, which had obviously not been ready for the attack. Twin beings covered in a shroud of red chakra, one with twin tails, the other with a trio, rammed themselves into the side of the six tails, causing it to fall over and hit the ground. However, both jinchūriki seemed to have greatly underestimated the sixth biju, and both paid for it in the form of getting smacked with one of the giant slug's six tails. Due to the rokubi dwarfing its opponents in size, both were launched a fair length away, giving it plenty of time to get back to its feet. Turning to his daughter, who had also had her attention drawn to the fighting biju, he put a hand on the shoulder not occupied by his grandson's head. "Go, you must rest. Today would have been hard on you." Kushuma merely nodded before walking off, not wanting to run in case she woke her sleeping son, Kai following her with his eyes. The Uzumaki clan head turned to look at the sky after his daughter had walked out of his sight. It was still dark, and waiting. The lightning had appeared when the rokubi had eventually faded away, leaving the darkened sky that didn't move. It was like the rokubi might have been some sort of spark, but it didn't catch, like it could have been what was coming, but higher beings decided that it wasn't. "What are you waiting for?" he asked to the heavens. He had no idea that his question would be answered. It was a crack of thunder that told him something was coming, but it was when the rain began to fall that he realized that his question had been answered. Thanks to the great barrier of the Uzumaki, none of the rain reached those inside of Uzushigakure, but that didn't mean that they couldn't hear it as it pelted the barrier. Kai knew that he could move, yet he didn't want to. Instead, he continued to watch as the storm began to grow, releasing the energy that it had built up. Thunder split the sky with echoing cries at an almost constant pace, bolts of electricity that made the hairs rise on the back of the necks. The biju and jinchūriki, which had been ready to re-engage each other, stopped short, their attention turning to the storm around them. That was until both hosts dropped to the ground, their cloaks fluctuating wildly, yet their yells were drowned out by the sound of thunder. With unexpected suddenness that could only come in battle, there was a great sudden boom, before the center of the invasion force of Kuri, Iwa and Kumo exploded. Dust, earth and bodies were expelled from the center as a shockwave expanded outward. Kai didn't move as the expanding dome of dust reached the walls of the village, having faith in the shield, which wasn't misplaced as the barrier took it without complaint, but the dust that was kicked up by the shockwave blocked Kai's view of the battlefield, and of the source of the explosion. Yet it didn't extend to the skies, allowing a small beam of light to hit the clan head's head before it vanished, causing him to look up in time to watch as the piece of open sky was enveloped by the sky. Turning back to where he last saw the invasion force, Kai watched with a frown. Whatever caused this explosion could either fly or had the ability to travel instantaneously, the only two ways that they would have been able to approach without getting noticed by either side. As the dust finally began to settle, Kai was able to make out a blue glow that emerged through the cloud of crushed dirt. They came in flashes, appearing in one place for a flurry of movement before vanishing and appearing in another. As his vision cleared, Kai could finally begin to see what was happening, and it made his eyes widen in shock and amazement. It was Otsutsuki Naruto. There was no mistaking that unique long, white hair, nor that kimono that he had only seen once in his life. Though he had his suspicion that the ageless figure was really the Yoso Sennin, the man had no proof, not truly knowing any of the abilities that Otsutsuki Naruto wielded. Yet Kai kept these suspicions to himself, knowing that the consequences for not doing so could be severe. He was also afraid of the ramifications of telling the world that the most powerful figures of the age was really a man who had lived for over a millennia. The Otsutsuki was a blur of movement, whipping around some kind of glowing instrument that seamlessly destroyed his enemies, all the while moving with such precision and grace that it looked more like he was dancing than fighting. Each punch and kick easily broke bone, that much he could see from where he was observing the man rip through the invading shinobi, but even if it didn't, it usually set up a move that would. A punch to the side of the head snapped the neck, a kick to the chest sent a shinobi tumbling with broken ribs, A sweeping leg knocked a shinobi off his feet and giving Naruto an opening to drive the blue weapon into the stomach, sending them crashing into the ground. Each maneuver was brutal and devastating, designed to take people out of the fight permanently, through either death or injury. And Kai watched the effectiveness of this fighting style be shown at its maximum potential as Naruto took the invaders apart. Twin beams then impacted where Naruto was standing, but the man had already vacated that position. Kai quickly traced the source of the beams to Mu and Inoki, the only ones capable of that kind of attack. Yet, it appeared that Naruto already knew this as he appeared between the two floating ninja and knocked both of them out of the air with a swing of his instrument, which Kai was able to discern as a staff of some kind. The two Jinten users were sent sprawling in opposite directions. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique! A voice called out. Kai turned his eyes to the source, which turned out to be the second Mizukage, who had been hiding inside the bulk of the forces, and was now on top of his giant clam summon. The appearance of the second Kage of Kiri made Yuzushio's chance of survival even slimmer, at least without the interference of Naruto. The man had a long, blonde hair, in a combed-back style, along with blue eyes, and a goatee and thin mustache adorning his face. He was dressed in a long-sleeved and high-collared gray kimono with a pinstriped pattern, with a dark green sash wrapped around his waist, and similarly colored jumpsuit underneath. The man wore a pair of sandals up to his calves. Naruto, upon seeing the Mizukage upon his summon, stopped his movement and released his staff from his hand, resulting in it dissolving into small blue particles that were then absorbed into his hand, revealing to Kai, and anyone else who'd been watching Naruto at that moment, that his staff was made of chakra. The Mizukage opened his mouth to speak, but Naruto gave him no chance to speak his words, leaping straight into the air. The extraordinary thing about this was that a pillar of earth followed Naruto as he ascended into the air, where he hung for several moments, the pillar just beneath him. That was all the break anyone had as, while still suspended in the air, Naruto raised his leg upwards. Kami no Hanma, Kami's hammer. All those watching heard his words, and none could stop their eyes widening as he drove the heel of his foot into the top of the pillar, and with devastating force, sent it crashing back into the ground from which it had been raised, causing the earth to shake and rumble violently. Kai desperately searched for something to hold onto as the shockwave from the technique reached his position, rocking the wall of Kazama to its foundations, yet with the wall and barrier holding together. While he was struggling to find support, Kai was unable to see what was happening to those outside the shield, and how much it actually protected those inside from the force of the technique. Outside the barrier, the earth cracked and split, the land of whirlpools breaking into segments that rose and fell as Naruto's technique split the area in two. Pieces of earth rose above others as chunks of earth were forced underneath others, sending the shinobi that were trapped on them soaring. Others drifted further apart, causing deep trenches in the earth's crust to appear, leading down to the mantle deep below, where magma bubbled and boiled. The unlucky shinobi that found themselves at the wrong end of this technique quickly found themselves falling to their doom, or being crushed by the moving earth in chunks. When the shaking finally ceased, and Kai finally managed to regain his footing, the head of the Uzumaki clan, and grandfather of two, was finally able to look out over the wall and inspect the destruction caused by the technique. What he saw made him speechless. Hundreds of miles of earth, amassing into the billions, possibly trillions of tons of dirt, rock and Kami knows what else, had all been uprooted. The very landscape had been rewritten. A mountain had formed that stretched high into the clouds, where before there was nothing but flat land. It was something that even Madara and Hashirama, in their prime, would have been hard-pressed to match. The ground began to rumble again, and for several moments, Kai feared that Naruto had used the same technique again, but his fears were put to rest when, instead of the earth beginning to shake again, the land began to revert to its former appearance. The pieces of earth which had shifted began to slide back to their original positions in the ground. The mountain that had been formed broke into several smaller, yet no less impressive in size, portions of earth and began to retreat also. The damage that the technique had caused to the landscape was being undone. As the earth began to fall back into place, Kai looked for the one responsible for this, and found him standing on the ground, his hands splayed out in front of him. Only when the last chunk fell into place did Naruto lower his arms to the side before he turned and walked off in a certain direction. Kai then turned his attention to the surroundings, which had been changed drastically in the aftermath of Naruto's technique. Where there had once been vegetation, there was now empty landscape, no trees, no shrubs or bushes and no grass, only dirt and gravel. Then there were the bodies that littered the earth like rubbish. Shinobi and kunoichi alike were face down on the ground and unmoving. Some stirred and began to move, a sign that they had managed to survive through the ordeal that they had been through without serious injury, an incredible feat, yet these people were few. The others, the majority of the shinobi that managed to stay in one piece, remained motionless. The rest groaned in pain, with injuries too severe to be able to move. Turning back to Naruto, Kai found the man standing in front of the two jinchūriki. Because of the distance between himself and the source of his attention, Kai wasn't able to discern that status of the Biju hosts, but he could see one laying very still, while he could see the other shifting around, which only became more frantic as Naruto drew closer. A glint of metal, and Kai saw the jinchūriki still before Naruto threw the corpse into the air. Both watched as the body began to burn as the corrosive Biju chakra escaped its host. What landed was a charred body that was almost unrecognizable. Another flash, and another body being hefted into the air, and the other host jointed its fellow jinchūriki in the Shinigami's grasp as they passed on to the afterlife. With both jinchūriki dead, Kai watched as Naruto looked around the barren land searching for something, before his eyes finally locked with the horizon, prompting Kai to attempt to locate the object of his fixation. It was hard, especially with the sun beginning to break through the clouds and its light shining on Uzumaki's face, but he managed to spot the object. It was the Rokubi, the Biju having snuck off while the battle was happening, and was now a white dot that was slowly getting smaller as it traveled off into the distance. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Kai had enough time to turn his gaze back to Naruto in time to watch as the Jinten technique crashed into a light blue barrier that sprung up around him, and for the Otsutsuki and his successor to float down to ground. Both were free of any scratches or bruises, something that didn't surprise Kai with their ability to fly. The Mizuki arrived a moment later, with a man that Kai only knew as the most likely candidate for the position of Sandaime Mizuki. The man was quite tall, with long black hair that reached his back and pearl-shaped objects resting in his hair in a circular pattern. Much like his Kage, he too had a pinstripe pattern on his clothing, though to a much lesser extent, having them only applied on his arm and leg guards over which he wore a sleeveless haori with ragged ends. A poncho-like scarf was wrapped around his neck. Both Mizuki and the person next to him had rips in their clothing. The possible Sandaime Mizuki had several cuts leaking from parts of his body. Yet other than that both men appeared to be free of any crippling injuries. Naruto lowered the shield he had covering his body as all four men stood before him, finding no threat to his person. But then again, Kai didn't know anyone that could threaten the man. "You must know that none of you can defeat me," he said, though Kai was too far away to hear. He had long since perfected the art of reading lips, something that he hoped his daughter would take an interest in. "So why do you try to?" Naruto had to truly wonder what these people were trying to accomplish. His mind ran through the possibilities, matching up what he believed they would do with the likeliness of it succeeding, and each time he came up with the same answer. It wouldn't work. "It is only over when you give up," he heard the Otsutsuki, the man wrapped in bandages, say. The leader of IWA then turned to his only support present. "Inoki, gather what men you can and leave, take what boats are salvageable and sail back to Kumo with whoever you can. You are Otsutsuki now." The child, Inoki, seemed surprised at the sudden promotion in rank, his eyes widening dramatically as he turned to his former Otsutsuki. But Sandash, whatever words the newly named Earth's Shadow was about to say, that was cut off by his predecessor. "Now is not the time nor place," Mu began, his eyes never leaving Naruto, while his voice didn't change in tone. The emotionless tone made Naruto raise a mental eyebrow, wondering what story could be behind the cause for it. "Just know that I believe that you are the only one who can truly lead IWA now. The end of this war is the perfect time to offer new leadership to our village, your leadership, Inoki." The Mizuki said, turning to his subordinate. "I think that now might be the best time to tell you the same, Teiko." The now former Mizuki then gave his successor a smile. "Congratulations on your ascension to Mizuki, my young pupil." Teiko, the one to accompany the Mizuki, and now current Mizuki, simply shifted on both his feet, his gaze transferring from Genjutsu, his former leader, and their enemy. "Genjutsu-sama, perhaps now is not the best time to talk of such thing. Teiko, much like his fellow Sandaime, was cut off by his predecessor. But now is the only time, Teiko, because I will not be returning to Kiri with you. You must take what men you can and leave. I will buy you what time I can here for your escape." The smile on the face of Genjutsu fell away to reveal a serious look, and Teiko simply nodded in response. Both of you, Mu ordered. Leave, myself and the Mizukage will stall our foe for as long as we can, but you must each do as we have asked. Now, I will not ask again. Anoki needed no other encouragement, and with a burst of chakra, he shot up in the air and quickly moved to gather what men he could. Takeo hesitated for a second before he gave a nod before he too left. For several moments, none of the three spoke. The two Kage sized up what could be their last opponent, while Naruto simply stared at the two of them. Aren't you going to do anything? Questioned Genjutsu. Last time I checked, one of the powers of the Yoso Sennin wasn't the ability to stare at people to death. Naruto ignored the attempt at provoking him to attack and simply stared at the two for several more seconds before the white-haired man opened his mouth. I'll do something when you finally get here, Ninja-san. Naruto told the man. After all, it would be a bit stupid of me to fight an illusion, wouldn't it? The former Mizukage and Otsutsuki both stiffened, the Kirinin's reaction being far more visible than his IWA counterpart. You arrived too early after your attack, Ninja-san, Naruto said, this time addressing the illusion of Mu. Last time I checked, your attack didn't allow you appear in two places at once. Naruto then paused for a moment before continuing. But I can sense that you have found another technique to do that for you. Naruto didn't need his Byakugan to tell the difference between illusion and reality, though he could have used it. The genjutsu that extended over his eyes, making them seem purple, could also hide the bulging veins associated with the activation of the Jujutsu. Naruto then suddenly leaned forward as the illusion in front of him disappeared, dodging the former Mizukage that was aiming for his neck with an axe head made of water attached to his arm. Retaliating with a swift kick, Naruto quickly found that this wasn't the real genjutsu when it exploded into superheated steam from his attack. Naruto quickly took his foot from its extended position and hopped back several meters to put some breathing room between him and whatever technique had just been used against him. A hand movement along with some chakra, and the steam was prevented from reaching him, hitting an invisible wall a meter or so from his body. Another hand movement and a little bit more chakra, and the wall of steam was forced to the ground, the steam condensing into hot water that then soaked the earth. Tilting his head back, Naruto avoided a punch that would have crashed into the side of his head. He was then forced to backflip over a kick that would have impacted his midsection. Landing on the ground and turning towards those that had assaulted him, Naruto came face to face with two of the same person, the person being Mu. Both copies quickly rushed him. Dodging a quick jab that came from one, Naruto trapped the leg on the other that attempted to kick him, while his twin tried to keep him busy. Keeping the leg pinned to his side with his right arm, Naruto then used his left arm, along with his left leg, to fend off dual attack that came from the two. A kick from the one that was free was blocked by his leg, while when the other punched, they found their attack blocked by his hand, deflecting all of the punches they threw. Finding an opening after several moments of trading blows, Naruto planted a kick into his free opponent's stomach that sent them tumbling to the ground after they were too late to defend themselves after a block from Naruto's leg. Acting quickly, Naruto released the leg in his grip while dropping down to one leg and using his other to sweep his second opponent of their feet. That same foot then planted itself, with tremendous force, onto the chest of the second of the two clones, forming a crater beneath them. The clone immediately stilled as the strength of the falling leg pulverized its chest, yet, to Naruto's surprise, didn't dispel itself like Naruto had expected it to. Turning in the direction of the wet earth, where he sent the other clone, Naruto was surprised to find that it was still intact as well, and on its feet. Putting that out of his mind, Naruto immediately got back to his feet, moved to take down the other of the two strange clones, remembering that there was still another opponent that was hiding. Deciding to end this quickly so that he could deal with the other Kage, Naruto appeared in front of the other Kage and delivered a devastating punch to the gut of the former Otsutsuki, one that had him bending over his fist and lifted him off the ground slightly. Naruto then took advantage of his opponent's short-lived flight, retracting his fist from their gut before then dropping the elbow of the same arm down on their back, driving Mu into the ground. Raising his fist, looking to end this opponent now, Naruto's attack was cut off by the timely arrival of his other opponent. Mizufusen no Jutsu, water balloon technique, came the call from Genjutsu Hozuki, causing bubbles to rise up from the damp earth that was beneath Naruto and Mu. Hundreds of them rose and simply hovered in the air. Those same bubbles were then launched with incredible speed and force at Naruto, causing the ageless man to jump backwards to avoid the barrage. Charging his limbs with chakra, reinforcing and strengthening them, Naruto started to strike back against the incoming bubbles. A swift flurry of punches and kicks destroyed the ones that came to close, while small movements of his body allowed him to avoid others. While Naruto was swiftly taking apart the attack of the Nidame Mizukage, that same Mizukage made their way over to their IWA counterpart. Mu had managed to lift himself to his hands and knees, despite the crippling pain that he could feel arching through his body. The Yoso Sannin hit more like an enraged summon than a man. Raising his head to look Genjutsu, Mu was about to question why the man had taken so long to come to his aid, but the look of the former Mizukage made it easy to see why. The man was sweating heavily. Mu could see several dark patches of sweat on the Mizukage's outfit. Mu then rephrased his question. "What happened?" he asked as he tried to hoist himself to his feet, only to back to his knees. About to try again, Mu was surprised when a hand fell in front of his face. Looking up at Genjutsu, who had offered his arm, Mu put aside his supposed rival's strange behavior and simply took the hand, using it to hoist himself up to his feet. "The first technique I used, Joki Boy, Steaming Danger Tyranny, is meant to be a constant technique, one that had no true end if it is left alone. As you can guess from how I look, the technique takes almost all of my chakra to use. It was meant to keep the Sannin distracted for a while, allowing you to attack him when an opening presented itself. I had not anticipated that he would be able to neutralize Joki Boy so quickly. I thought I would have had more time to recover," the former Kage told Mu. "I'm glad now that we told our successors to leave earlier. I'll admit," Mu said, "using that genjutsu to stall the Sannin while our people evacuated was a cunning idea, genjutsu." As Mu said this, both noticed that Naruto had already popped the last bubble, and was standing, waiting for them. "It is time to end this," Naruto told them. Mu nodded at his statement. "Indeed it is," Mu agreed. Quickly beginning a long line of hand seals, Mu paid little attention to anything else, only to the series of gestures that he had done a million times over. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Genjutsu was doing the same. The former Kage of IWA watched as the clear cylinder appeared in front of him, the bright spark at one end, ready to annihilate anything he had set in his sights. Both felt their techniques building in power, but they held it, wanting to charge their attacks for as long as possible. Across from them, Naruto simply held out a hand towards them, a single finger extended outwards. Underneath the genjutsu that kept his eyes purple, Naruto's eyes glowed yellow, signaling his usage of chakra nature. It was then that the world seemed to darken, the sun dimmed, and colors of the land seemed to dull, like they were being washed away. On the tip of Naruto's finger appeared a light, a small light that shined incredibly bright. The light never grew brighter, nor larger, it simply shined. Yet Mu could sense the deceptive nature that the light held. He could feel the amount of chakra in whatever Naruto was doing. Mu, seeing that it was now or never, intoned his technique, and hoping that his unlikely ally in this battle would feel the same. Jintan, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. As he called out his technique, Mu could see the spark at the end of the clear cylinder brighten, while beside him, he could hear Genjutsu call out his own attack. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. With that, the two techniques fired, a beam of destructive energy and a monstrous wave of water, both rushing towards a calm Naruto, who only watched as the two techniques made to kill him. It was only when both techniques were almost upon him, did Naruto act, and call out his own technique. Kotun, Yamano Tetai, Light Release, Withdrawal of Darkness. The light on his finger burst forth as a giant beam, similar to the one that Mu had used with Jintan. This beam carved through the land, swallowing the earth, and the two attacks from the two former Kage, engulfing them both in the light of the technique. Mu and Genjutsu only had time to widen their eyes, both they too were eaten by the technique, the light washing over them, and erasing their forms in seconds. The water hissed and evaporated into steam instantly, while the Jintan technique was simply swallowed whole. The light then continued across the land, before moving out to sea. Yet it didn't stop, it continued out moving towards the horizon, carving a trench in the water. Yet just as the light looked as if it was going to reach the horizon, it began to dissipate, its form breaking apart until it turned to nothing. With the technique's end, the light in the world seemed to brighten, the colors returning to their former glory. With the technique's end, so did Naruto's presence on Yuzushiogakure, his form vanishing, and behind him he left a village of grateful people, and an even more grateful old man, who got the joy of watching his daughter and granddaughter be reunited. It would then be years before the world was reminded of the presence of the Yoso Sannin again. The world would search, but inevitably fail to find him. In a small town in Kaminari no Kuno, a young man would make his way towards the marketplace, where stalls were set up to sell their products. Carrying a pouch at his side and with brown hair and eyes, along with some common clothing, he was about as memorable as a patch of earth, much like the town really. As a small town with almost no strategic value in any kind of way, it had been left physically unaffected by the 3 shinobi wars that had happened over the course of the odd 60 or so years since the hidden village system was first established. In fact, there was no significance that this town held in any way. There were almost 1,000 other towns almost exactly like it in the world, yet, it was what this town had in common with others is what set it apart from the others. Like most towns in the elemental nations, it had its own folk tales, legends, and myths. One such myth was of a haunted monastery at the peak of the mountain that the town rested under. Many, of course, felt that this was a bunch of speculation and superstition meant to attract visitors from other countries, something that had become quite popular in recent years. But if one looked closer at some of the facts supporting this myth, they would find a few solid arguments for the myth. An old trade agreement, one dating back millennia, written on a scroll of papyrus that detailed the trading of goods to monks that lived on a monastery near the mountain's peak, and yet, when people went searching for said monastery, nothing could be found. Several days of researchers scouring the mountain for any sign of the structure, it was eventually agreed upon that the monastery was buried by an avalanche or rockslide, which must have buried the building. Yet another fact was that there was no recording of any kind that the monastery was destroyed, nor was the trade agreement thrown out. One would think that if the monastery had been destroyed, then the trade agreement would have been scraped, but it wasn't. Another was that there had been no recorded rockslides of avalanches of any kind in the area, and records begin around a millennia ago. So unless there was a tremendous earthquake over a millennia ago that dislodged some rock, causing an avalanche, not incredibly unlikely, then the monastery must still be there. Yet it wasn't, and so the myth of the haunted monastery began, attracting a fair amount of tourists every year that were interested in seeing the building that didn't really exist. But the young man that walked into the town wasn't there for the myths and legends that attracted others to the town. He was merely here to pick up some supplies, mostly food and water, along with the odd trinket that catches his attention as he shops. As soon as he walked into the town, he immediately managed to pick up the difference in the air, the livelier feel of the town. Children were playing the streets, something that he hadn't seen for a while. People were out and about, talking, partying, celebrating, like some kind of event was happening. Due to being so isolated, living a fair distance away from the town, he had no idea what the cause of celebration was, but kept his ears open so that he might be able to find out. Walking through the main street of the town, where all of the stalls were set up, the young man observed the happiness that seemed to permeate through the town. People were singing, talking, and simply having a good time. Music was heard wherever he went. He could hear the laughter of all those around him, both children and adults. Something that brought a small smile to the man's face, having seen how depressed the town had been the last time he came here. As he approached one of the usual vendors he visited, a fruit and vegetable stand, he began to select the foods that he felt he would need for the coming week. As the old woman behind the stand gave him a small smile before beginning to weigh all of the food, the man began to pay a closer attention to his surroundings, trying to listen in a conversation to try and find out why the town was celebrating. It took several seconds, but he finally managed to find a conversation between 2 men several stands over. "I can't believe that it's finally over," one of the men said joyously. "I can finally begin to work as normal without those damned ninja interfering with my schedule." "I know what you mean," the other man told his companion, though the young man guessed that the two were most likely friends. "Several ninja took almost half of my last crop and said that it was my payment to help the war effort." The man gave scoff. "If I didn't know that the daimyo would have just brushed me off with the war going on, I would have gone to him. Now those bastards can't take my crop without reason." "Do you know who won though?" the first man questioned. "I never heard, only that the war was finally over." "Yeah, I heard," the second man told the first with a grumble. "Apparently it was Konoha. At first everyone felt that they were going down with IWA using backhanded tactics like human shields, hit and run, stuff like that. Then this bastard, Minato something or other, came and kicked Iwasken all the way back to their village, using some sort of Harasi technique. Makes him fast or something like that. Blonde-haired bastard. What's wrong with you?" the first questioned, seeing the man's almost constant grumbling. "Thought you wouldn't have cared who won the war, only that it was over. I know that I don't particularly care." "Yeah, I don't," the man said. Just wish that it wasn't Konoha for once. Look at the other wars. The first one Konoha won with the Yoso Sannin. The second one Konoha won with the Sannin and some help from the Yoso Sannin. And now with the third war, they win again thanks to the Kiro Senko, the man said mockingly. I just wish someone else could win so that Konoha could be knocked off its high horse. I just hope that the next war is after I'm dead. The other man said, seeing that the subject was making his friend annoyed. Thankfully it seemed to work, as his friend snorted. I'll pray to that any day. As the two men then went on to talk about more mundane things, the young man's mind began to process what he heard. His brain went over the information again and again, yet the only thing that it returned were two simple words. A chance. Dear, is that all? The voice of the woman before him knocked the young man out of his thoughts. Oh, yes. Thank you, the man told her with a small smile. The lady gave a nice smile back. I guess that you would like to pay using something of value instead of paying? The question was slightly rhetorical, as the young man knew that the elderly lady had served him enough times to know his preferred method of paying. Still, the man decided to answer anyway. Of course. He told her before reaching for the pouch at his side. Opening the pouch, the young man pulled out several wooden carvings, all with incredibly intricate detail. A few were of several mythical creatures, like dragons and phoenixes, while some others were wooden carvings of other creatures, like birds, wolves, dogs, cats, and other more mundane creature. There were also some that were carvings of people in different poses. Each one was beautifully carved and worth quite a bit of money if one knew where and how to sell. Half of the carvings that the man pulled out would have been enough to pay for the fruits and vegetables that the man had selected. Oh, aren't they all beautiful? The elderly woman said in awe. You truly are skilled, Takino. These carvings are all amazing. And they are all yours. Takino told the vendor, who put her hand up to her mouth in shock and shook her head. No, I can't take these, they are simply too much, you must take some back. The woman made to pick some of them up, in order to hand them back, but her hands were grabbed up the young man opposite her. Yes, you will take these, as a gift from me, the young man said with a smile. The elderly lady looked at the young man straight in the eyes with a hard look before her features softened. Thank you, Takino, you're such a good soul, the woman told the young man sincerely. Handing the woman the rest of the wooden carvings, Takino then began to grab each of the items that he had purchased, placing them in his pouch that used to have been filled. With his food then securely in his pouch, Takino turned back to the elderly woman and bid her farewell. Goodbye, Satsuki, Takino said with a wave as he began to walk away from the stall, his shopping for the day having been concluded, especially with what he had overheard. Goodbye, Takino, the woman called after the brown-haired man. I will see you next week. With that final farewell, the man known to some of the villagers of the town as Takino left. As he walked away, he knew that if the suspicion he had was true, he would never return to that village, or at least not in Satsuki's lifetime. Making his way out to the forest nearby the town he had just been in, Takino manipulated his chakra to perform the action he wished. In this case, it was releasing the genjutsu that he had placed over himself when he visited the village. His short brown hair turned into a luscious mane of white hair that traveled into the clothing, which transformed from commoner clothing into an elegant kimono as the genjutsu was released. The once common brown eyes changed into a pure white, much like his hair. Yet none of this stayed the same for long as another genjutsu replaced the former one, changing white hair to black, while white eyes changed into green. The face of the young man seemed to age as well, becoming significantly older, changing from someone from their early 20s into their 40s. Lines appeared on the forehead and around the eyes, the skin lost some of the luster it had in its youth while the black hair became tinged with some gray. All in all, it was a major change from the young man that had been there seconds ago. Looking down at his clothes, the man that used to be Takino let out a small sigh of irritation. I'll have to change my clothes, he told himself. A genjutsu wouldn't hold up against all of the touching that would befall on them. Looking up towards the mountain that the town he had just exited sat at the foot of, the man breathed out, before he vanished in a burst of speed. In the following weeks that would come, no one would notice that the man named Takino would be declared dead around the same time that Minato Namake's regained family.